A second week in the Saudi Arabian desert brings with it the start of a brand new tournament. This time we're here to find out which country is the best in the world at FIFA in this, the 2023 FIFAe Nations Cup. Again, we have 24 2v2 teams who have spent months trying to qualify for this very day and be in with a shot at eternal FIFA glory. And this week we have some household names to bring you, including the likes of former world champion and local hero MS Dossery, the Iceman Nicholas 99 FC, and we'll see if Anders can win his second world title in as many weeks. But if he's to do that, he has to take down the Brazilians who won this very title 12 months ago. Well, the South Americans brought the energy to Copenhagen last year, and they're here this year with a new look side, but I'm sure they're going to be bringing the party when they enter the arena. Well, welcome then to week 2 here. This time, we're about to get things going in this, the FIFAe Nations Cup for 2023. We're so excited for this one, as last week was a lot of fun, wasn't it? Well, welcome then to the studio. We have some great guests, as always. They're back as well. Mike LaBelle is here, Brandon Smith, and August Rosemeyer as well. Guys, welcome back. We've had one day off. We're refreshed, we're revitalized, and I'm saying I'm ready to go. Mike, are you ready to go?
My energy's in the right place. This is one of my favorite competitions, and to me, and I don't know about where you fall in this, August, I've always felt that the E-Nations carries a little bit different weight than the E-Club.
Yeah, Aggie, let's bring you in as well, because your home nation is playing in a few moments' time. Are you super excited to be here?
Very, very excited to once again to follow the national competition here, which is probably the most unpredictable competition of the 3 big FIFA World Cups here. So I'm really excited, and especially obviously to watch Denmark play.
We're going to get a back-to-back world champion here, Brandon. Would be cool, wouldn't it?
Could happen, couldn't it? It'd be one hell of a story.
It would indeed. So many storylines will unfold over the course of the next 4 days. 4 groups as well to kick things off. 2 this morning and 2 later on. Aggie, I've got to come to you for Group A.
In this group, Saudi Arabia. Then you have names with Mano and Nicolas in Argentina. You have Denmark, obviously, and you have the Netherlands, supplied by 2 strong outsiders in Canada and Qatar. So a really, really interesting group, and for me, that's the group of death.
Brandon, B's yours.
Yeah, I mean, what a group this one is. I was saying in the build-up, I feel like there's going to be a nation in this one that surprises. Morocco, USA, France, remember, FIFA 19 E-Nations Cup champions. Malaysia in their first ever E-Nations Cup final. Italy top 4. Finland, the last spot in that group.
Mike, we get to see a little bit later. Who's your pick? See a little bit later. Who's your picks out of this one?
There's household names everywhere, top to bottom. That's kind of what Aggie was touching on at the top of the show, where this is difficult to predict. But you got split, you got Portugal. They're going to go up against each other with Tuga. Brazil, the reigning champions with a bit of a different team. We got Palinetto, who's been subbed in, multiple E-MLS champion. Australia's been making a lot of noise thus far in the competition. We saw them in the E-Club. Why not carry that momentum here? You got Singapore, you got Turkey, and I know Turkey's been training. I talked to Isopower. I talked to a lot of the guys that have been in action, and they've been putting in the work, they've been putting in the time, and they have the focus on getting the result.
Should we not forget Group D as well? Big names in there as well. Israel over the few years. India, they did actually finish bottom of their group last year. We're hoping to make amends there. South Africa, we know they brought some to Germany outside, a world champion just 2 days ago, yet again, and then the Swedes. All the Optole, Ololito, and Olabole, all the 3 Ollies, see them back in action. Well, 24 countries, 24 teams ready to go into battle. And actually, they all came here into the arena yesterday to get a feel for it, and we welcomed them to an opening ceremony. That's the Brazilians there then. Remember, they were world champions last year. Different side this year. No Crepaldi or Klinger with subbed Palinetto and Resende in. Then the Italians, Danny Pitbull there. He's always passionate Umit for the German squad, and Dolomite, we haven't seen him yet this year, but Umit still holds 2 world titles. Could it be 3? I don't know if I'm brave enough to say that. And then the local side there, led by MS Dossery. He'll be bringing a lot of fans into the arena, I'm sure of that. Well, let's have a look then, shall we, at today's fixtures to kick things off here at the E-Nations Day 1. So Group A, the local guys up against Qatar up first. That should be a tasty encounter. Mike, talk me through the rest.
Well, Argentina, Denmark, if that's not circled on your calendar as banana. Denmark, can they progress with Anders? Can you make that partnership? We see Marcuso, we see FIFA Houston, and we know both those guys are open to rotations. I'll just put that out here early. We saw that last year. They're down to shift things around.
As well, Mike, quickly.
Absolutely. We got Morocco, Malaysia, as Brandon was saying. USA, I'll be watching versus Italy, and then France and Finland. Can Finland bounce back? We saw them in the E-Club, some of the similar exchanges. Can they make it happen for E-Nations?
Well, we've spoken about the first round of fixtures. Let's meet our teams, shall we? They're ready and waiting in the wings. Let's welcome them to the studio. Well, what a studio it looks like as well, Brandon. Let's welcome then our home nation, shall we? This is a team from Saudi.
Yeah, I mean, what a they have as well. It's their second time in the E-Nations. MS Dossery leading them out. But Abu Maka seems to be a player that we have to keep an eye on here. Following them is Qatar. They're the lowest ranked nation in this one, ranked at 32. AA Megasip, a bit of a FIFA hero. This side, Argentina, Nicholas, alongside Matthias Bonanno and Eze Correa. What a squad that one plans to be.
Absolutely, and following them is the team from Canada. They're ranked 9th in the world, as well as we see some more teams just flow through here. That's the Moroccans, of course, semi-finalists at the World Cup. Can they emulate their national team this time out?
Yeah, Malaysia next up, their first time in the Nations Cup alongside USA, who are back for more. King CJ, Fiddle and Lamps, they'll be making some noise, I can assure you, across the next few days.
Exactly. Well, following them, we have the team from France, 2 brothers in that team. Doesn't happen very often. And then the Danes, Aggie will be cheering them secretly on. He's obviously got to sit slightly on the fence sometimes. I'm only joking, you do not have to do that. Can we see Anders then get a new title? He only got one 2 days ago, Brandon.
Yeah, Netherlands just coming in just before the Italians there. 2 European nations who always place well in this tournament. Italy have had a top 4 finish in the last year in this tournament. We cannot forget the Finnish nation that did claw their way through one of those last European spots to get to the E-Nations finals.
Well, that's all the teams then you'll see in action today in Group A and B. Let's just let them settle into their gaming consoles, into the chairs. They've got great pods here. Some of them will experience those pods and will have a real feel for the setup, including that man, because he went all the way, didn't he? 14 matches under his belt over the last 4 days. He had a break yesterday. He came in here with his new side now and has to go again. I say has to, he'll want to go again, Aggie. He'll be relishing this opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. He's motivated and he wants to go for all of the big 3, and he wants to do it in his debut season here. So he likes to put the pressure on him, and I'm very curious to see how this Danish team is going to operate at this competition, because Marcuso and Houston are 2 household names with great experience. Can they settle in? Can they play together with him as Umut and him did so well? That's what I'm curious to see.
Well, let's find out, because Spen is down there for us. Spencer, and you are with the Danes. How are they feeling?
I am with the Great Danes indeed. Thank you, Rachel. I'm going to make my way into their booth here. Marcuso, Houston, and of course Anders making up the Danish team. How are you guys feeling about your chances going into E-Nations?
We're feeling really good, as always. We have the best player in the world, so and also 2 good players, of course.
I was wondering if you're going to say who? Or...
Of course, we have 2 great players, but of course he is like the best player. So gotta have to make him good, and we'll be a good team.
It's obviously a team event, but you know the fact that Anders with RB Leipzig has just won the E-Club World Cup less than 48 hours ago, do you think that puts more pressure on you Houston as a team to try and win again, or does it make you feel more confident?
Yeah, it definitely does put more pressure on us, but yeah, we know what Anas is capable of, and that motivates me and Marcus a lot because he is like the best player in the world in 1v1 and 2v2 also. So if we just play a little bit good, we can definitely like come further in this tournament.
Okay, definitely a team to watch. Best of luck to all of you. I'm going to make my way over to the other side of the stage now. I'm going to talk to the guys from Netherlands. I mean, this is Group A particularly, it's so stacked. Could talk to any single team in there and they'd all have a good chance of going through. But I want to speak to the Netherlands guys, because I think this is another really talented team. You've got Emre Yilmaz, Manu Bashir here, and of course Levi David. Guys, how are you feeling about your chances? Some people calling Group A the group of death. Do you see it that way?
Yeah, it might be, but in the end, if you don't get the top 4 out of 6, you don't deserve it in any group. So we'll just do our best, expect and hope we go through. And yeah, when we are through in the group stage and knockouts, anything can happen, and we hope to win it all.
When you look at your group, is there another country that you think are going to be the toughest opponent to play?
Yeah, of course, it's the obvious ones you all know. So like Argentina, Denmark, Saudi, especially here in Saudi, and Qatar and Canada also not bad. So, but on paper, especially like if you look at other international tournaments this year, you got to say like Argentina and Denmark are probably on paper the best.
Okay, best of luck to all the guys here from Netherlands. It really is a great group. But Group B is no slouch either. Lots to look forward to. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks so much, Sven. Well, I'm really excited as well to see how a former world champion, MS Dossary, goes. He's up first against the team from Qatar. And earlier on in the week, we actually caught up with a local side to discuss their chances on home soil.
The support is unbelievable, to be honest. We're really proud. We're very lucky to have everyone behind us playing in our hometown. Our friends, family, and everyone we love and care about can come and attend. We're very grateful that we are where we are today, and let's hope we can make them proud. Just thinking about it makes us happy. I think our group are very tough. Every team in the group can make it the whole way and can even win as well. We have a great friendship between each other. We all have the same goal, which is to win. We're kind of as 3 players, but in one soul.
Well, nice words then there from a former world champion. 3 players, but 1 soul. And they'll obviously be looking to make an impact here, Mike. And it's a big chance for MS Dossary, isn't it? To come here on home soil and really show the fans exactly what he's about. I know, that we know what he's done before, but for him to do it this year would be pretty special, wouldn't it?
It would be massive to do that in front of the home crowd, and trust this will be packed out by the time they kind of get underway. I also think it's huge for him on even an individual level because we haven't really seen the success in the 2v2 format for MS Dossary compared to his 1v1 and those expectations. And now you have Abamaka, who has been another player that's been rising the ranks. We saw him win the Saudi League. We qualified for all 3 of these events. He's going to be here for the E-World Cup, of course, and I think he's part of that next group of Saudi players. And if they can put that together in the 2v2, massive for the nation, massive for the progression of everything that's happening here. And I just think it kind of builds towards the future.
Both of you, what kind of form do we think MS Dossary is in right now? Is he in world champion form?
I mean, you'd hope so if you're a Saudi. I think to Mike's point as well, there's an interesting play here happening with this Saudi team. Abamaka, many people have called him the next Dossary. So if you've got the next Dossary and the current Dossary together, you'd expect a good tournament. They didn't qualify for last year's tournaments. There's an even bigger push on them being here this year. And as Mike said, if the home crowd can get behind them, I mean, they definitely should be getting through the groups. Have to be getting through the groups.
Does Dossary, Aggie, have the same fear factor in him?
Definitely. I mean, if there's one player I would rate at a World Cup, regardless of it's 2v2 or 1v1, it's Dossary. The history speaks for itself. He's really, really consistent. He always gets there. And yeah, I'm backing him, definitely.
They've got Qatar first up.
Well, I also think of Falcons as next door. Literally walking distance from where we're at in the venue, and good luck to Qatar.
Good luck to Qatar. Well, we hope they won't need it, but they probably will if they're up against a world champion and possibly the new generation of Saudi FIFA as well. Well, we're excited to see exactly how all these teams get on here today as we kick off then in our first round of matches at the FIFAe Nations Cup for 2023. Let's get to it then as the games get underway. Well, our first matchup then. when they suddenly log in is going to be Saudi taking on Qatar. We can see them just getting set here. Aggie, at this point, how high are the nerves? Are they pretty high?
To this match, obviously there's a lot of experience there with MS Dossery and their own home turf, so there will be nerves. There's always be. It's natural in your first match of the day, but I think they should be fine. But it's an interesting matchup. It's like a derby almost, right?
Well, if you think about it like this, as we know, Saudi hosted this year's tournament, so they got an auto-invite, which basically opened up the Middle Eastern spot. And it was a case of who goes through there. And Qatar have got there. It said it's their first of 3 nations here. They've got a decent team on paper. AA Megasip's the only Qatari player to make an E-World Cup. He did it quite a few years ago. He's actually played for the national team as well in real football. So he's doing the next best thing on the virtual pitch. This one should be a good game. It's our featured matchup, Saudi Arabia against Qatar. Keep in mind that all the group games are best of 1. They play 5 games today, and then they play the reverse fixtures again tomorrow.
How much then, Brandon, do we know, and Mike, of this Qatari side and what they might bring to this year's Cup?
I think it's difficult to judge the 2v2 because we haven't seen it in action. We haven't seen them against a lot of different opponents, and that's not to say that they're not going to perform well or to discredit them in any way. We just don't have the metrics. Plain and simple, I love to talk from an objective point to support my points, typically, my subjective views, but we just don't have that information available, and this could be a breakout for them, and I think they're kind of playing with house money to a certain degree because there isn't that large expectation.
Well, this is the first round, so it's just a chance, isn't it, for people to warm up and get a feel for the venue, for their opponents, and for the competition as well. Well, Mike, I've got to come to you on this one. Sorry, USA, Italy.
I'm back in the US. You saw my predictions. You saw what I did in the groups. I'm making things a little bit disruptive. I've got the United States in a very biased review to win Group B. That's probably not going to be anybody else's choices, and that's fine. It doesn't need to be.
Well,
I'll sit on that island alone.
Well, I actually can't have a biased opinion, neither can Brandon, because a big, I guess, question mark was why did England not qualify this year? You know, we were so disappointed to see them not make it here to these finals, Brandon.
Absolutely. It feels weird sitting here in England not being in the hunt for an E-Nations Cup. The first time we haven't been in the tournament, but I think it goes to show the level, especially from the likes of Spain this year, which stood in our way and made it a very difficult qualification process for the E-Lions. Some other matches as well that are taking place, if we can check into Argentina against Denmark. This attack comes in towards the back post. 2 hands on it in the end. This one, Aga, I think you said it perfectly in the intro. You need a special type of FIFA player to work alongside Anders Bergen, don't you? Because he's going to be loud, he's going to be in your face, and you have to try and just put it aside and be like, that's Anders on the pitch. Off the pitch, he's very different.
Yeah, I mean, the chemistry is absolutely vital, no matter which team you're at, and I think they definitely have that at the Danish team, and I think we speak a lot about Anders, but he's going to perform. I'm pretty certain about that. My question mark is, are Øystein and Marcus ready to follow up? That's the only question I really have with them, and that's what I'm looking forward to see. Because Anders will always perform. That's just his level. But also the balance between it. Because we heard the interview, and they shouldn't forget how good they are as well. You can't be too overwhelmed that you have the best player, arguably, in the world on your team. You also need to believe in yourself and that you can contribute with something, right?
That brings me to 2 major points, and I'm going to use that interview as well. One, they both sounded as if they're committed to their roles as support players for Anders. And transparently, even with Umit, I think you kind of have to be a support player. You're not going to be the leader of that team because of how he plays, how he pushes forward. And then number 2, Øystein and Marcuso both have a ton of international and domestic success. So I don't want them to come off, or for people at home to not realize what they've accomplished in the competitive scene.
Good point there, Mike. We'll just possibly see what happens from this corner kick. But we have had our first goal then of our FIFA E-Nations Cup. And, I mean, it was written in the stars, really, wasn't it? Which team scored it, Brandon?
Yes, the Saudi Arabian side that have scored. 23 minutes on the clock. And it's the home nation that leads in this one. And it's all Middle Eastern matchup in Group A. It's not the only goal that has gone, and as the goals start to arrive here across the board, and it's a team that are playing in their first ever E-Nations over in Group B. If we can head to it, Morocco against Malaysia. There's been a goal there, and also a goal between the United States and Italy. All the matches in the 30th minute currently in the first leg. Well then, here is the goal. Sorry, Rachel. Group B, we said Malaysia. Maybe people aren't expecting too much from this outfit. One thing they do have, a handful of the players played in the club just a few days ago, getting that vital experience on the 2v2 pitch. We're joining this game live right now. Morocco playing in their second E-Nations Cup as they equalise. As we join it live now, keep an eye on this Moroccan side. Expect big things from them. I predict they'll be in the top 4.
Well, let's jump back over, Mike. I'll let you take us through this. So not that you want to particularly, because it didn't go USA's way, did it?
You love doing that. You love doing that. You see the extra pass, first time finish from R9, top corner. Not ideal for the United States, especially with the Italians known to be defensive.
I actually don't love doing it, because...
You're smiling so big. You love doing this. Even more so because England's not here, you love it even more.
No, but I feel like I can now be Team USA, no? Can I? Can I come and join you on the sofa and be Team USA?
I'll welcome you. If it's authentic, if it's genuine, I'll take your company.
It's genuine. It's genuine. King CJ, let's go.
He's not on that team.
Well,
Lamps, fiddle.
Lamps and fiddle, correct.
Well. I think there's been a bit of a scoreline here happening across the number of games. Canada, 9th rank currently on the FIFA rankings, lead against the Netherlands. The one thing about this Netherlands side, don't get me wrong, fantastic roster, but just can't get past the round of 16. Both times they've been in the Nations Cup, they can't get past. Speaking of people that have won this tournament before, it is the French nation that do lead a goal to nil 30 minutes in there.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Canada. I mean, it's definitely someone you shouldn't be sleeping on. You have the likes of Goal Machine, who has great traditions at the FIFA World Cups as well. And you have Active Power, who had a recent experience of playing the 2v2 last week. So, I mean, that's a very, very strong duo as well. And maybe a nation that could go forward and surprise in this competition.
Yeah, they're definitely not an underdog there, are they, Mike? You kind of, we were speaking about this off camera, and I was doing kind of my top picks. I thought I'd put 3, and I ended up with about 8. That's how many teams here, I feel, can go all the way.
Well, we have such a mix of big names and experienced players. And again, we should reference or date back to Canada just when you're looking at Goal Machine. So much success, even at the E-World Cup, international success. He's traveled well. And then Adjit being a defensive player, they should have some balance there.
Yeah, well, a couple of the matches have gone to half time now. So we'll stick them with this one. France leading the Finnish team at the moment. It's going to stay that way until we get into the second half.
And surely when you look at France having the Peixotos, that has to be an advantage. They're sharing a household.
Talking about chemistry.
They're sharing genetics,
Talking about chemistry.
There's no better chemistry, surely, unless they're the kind of brothers that don't really get on. But I'm not thinking that's going to be the case with the two brothers who are playing for the French national team. And they're joined by Fuma, of course, making up that trio, because most of the time, obviously, the two are there, but there is this backup player that we might see come into play in the knockouts, possibly.
He's just as good, isn't he, Fuma? I mean, you've got Leandro and you've got Diogo Peixoto, those two brothers. I mean, it's a first in FIFA Esports where you've got two brothers that are both fantastic. Both have won tournaments in Europe, and they currently lead, as we said, 1-0. I think, for me, France have got to be up there as top 3 to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I mean, and we can't forget the coach, as I would like to call him, Le Professeur, Brian, who has a lot of experience as well and was one of the best FIFA players, especially in back in the days, where he also managed actually to take part in one of the FIFA E-World Cups. So, I mean, also a player that you will remember back on and say, okay, this guy was one of the best, and him sitting behind these 3 talented players just makes France one of the great and big teams as well in this competition.
Mike, as we're on the USA-Italy matchup, obviously Fiddle and Lamb's in the squad. Obviously, you've got King CJ that sat behind. Can he add something from his experience from last week?
I think it's important, more so just to have someone sometimes to calm your nerves, to go over a couple tactical changes and switches. And I feel like a lot is made on the coaching staff, sometimes in between matches, just to make sure mentality-wise you're in the right place. And I've always said this, and I mean it, you need to have short-term memory if you're going to be a competitive FIFA player, because we're going to see results go against you, you're going to see group stages go against you, and you've got to be able to battle back and have that kind of mental endurance.
But I guess what someone like CJ can add to that squad, though, Mike, is we know how to get through now to the knockouts. They did that, didn't they, with DC United? It kind of goes, well, it doesn't have to go all your way on the first day. Just stick with it.
Yeah, it's the commentator, isn't it?
Mike's got no words, so Brandon Aggie, it's back to you.
Get me off this game. Change the main game.
Well, let's speak about Italy for a second, Aggie, because look, it's pretty much the same roster as last year, and those three players have just got better.
Yeah, and I mean, we also saw them. We saw them last year knocking out Denmark at home, at Denmark's home soil, and had a really, really close semi-final. So I mean, Italy is up there as well. I mean, there are so many teams here, and it all going to come down to form and peak time.
Well, we've got an equaliser then in one of our games. We'll jump over to this one. And it's come from, I'm going to say, possibly the dark horses, Finland against France here, Brandon.
Yeah, back in the game from the Finnish side. I think one thing that I look in that Group B, you probably look across the board and you say France, Italy, definitely in that top two. Then that third and fourth spot, it generally could be open to anyone. Morocco, USA, Malaysia and Finland. I mean, this points are going to be shared, as we saw. We saw teams last week, Rachel, draw like 7 games in the group stages, and we hammered home about how important it is to make sure you can try and push on in the dire moments just to get the extra 2 points on the board, because draws can also kill you in the groups.
Yeah, exactly. I was having a little look back at last year's, actually, and the winners, Brazil, they only came away third in Group A with 15 points. They didn't win one game, Mike, on day one, and they came back and won 4 on day 2.
It's possible, but you'd prefer to get off to a good start. I do want to bring up Finland here, not only because they're on screen, but I thought they looked, in a lot of moments, really good in the E-Club. They were leading in more than half their games. They had a lot of draws. They had problems seeing out games, but now you've brought in Kosu, who I think is going to add some additional leadership there and just confidence in some of those moments. They could easily turn into one of those dark horses that goes for a run, because ability-wise, scoring goals-wise, they already showcased that last week.
Kosu as well, Mike. He's been the best Finnish player I think we've ever seen. So putting him into your team is only going to help you there. We jump across the board to this one. Saudi Arabia still lead Qatar by a goal to nil. There's just under 20 minutes left in this game. Looks like the host nation is going to kick off Group A in the right way with 3 points. They have an attack now, looking to double that lead. They can wire this one in as far, unfortunately, as Schweinsteiger.
Well, I expected a few more fans in here to kick off the first day, but I'm going to forgive them. They only had 1 day off, and they have to come back and support the local team here for sure.
It's still early. It's still early. What I've learned is spending time in Saudi, they don't show up anywhere till 6, 7 p.m. at the earliest. So don't worry about it. Later stage today. The second portion of today, they'll be here. They'll be in action.
I know, Mike, you enjoyed a little bit of local culture yesterday as well. What did you make of Saudi when you get a chance to see it in its full glory?
Well, you were with me. We had a lovely time. We got to see some of the traditional side to Saudi. Also, dinner was fantastic. Shout out to Mar, who kind of took us around Saudi, also a Saudi FIFA player. I've got new attire for the final as well. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Ooh, if that's not a kind of cliffhanger to keep you coming back for more, I don't know what is. Right, let's jump around. I hear some more goals are coming in.
Yeah, it's been another goal in this game. Canada against the Netherlands. I think we also have to give a lot of hype to this Canadian side. They had a decent run in last time out in Copenhagen. They got out the groups. But again, I keep putting my question mark over this Netherlands side. Why are the Dutch duo not kicking off well in this tournament? They seem like they can never get past the round of 16.
Yeah, it's a tough task right now for the Netherlands. Definitely not the start you want to get. And I agree with you, Brandon, because when you're looking on the paper on that squad, I mean, 3 amazing talents. Well, arguably say, if you're looking at just player by player, maybe the best team here. But obviously it's a 2v2, so that changes a lot.
I've got a theory. There could be too much ego and too much pressure. When you're dealing with some of the best players in the world, when they collaborate, if they don't get results, everyone critiques them. And they're always used to being the main man.
I feel like this is their year to go far. They have to. Like with the roster they have, the year that Emre Yilmaz has had, Levi David, Manu Bashir, E-World Cup Grand Finalists. This is their chance to really push on and do much better than a top 16 they have done in past years. There is other goals going in other matches. We'll jump across to see the USA goal against Italy. I think it might be a consolation with 7 minutes left on the clock, but the USA at least on the score sheet.
Makes a massive difference, doesn't it, Mike, just to get your first opening goal of the tournament in the first match as well, even if it is a consolation goal.
I'm still not happy. You keep sending it to me. I want this to come my direction when we get a result. I want to talk about us leading a game.
Well, drama in this game. Argentina-Denmark, there was a penalty in the 82nd minute. Denmark with a huge chance to go 1 goal to the good, and it was saved. What a chance wasted there, but Argentina living life on the edge. They could have easily thrown away a big 2 points. Back to this one now. We had a big roar. Minus it's the French side that now lead 2 goals to 1. That looks to be 3 points on the board for the previous E-Nation Cup winners.
And it stays to be maybe the Achilles heel with Finland. I talked about it earlier with the E-Club. They put themselves in positions, but they're not closing out games well.
Early doors, though, here. So they might figure out a way to rectify that as we get into the match number 2. Well, that takes it to 5 then, doesn't it, for Italy now?
It's not a good beginning. It's got to be said. I'd rather lose a little bit closer than this. Conceding 5 goals is uncommon in 2v2 FIFA. You're not playing your best FIFA. It's pretty easy to go on record and say we could have done a lot better.
One leg as well. That is tough to take as Richard Buckley.
I've got Richard help me count to 5 over here.
Off camera, Richard is just heckling Mike Clavel. Mike, come back. No England. Anyway, there has been another goal in the game for Denmark versus Argentina. Brandon, which way did it go?
Yeah, we're going to head to it as soon as we can. We'll see the closing stage of this one very quickly. France looks to pick up 3 points, but there was a penalty missed by Denmark. Did they have another chance? Yes, they did. Was it another penalty? Well, this was the original penalty, I think, no? There was another penalty. 2 penalties in about 3 game minutes. This time, Denmark didn't put it down the middle, in the top corner. And it is the Danes that lead by a goal to 0. Aggie, good start. Big game against Argentina.
Yeah, you can start to doubt yourself if you miss the first penalty because it's such a key game in the group. So getting off with 3 points against Argentina, that would be a massive, massive start for Denmark.
Does that kind of show you or tell you that Argentina are throwing the kitchen sink at the Danes?
I think that just goes to show that Denmark is here, they're ready. Argentina might have more of a bit slow start, but as we can see here, France just throwing it away in the last second to Finland, and a crucial point for Finland as well to carry on into the competition.
We're seeing the goal here from France to kind of push them forward. And here you have it, trying to hold it, done incorrectly, little cancellation there, an extra pass, 2-all, and that hurts you. These are the types of draws or loss of points or leaving points on the board where it's clearly from a mistake, something you mismanage. It hurts your heart, it hurts your FIFA soul.
Yeah, and we saw it with the likes of Man City last weekend, how much it can impact you and which consequences it can have for you during the group stage.
In August, I have a follow-up, unrelated. We talked so much about Anders, and for good reason. Is he that much better than everyone? Is that just where we're at? Because we're talking about the best players in the world are folding to him. Omid plays a secondary role, current world champion. We got the likes we've heard, both Marcuso and Oostin talk about it. They're saying we're just trying to feed the beast. Is he that much better?
I mean, there'll always be opinions. My opinion is simply that he's the best player I ever played against, and it's hard to explain. You have to play against him to understand it. So from my standpoint of view, I never played against someone who is that good at the game.
Well, another team that have been pretty good, haven't they, in their opening round of fixtures are Canada. They just beat the Netherlands in match number 1. Spen, you're chatting to them now.
Yes, thanks, Rachel. So you're in Group A. Many people calling it the Group of Death. You started off with a great win against the Netherlands. That's a great start, isn't it?
Of course, this is a really good start. Levi De Wit is a really good player in E-Club. He did top 4, and to be honest, the E-Club was like a motivation for us. Goliath, they were in the group of death, and they did really good. So why not?
We have a goal machine here. When you looked at this group, you know, some people would maybe say you're on the cusp in terms.
I wouldn't say we would like to win the group, but first game doesn't mean anything. We have like 9 more left, and we have to focus every match and try to finish first.
Okay, great start for Team Canada. I'm going to head down the stairs now because I want to try and chat to someone from Finland. I think the coach is there, and it was an epic victory for them in their first match. Oh, sorry, a draw actually. It felt like a victory because they were coming back from 2-1 down against France. They got it to 2-2. I think the coach is in here now. Quick chat with you guys. So, I want to talk about the change. I know it wasn't a Finnish team necessarily last week with YMCA, but for all intents and purposes, it was a bit like a Finnish national side. But you've got one new player, and I've noticed the energy in the booth seems to have changed a little bit. He's a little bit louder, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the leader. He's very enthusiastic, but also he leads the team by example. So we need him here, and with him we can win it.
It's Kosu we're talking about, of course. And do you feel like, yeah, you say you can win it? I mean, it was a big draw against France in the last minute there. Lots of draws last week for YMCA as well, but needed more wins. Is he going to be the difference that's going to allow you to maybe win the whole competition?
Yeah, he has way more experience in playing in LAN events and stuff like this, and we need his example to close out the games. We were lacking that last week, I think, and with him we play much more mature. Yeah.
Okay, best of luck. Don't sleep on Team Finland, guys, particularly with the addition of Kosu. I was watching them before the game started. They had a little team huddle, lots of energy, very loud, completely different dynamic for Team Finland, so watch this space going forward.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. I always love that, getting a bit of insight into the squad. And Kosu there, Aggie, I'm going to come over to you to talk a little bit about the dynamics in the team. You know, have you played in squads before when someone just comes in and breathes a new lease of life into a squad?
Yeah, it can definitely help, and it certainly looked like it. And also, I think it's a very valid point in terms of coming with some LAN experience, just showing the other guys what it's about, and just giving them those small margins, which eventually, here in the first game, secured them 1 point.
Yeah, especially after kind of probably didn't finish where they wanted to last week, did that YMCA side. So having a fresh pair of hands in the team just really does kind of help to shake things up a bit. Well, let's have a quick look then at the standings after one round of matches. Not much to read into this, but it's nice to see who's off to a winning start early doors. Canada, we heard from them, didn't we? And we saw the Saudi Arabia team, 3 points there, and the Danes as well. Big three. They were one side in Group A. Group B then, Italy, the only team there that got a definite win. Finland and Malaysia and USA, of course, picking up that loss to Italy there. But as the guys from Canada said, 9 matches to go. There's so much more still to play. I'm going to come to you though, Brandon. Canada, though, said they think they're as good as anyone here this week.
Well, I think we were saying in the build-up, isn't it? I mean, you can have, well, you had 8 names, didn't you? 8 different teams. It's so hard to try and predict who's going to come out on top here. So I think, look, in that group where 3 points are going to be even more, bigger than most of the groups in the group of death, the fact that we're looking after round 1, I know it's only round 1, but Nicholas and, of course, Matthias Bernardo won 0 points. They've not started as they want to. There could be a moment where we look back on that 4th place in the group tomorrow, and they'll be like, wow, we missed out there.
And I'd like to revisit and just track back for a second and put some more respect on Gold Machine's name, especially pre-pandemic. For a couple years, he was leading North America. He was one of those faces. You didn't want to see him in international competition. He scored goals for fun, very offensive, very disruptive. He got busy with it. And even from the international side, talking to all the guys in Europe, they also put him as kind of one of their own. And after that period, we really haven't seen him bounce back. This could be kind of his reintroduction.
Well, let's see, long way to go. Should we have a quick look then at what our picks were for the top of the tables? I'm just going to go with Aggie and Brandon first in A and B. Aggie, you went Denmark, obviously, and Italy. Brandon, you went Netherlands and France.
Not going well, is it?
Not really.
Only one game, though.
One game. All still to play for.
Speaking of it not going well.
I was going to tease you at yours.
Oh, that's fine.
I was going to tease Mike's for a bit later. Mike, I'll go with it. Netherlands and... Which?
I'm still sticking with the Americans. We're not going to push against them. I don't know which camera to look at. You looked at me. I saw a lot of lights turn on. This one right here. We're still sticking with Team USA.
I wanted you to tell everyone at home who you topped for Group B, and it was the USA. I was going to let you say that. But anyway.
It's hard right now. It's hard. We're coming off a bad result.
He missed my cue, guys. Anyway, these guys didn't miss the cue. We're back into the matches. Netherlands-Saudi then, match number 2 on day 1 here of the E-Nations Cup. Saudi with the best start out of these two teams as it stands, and that's not something I'd probably say very often, Aggie.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, very interesting matchup there for a lot of the teams, and I'll say, really looking at this Canada-Argentina game, because with the start Argentina had versus the start Canada had, it could be a massive, massive game for Canada to go out and win that. And for Argentina, if 2 games played, they have 0 goals and points on the board, it will be massive.
Well, there's a penalty shootout, not penalty shootout, a penalty happening then in the Italy-Malaysia game. Only 8 minutes has been played so far, and we've already had a big, big moment there.
Well then, let's have a look at it live now. Which way has it gone? Italy or Malaysia at the penalty? It came here. It was the goalkeeper that came flying out for Italy. Malaysia with a huge chance to go 1-0 up in this one. What is a difficult group already? Up steps Benzema. 8 minutes on the clock. Goes right top corner, and they do lead Italy by a goal still. The lead, I should say, the group leaders currently 1-0 down in this one. We join back to Finland against Morocco. 2 teams that both had draws in their opening matchup. Here in Group B, it's a good save from the goalkeeper, and very nearly 1 goal to the good for Finland.
Well, Sven was talking up their chances, wasn't he? They've got a refreshed side. Have the guys from Finland revitalised so far. Let's see if they can get anything out of this one. They had a massive comeback, if you're just joining us, against France in that opening round of fixtures.
And scoring in the 90th minute for Finland, a team that, if anything, all they've been lacking is a little bit of belief, might be massive for their progression and their momentum today.
Definitely, and I know that it's a very methodical team who works a lot with analyzing the game and preparing for things that can surprise you. So it will be interesting to see what Finland has. And as we speak, I think we have a goal in one of the other matches, which certainly will make me happy.
I wonder where that's come from. Qatar maybe, or no? Clearly not. Denmark. They lead 1-0 against Qatar. Here's the goal. Again, we can see on replay. Looks at Van der Sverge, no doubt. He's the captain in the team. Laid it into his teammate. And Mbappe leads by 1-0.
Gorgeous collaboration there. Take him to the beauty shop. You see the scoop. You see the step over. You see the ball roll, and then the extra layup. Just another day in the office space.
Well, Argentina then are in action this time against Canada.
Oh. Lovely resurface there, almost a bit of a 3-point turn. R9 takes the space. It might be the curse of the interview here. Spence starts talking to people and the results start shifting.
We've got a great duo here though, haven't we? Nicholas and Matthias Bonanno on this side. Those two have got so much respect in the FIFA ecosystem and the community. You know, they have the pressure on them regardless of if we talk them up or not, just about what they've achieved in Nicholas's long history, and Matthias still short FIFA history, really, Mike.
I think it's similar to the partnership with Saudi, actually, where you have Abamaka, and you're saying like he might be the next MS Dossary. The same with Matthias Bonanno, already a world champion. Nicholas, of course, you could argue the most successful FIFA player of the last 6 years. His consistency is unparalleled, pretty much unmatched. Another world champion, and you can say he's the next Nicholas, perhaps, if you want to start making a little bit of a compare and contrast.
Let's jump across to the USA, looking to pick things
We haven't
back.
conceded.
They haven't conceded
We
yet,
have not conceded.
33 minutes in, France will be fuming after basically throwing away a win in the 90th minute against Finland. Here's a chance to join it live now from the well by the USA here.
And I'll say this now, we need a big bounce back. Coming off a game where you concede 5 goals, it just doesn't happen that much in 2v2 FIFA. I just think back all the E-Club that we saw, and a lot of those were low-scoring affairs. So it's important that the team kind of realigns, readjusts, and gets on the same page here and gets back to competing, especially in this group.
Well, we had that early penalty, didn't we, for Malaysia. They managed to find the back of the net in that one. They still lead Italy, but Italy have got a chance now, Brandon.
Yeah, Danny Pitbull and Katia. Didn't take them long to get back into the game. 32 minutes on the clock there. The current group leaders leading the way. If they draw this, there'll be 4 points from a possible 6. We can quickly jump across to the Netherlands against Saudi Arabia game. I was just checking because there's been a substitution in terms of the team there into the second game. The first game we saw the 2 Team Hullet players, or I guess you could say all Team Hullet players, Mani Bashir and Emre Yilmaz. There was a change. Levi de Veerd comes in now for Manu Bashir. Expect to see that a lot from the Netherlands, making constant substitutions.
And that might support a little bit where I talked about managing egos. You've got 3 players that individually probably think they're the best of the 3, even with all the success Yilmaz has already shown. Now, even more so on a 2v2, who does what? When do you step? Who plays defense? Do you play aggressive? Do you play passive? Picking and choosing. You got almost too much talent to deal with.
Yeah, it's really an important task here. We often speak about the importance of the coaches, but just for the sake of the Netherlands, it's really vital that the coaches knows exactly in which match they have to pick the 2 players to play, because yeah, as you say, Mike, it's a great point. There's 3 players who have a lot of achievements behind them, and they're all very young still as well, so they will expect to play. So it's just about finding that right balance.
How many matches do you think they will get to figure out the best partnership before they stick with the duo continuing the competition? If they're to get to the knockouts, of course.
I think it's really hard to answer. I think they're definitely going to rotate if they think they're not working. I think they're going to. We already saw that they lost to Canada and they switched on Lady. So I think they're going to be very quick to respond to the actual circumstances, and I think that will be the case throughout the entire competition for them.
I think there's a massive debate to be had here because it depends on the nation. I think some nations have got 2 players that they are locked in. Yes, they've got a third. Yes, they've got a sub, and it's more of an acknowledgement, I guess, for somebody who's had a fantastic season. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to play unless maybe you're steamrolling through the groups. And on the other side, I think you have stacked teams, but it comes in from the coach. I think Denmark's a good example of that with Dennis. Like, he is not afraid. I know it'd be pretty crazy to, but if Anders Vergang for some reason wasn't in the mood to play, he doesn't care. He will sub him out.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it last year at the World Cup that Dennis had the guts to sub Anders out, and it actually gave a positive response just in that case, because Denmark actually came back to the match. But it's a big risk. It's always a calculation, and with Anders coming in with that momentum, I mean, there are so many things you need to take into consideration. That's why maybe the coach's part in the competition, especially 2v2, is super underrated.
It's relatively straightforward to me. Let's use football terminology. Some of these squads have subs and other squads have reserves. And the reserves, they're not going to play. They already know their role. They're there to cheer them on and be a good vibe, a good energy, but they're not going to actually have a chance of coming on and being substituted onto the virtual pitch.
Good point there from Mike Lebel. As we jump back into France taking on USA here. Well, the goal has gone in for the French national side.
Don't send it over here. I got Richard looking at me with a smirk. I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about it.
Brandon, we expected France then to try and come back after their draw against Finland, just losing in the final stages there.
Absolutely. Especially against a USA team that might be feeling a little bit low after their 4-1 defeat. Sorry, Michael Bell, but there is still a lot of group games to be played here in this group B. And as I said, the only 2 real front runners, if we're looking on paper...
It was 5-1, but who's counting?
Okay, 5-1, sorry. France or Italy.
I just like accuracy. You know, we're going to be valid.
Be the top 2. Speaking of goals, Netherlands. They had a bit of a roster change, but it's worked out well. They lead against the hosts. 1-0.
Well, now this is interesting. If they can keep this lead, do they stick with this duo then, going into match number 3 against the local side, who will have a point to prove this week? to give their fans something to cheer about.
And we should bring this up as well. Levy has more 2v2 success than both Yilmaz and Bashori, at least in my opinion, if you're looking through what he's done with Ninjas in Pajamas and Team Holland, that collaboration with All Elite.
I agree, but I also feel like Manu Bashor and Emre played 2v2 FIFA all season. So I feel like there's two debates to be had there, I think, from that, but I agree, absolutely, more success in the 2v2 from Levy.
Big goal then in the match. Canada taking on Argentina. We were saying, was it the curse of Spen going to chat to the teams? Hasn't been the case in this matchup.
Yeah, Argentina did take a 2-0 lead. Canada got a goal back. We're jumping back to France against the USA. Mike, look away. 2-0. France lead in the second half. It looks like it's going to be 0 points from the first two games.
This is a painful opening day this far for me.
Lamps and Fiddle, what do they do now? It's so early, but what are they thinking now, Mike?
I do question a little bit. I know Fiddle hasn't played as much FIFA as Lamps and doesn't have the same success story as you see Morocco getting on the board there. And I just hope that they can regather and kind of realign, because there's so much time left. And I don't want to just say that as a USA bias, but it's the truth. This is going to be 8 games remaining. Tons of points on the board.
Will CJ act as a sub or a reserve?
I think he's going to be a reserve, but we
might see something
You never know
different
what
happen.
could shift, will shift, could adjust. There's a lot of debate. People have different plans coming into these matchups.
Well, the Netherlands have got it right, haven't they? 65 minutes on the clock. They lead 2-0. Levy David and Emre Yilmaz finally cooking in the final third for the Dutch nation. Another chance over in this game. It is Qatar that come very close to making it 1-1. But back to your point, Mike, I agree. I think Lamps and Fiddle have been the two that have played the big knockout games in the qualification route. King CJ has earned this spot in the team after just grinding away, getting great results in his own individual career. You saw that as well in the E-Club, getting as far as he did.
I was also going to say, CJ plays a rather defensive style, and that could be a little bit of a conflict from a substitute standpoint. I will say this, and I really hope this is not the debate that we're having at the end of the day, but if USA struggles tremendously, and you might want to just change things up completely for day 2.
Well, if you've got options to do that, I think that would be a pretty smart idea. We were talking about the US a short while ago. France then still leading at the moment, 2-0. This French team, I wouldn't even say they're underdogs. A couple of us have had them down. Actually, me, I had them down. There we go. As topping Group B. A draw and a possible 3 points coming up would be a good start for them.
I'm also thinking about how much does it play a part that you participated last week at the E-Club World Cup. I mean, you had some experience regardless if it was great or if it was bad, but you've been here, you've been sitting in this arena, you've been feeling the atmosphere. How does that affect you? Interested to hear your thoughts on that, Mike.
It varies, because I feel that it's difficult to adjust partners, especially completely. You haven't been training together. When you look at the E-Club, some of these teams for E-Nations share the same partnership, but some of them do not. Therefore, getting used to somebody else's play style, their leadership qualities, all of that can be very, very different.
Aggie, obviously you'd like, if you were still playing, to play in all 3, but do you think you'd be someone who'd excel in just doing one of the 3?
I think it's always going to be hard to master all 3 because you have to change focus really fast, and you have to change mentality as well, because you go from maybe one teammate to another teammate. Like that, there's so many different settings you have to adjust into in a record time. So I think it would be really hard for anyone.
Well, that is another goal then from the Netherlands. 3-0 now over Saudi in that matchup. That's a good statement for this new look side.
What a finish. You might want to hold on to that one. I know we do a top 5 goals of the day at the end. Long distance, long range. Probably didn't expect that to be possible, as you see Canada trying to put some pressure here on Argentina. And to August's point again, even with Denmark, is there's a big shift from playing with Umit and then now switching to playing with Ustin or playing with Marcuso. They're just not the same players. Not to say one is better or this is even more suited or whatnot. It's just that it's a matter of how much time you're allocating per day to these different 2v2 partnerships.
I do know that Marcuso and Houston, they fly in on Friday, so they've been here for a while, probably just watching Anders behind the scenes. But have they had much time to play with him, Aggie?
I think one of Marcuso's biggest strengths is that and that's why he was picked at the national team for all the years, is that he's very, very good at adapting all the time to other players, which makes him very complete. And he also stated that this might be his last competition ever, so he has all the motivation here to come and fulfill his dreams about lifting another world championship.
He's got the right partner, hasn't he? So let's see how he gets on. And it would be such a shame to lose another, standout performer over the years in FIFA Esports, Mike. Maybe you can join us on the sofa in the future.
It's just the reality. The ecosystem properly started, I look at 2017. We had a competitive calendar. That's when FIFA Esports really began, instead of just having big tournaments. And I mean, I date back from the FIFA Interactive World Cups, going to the FIFA E World Cup. But once you've built in that we're going to have these 15 events, or these 20 events, or these 10 events, we now had a lot more measurables, metrics, we had more competitions, you name it. And I say all that because we've seen the beginning and the end of some competitors in terms of where they started and they've announced their retirement. We talked about FUTWIZ Marco. We've been there for the entirety of his career, 7 years strong. I'd say about 5 or 6 of those being at the highest level, competing at the highest level, and he's wrapping it up. He's handing, I was gonna say he's putting his shoes, hanging up the cleats, but I guess he's putting the controller away. Putting it to the side.
Well, as these guys also put their controller to the side for a brief couple of moments.
What a dominant performance by Netherlands. Talk about a bounce back. 3-0 against Saudi, you're in Saudi. They didn't look very good in their opening game. You switch partnerships, it worked.
And you gotta applaud the coach there by just making that quick substitute and changing things up. I mean, that's a massive result.
Big bounce back then from the guys in orange. Nice first 3 points on the board for them.
Oh.
Morocco then still leading. A couple of moments left in this one. Can Finland do what they did against France a moment ago, Brandon?
They should have. How did that not drop? Green time finish, full power, middle of the pitch, semicircle, talk to me nice. Smashes it off the post, no reward.
Might have one more chance, Finland. Remember, they got 2-2 equaliser against France. In the box he goes towards the back post. Wide again from Finland. Keep in mind that this and Canada against Argentina are the only 2 games to conclude. And as I say that, we just get a full-time Argentina picking up their first win in Group A against Canada there. And we have 2 minutes of added time from Finland, Morocco. Are Morocco about to pick up their first 3 points also?
There you have it, Morocco then with a big 3 points there. So full time around all the grounds here. I'm going to say in the second round of fixtures here. Spen is down there for us again. He is with France, who just got a big opening victory after getting a draw in their first round of fixtures. Spen?
Yes, they did indeed. I'm here with Fuma. We saw, of course, in action with Atlantide Wave last week, but representing the country now, how good does that feel?
It's crazy to represent our country today, and I'm very proud to represent France today.
Unbeaten so far, 4 points from 2 games. What's your target for this group?
We want to finish first of the group. It's the goal of the group, and we're gonna see what happens.
So I want to talk to Coach Brian here, because actually, interesting fact, France former winners of E Nations, of course. Brian, the only remaining person that's left from the team that did win that a few years ago. And I think you may have played an important part in that last game, because we saw a substitution, did we not? And it was 0-0. Fuma came in, 2-0 win. Was that your decision?
Yeah, it was my decision actually. We have like 2 duos with a different profile. One may be more defensive with Diogo, and one more offensive with Fuma. So we needed goals. So Fuma goes in, and well, lucky for us, he does the job.
The rest is history. That's good management right there. 0-0 to 2-0, so good win for France. Obviously on the other end of that defeat was the USA guys. I'm just going to join their booth quickly here. We've got Fiddle here, of course, with Lamps. Guys, talk to me about your opening 2 games, 2 losses so far.
I mean, obviously that's not ideal, 0 points from 6. Well, 6 available points, but if my math is correct, there's still 24 left. So, I mean, France and Italy, good teams. So I still back ourselves. 4 teams get out. A lot of people to play still.
And one man you could definitely take inspiration from is this man right here. He's not been used yet, but of course we saw DC United last week pick up a lot of points on the second day. It's a long group stage, isn't it? You can't panic after 2 games.
Indeed, I trust my teammates. They know why we're here. They qualified us in the playoffs. They're trying stuff, it's not working, but as the day goes, I still believe in them to get the points for us to go through. I trust them.
Well, we saw some incredible comebacks last week. We saw teams going through like Hollywood with 1 point from the first day, picking up 4 wins from 5 on the second day. So listen, nothing's going to be decided today, but I'm sure USA will be looking to get their first win next game, if possible. Back to you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they will be. Obviously, he was just saying, yeah, maths is correct. 24 more points out of 8 more matches. Mike, no need to worry just yet.
They might struggle to top the group, but if you're talking about teams you're going to lose to, losing to Italy, losing to France, easily the 2 favorites in that group, at least on paper, not the worst scenario. They're just going to have to battle back, and they have to get points off other teams or other nations. Otherwise, you're going to really have to sit down and review day 1.
Yeah, Aggie, just a chance at the moment, isn't it? Like they said there, to try and figure out what works. 2 big defeats at the moment. Got Finland next. Will they try a plan C?
I think they're going to stick to what they know for now. I mean, obviously, if you want to lose to 2 nations, it's ideal, I guess, for them to lose to the 2 pre-favorites in the group. But on the other hand, I'll also say that it's important to get some of those crucial points against them to just have the edge over the remaining teams in the group.
Yeah, you don't want to leave it too late, do you? Like we did see last week, Brandon, a couple of nervy round 9 and round 10 fixtures. America want to sort their roster out and their tactics out a little bit sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I agree, and I think maybe they have the mindset, not saying that, you know, they're searched to run away with it, but they're happy to drop points there, as they've said, because look, there's another handful of teams in that group still. We know that they're probably going to be going through. France, Italy, guarantees they're in the top 4. They can have the points off us because they're taking points off everyone, really, aren't they? Then you get a bit worried when Finland are equalising games in the 90th minute against France. Then that's a bit of a different story. But look, round 3 for USA now. It's time to turn it on.
Yeah, let's hope so. Well, let's just remind ourselves then, we've spoken about USA, yet to pick up any points. Let's see who else is struggling a little bit. Well, let's look at Group A. Qatar at the bottom, struggling a little bit. Again, a lot of FIFA still left to play. Denmark then, the only team out of Groups A and B. 6 points in. Aggie, I'm not going to look at you. Be smiling ear to ear. Yes, he is. Canada then, 3 points. 3. Argentina as well with their win a moment ago over Canada. Saudi as well on 3. Group B, Italy and France and Morocco, all on 4 points. Malaysia on 2 for their first point, and have got 24 more left to try and get some from. Well, people at home as well have been tweeting in already, saying they've been excited about what's to come. I've got one here from Sly Mora. I have so much confidence in the Moroccan team to make it out the group stages. And with Mr. Dory behind them, I'm 100% certain. Let's get it. There we go. Yeah, Mr. Dory, Mike, he's been around for some years as well now, sitting in amongst that team. A lot of experience in that side.
No doubt, and he's another one of those vocal coaches. I look at the Renzos, we're looking at the Mr. Dorys, or even Daniel behind all the Leipzig success, and now with the Germany, if they're successful, he'll be there as well in action and in their corner. There's certain coaches that kind of stood out over the years, even Enzo as well. Guys that are reoccurring with a lot of the success stories. I mean, you've had the same coach for many years. I can think back of the years of that. Same with Bruce Granick. But yeah, we talk about certain coaches that have been able to adjust and kind of maintain throughout year after year success in FIFA history.
Yeah, well, I guess the players, they respect them so much more if they've been there and done it as well, Aggie.
Yeah, I mean, it's a combination, because we also see some coaches who maybe didn't have the greatest career, but have some other tools. I would always say that it's a good thing that you have tried it on with your own hands to be in the crucial moments. That definitely gives some respect, but you can also win that respect from the players in other ways. and I think that goes to show. A good example, what I can think about is the Finnish coach. He's not here, but he's an analyst who never had a big career, but gave Finland a lot of tools to qualify for this event.
Well, we're speaking about the Netherlands, weren't we? They had a massive victory just a few moments ago against the home side, Saudi. Let's just have a look at some of those brilliant goals they managed to score after they turned their roster around, Mike.
You see that early knockdown. I'm telling you, keep these goals. I want to watch them again. I want to re-up it. The knockdown into the green time finish from long distance. You're going to see this with Netherlands in general. I call it the Yilmaz Especial. I know he's not necessarily in all the rotations, but, you know, he's a guy that's known for the long shots, putting those power shots together, and you see them scoring from long distances. That's not something that's that common in FIFA 23.
Well, we saw Emre Yilmaz, didn't we? As we see him on shot there. Levy still back in this side. This is, I'm going to stop that question, just go, look at those 4 players that we just saw on the screen there. Absolute superstars in the FIFA community, taking each other on the virtual pitch. Now, Brandon.
Scary, isn't it? This is like a semi-final or even a grand final of that sort of lineup between the two players there. Argentina finally got their first win in Group A.
Yeah, and I would argue this is the greatest on-paper E-Nations we've had in terms of the teams and the partnerships, the collaboration. At least if we're looking at names and notoriety and success stories. That's not always the best players, but over the course of FIFA history, it's impressive. I mean, these guys, almost every team from a big nation has won something.
I feel like if you lined everyone up and you could go down and you're like, Libertadores, you know, Champions League, Team of the Season Cup, there's so many achievements amongst all these players here, individually and as a duo. Well, let's quickly go to one of our early goals then. Unfortunately, Aggie, I won't come to you. I'll go to Brandon instead. Brandon, tell me what happened in the Saudi-Denmark game.
Yeah, well, it's been a great start, hasn't it, for Denmark? However, you might want to look away, Aggie, right now. It looks as if Dosseri and Abu Makar have finally found a way through. It was maybe a little bit of an ugly finish, but they won't be moaning about that one. 3 minutes in, it's a dream start for the home nation.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there, but I mean...
welcome to my world, August.
You can't compare our picks so far.
Here we go.
I like this, a bit of beef on the couch. Come on, guys,
we don't have any points. They already have 6 points. I understand. I understand.
But I'd like to pick up on the coaching point, because you're looking at Daniel, for example, who won the E-World Cup last year with Umut, and now he won the E-Club World Cup with Urban at Anders. And I talked a lot with him, and he was never known as like a very successful FIFA player. So it goes to show that you don't have to have experienced all of it in terms of being successful, and you can win the respect in other ways.
I guess we see that in real life football as well, don't we? Some of the best managers in the world have never particularly played football at the highest level, but they just get what it takes to manage a team and, you know, just bring that togetherness that a team needs to be successful.
Well, it's almost as simple as often the best players in the world aren't the best instructors. Sometimes there's natural talent there too, and you can't teach that.
Well then, let's jump across to some more goals that have gone in Group A and B. It's not looking like a day one to remember, unfortunately, for Qatar. It's Canada that lead that game. 12 points in. There's also no more updates from anything else. I thought we might have had a few more goals 50 minutes in across the board in all the games. A lot of nil-nils as it stands right now. Oh, we've got a goal. Oh, Finland have scored against the USA.
Let's not go to Mike then. Let's just talk about this together, the three of us.
Help me! Help me!
Petr Cech scoring as well.
Mike, maybe this is a chance for you. Do you want to go and have a little bit of a team talk as well? I know you bring so much energy, like good vibes to
I'm going down there.
A team.
I'm
three
going
matches.
down there after this game.
We get a little bit of a breather, don't we, after 3 matches here? If you didn't know and you didn't watch the Club World
We're doing
Cup.
a team talk, Rachel.
Mike's going to go down and just have a little chat, and maybe then you can come up and bring us some of the USA gossip and what's going on in the camp there.
Sure.
Well, if we can, Group A. There's been a goal in that one. We said keep an eye on Denmark against Saudi Arabia. Two nations that have hosted an E-Nations Cup within the time of the competition. It's the goal that's gone back the other way. And it's Anders Vergang cooking with those step-overs. 25 minutes in, all square there.
The change of direction, it's just sensational. Sensational.
The thing is, when he gets into that position, if they set him up in that position, they're going to score.
And I think he's more confident than he's ever been. Coming off winning E-Club. Remember, at the beginning of the year, the main question, and it's my job too to poise it, I was saying, we've seen him online, now we got to see him in person. Then he delivered in person, now he's already winning titles. I know it's early, but what if he goes for the trifecta? We've never seen it done before.
I felt like we do our little predictions here, if you guys don't know. I had to put him down as topping the group. I just love the story.
Denmark. I don't know what's happened at the back there. Saudi Arabia with a huge chance. They lead 2-1. Who's given away that penalty? I'm not sure. Marcuso shaking the head though. Maybe it was him.
Well, I'm sure they'll try and turn that round. That was only on about the 35th minute there, so they've got plenty more FIFA to play there. Well, France, Malaysia. Nothing to decide, separate these teams, I should say, at the moment. France, though, you would think have got a little bit more in their locker here, but anything can happen in FIFA.
I think what was great as well when Spencer was speaking to Brian, substitution, what it sounded like in-game. You're allowed to make one in-game substitution. That means you can roster one of your subs into it. I can also see that Fuma is now in the hot seat with one of the Peixotos. So, again, that France side has had so many reps. Happy to play with each other, and I think that's the key thing in terms of their boot camp on the build-up to this tournament.
I think he said, didn't he, it was Diogo that comes in and out, or Fuma there. So it's Leandro who must be the mainstay of this side, which actually it's Diogo that we've seen probably more of over the years, haven't we, in terms of presence, a lot of the FGSs that we've had.
And in past times, I believe, before Stingray came in, it was actually Leandro and Fuma that were teammates. Both in their French National League that they play and also for their esports teams. There's a lot of past history there between those two.
So cohesion wherever you look then for France.
Absolutely.
Doesn't matter who they pair up against who. Well, almost half time here in this one. Nothing to separate the Netherlands and Argentina. Well, 45 minutes gone. Let's go over to Canada taking on Qatar. Canada then, looking to bounce back after that loss to Argentina in round 2. Qatar there, just getting an equaliser.
And I believe that's the first goal they've actually scored in the tournament for Qatar. That could be much more than a goal, a confidence boost for those guys in the final third.
Just before half-time as well. Great time to score and just get yourself back in this matchup.
A couple of half-times across the board. Netherlands against Argentina's 0-0. So is France against Malaysia, that's also a 0-0 game. And Morocco against Italy, still goalless as Qatar look to have an attack here. One of the last ones of the half it could be. Stepover's coming out, this is nice. Oh, what turnaround!
Oh, that's spicy. Wow, wow, wow. Talk about faking the resurface, a little step over into space. Reads the goalkeeper movement, buries it on the near post. Talk about a little extracurricular.
So clean, so nice. I mean, it's the best feeling when you're just watching like...
We sound like outcasts.
So clean, so nice.
Okay, Miss Jackson,
so well executed step overs is like just so nice to watch.
Well, it's about setting it up as well. You can see that everybody wants to unleash those types of skills, but how you build it up, there's almost a little bit of storytelling. The shoulders are shaking. There's a little bit of a shimmy before you get into that little step and go.
Well, those boys loved it. Did you at home? Well, let us know if you did. Nice to see that. France doing the job over Malaysia.
Yeah, breakthrough from the two French players there, Leandro and Fuma. Perfect way to start the second half against this Malaysian side that has been really hard to break down. Now suddenly, looks like it could be a bit of a goal rush. Let's jump across to Saudi Arabia against Denmark. Just started the second half of play here. Denmark piling on the pressure to try and get back in this game. The Saudi Arabian side standing defensively well. What a massive 3 points this would be off a side that hasn't dropped any so far.
And as Saudi has more success, you start having to argue, is it really the best FIFA nation? If you were to get well ahead of us, but if Abamaka wins the FIFAe World Cup, he'd be the third Saudi to win a FIFAe World Cup, which no other nation has done. As they add to it, you see a
Well, we saw another goal there. We're going to see another goal. Mike Labelle, where is he coming from?
It feels right. It feels good. You see the extra pass, the layoff, you tap it home. We've got a goal. We've got an equalizer. We've got a celebration.
Is this going to be the point they were looking for? Let's hope so. Long way still to go, though, in this matchup. Well, you were going back to Saudi, Mike. You were talking about them. You're bigging them up. Are they the best nation in FIFA?
A lot of people, I don't think, consider them that, but if you look at having 3 separate world champions, no one else has done that. No other nation. You name another nation, you can't. These are just the facts. And I know we're getting ahead of ourselves. But adding a 2v2 as well for Saudi is a nice little addition to that claim.
I'm not going to be too biased here, but Denmark also has 2 as it stands, and that's just E-World Cups, right?
And
yeah, we're looking at E-World Cups.
Yeah, then we have the E-Club.
That's why I said the 3 is important.
And Germany. It's a world champion. He's now at
the E-Club would not go to Denmark. You're not going to give the E-Club to Denmark because of Brøndby?
Oh, but I'm just saying, back in the days, Brøndby won twice, right?
Yeah, okay.
Anders was, let's say, half to Denmark.
Half to Denmark.
I think
there's a bias over there.
This could be cleared up, actually, couldn't it? This could be cleared up after this 4 days.
Well, it's also, I'm telling you, it's just a good point to bring up. When we look at the best nations, we talk about it time and time again. What is the criteria? Is it about the amount of quantity top-level players, or is it about the actual world champions that they have, or the multiple world champions from these nations?
Good point. We can pick this up because obviously Denmark are in action over the course of the next 8 days as well, and they've got such depth, as Aggie knows, and he was probably one of the FIFA guys from Denmark that started that as well. Well, there's been a massive goal from France. I hear it was lovely.
We said the goals could be rated in from the 2 French players. Oh my, stop that.
Again, top 5 that circle it. What a finish. Kevin De Bruyne steps through. I didn't know the distance was possible. We're dealing with almost 32, 33 yards out.
He's always got good long shots, KDB, but I didn't think he had that in his locker. Big goal. This game's still 0-0, just under 20 minutes left to be played. Argentina against the Netherlands, both in a 5-back, being very hard to beat. USA look like they could be on to get their first point on the board in Group B. 20 minutes left to be played in this one too. We jump into a pause at the wrong time. Lots of tactical changes being made. Let's jump to the game that isn't in a pause. It is goalless between Morocco and Italy. Maybe for not that much longer though. Morocco now towards the back post. Defended well.
Italy came out firing, didn't they? 5-1 against the USA. And then got that draw against Malaysia, and then, yeah, just finding it quite hard to break down this Moroccan side as well here, Mike. Oberon back in action, possibly a little bit disappointed with his campaign last week. We expect a lot from him. We put a lot of pressure on that young guy's shoulders.
I didn't love what I saw from Exceed. I said it on air. I said it to them privately. I talked to people saying I wasn't that impressed. I didn't think they clicked that well when we saw the action last week with E-Club. With that being said, Italy's looked good. They've looked like a different team. There's certain camaraderie there. We always talk about the Italians, how they come together, and you can feel a different scent in the air.
I think when you have Danny Pitbull in your team, it's all a bit more cushy and a bit more friendly as well. I love to see him in action. A great addition with Catcher and then Hollywood back on the squad in terms of a coach as well. Right, so much more happening around all the grounds. Let's go to Saudi and Denmark.
Job done. I think you can argue in this game. Instead of 3-1, they go 4-1. Just driving forward. Cheeky chip over the goalkeeper. Thank you very much, Saudi Arabia, getting a huge 3 points off the only unbeaten team left in Group A.
A massive statement there from Saudi Arabia to just getting that lead, a 3-goal lead against Denmark, who had a lot of confidence coming into this match. That's a statement as well there from the home soil nation. And a lovely chip, Mike.
It makes me feel a certain type of way. There's a certain level of being nice with the precise. And I'll say this too, it's early on, but you would think that MS Dasari, Abamaka are going to get out of the group stage. You don't want to see them in a two-legged affair. I don't care who you are. If you deal with competitors, that is not the team you want to go up against.
Well, let's go to Argentina and the Netherlands then. No one is coming out on top as it stands. 5 minutes still left on the clock for this one. Two great sides. We teased this one up, didn't we, when we looked at the two squads sitting next to each other. Just such great names here playing each other on the virtual pitch. Clock runs down. Netherlands are still in possession at the moment. Oof. As Argentina look to counter and gets a big 3 points here. Only a few more minutes left.
Massive goal gone in over in Group B against an Italian side that have slipped off since what was a great start to the campaign. Morocco, we said keep it up for them. Their second time in the tournament.
What a goal,
Brett.
Talk about the quick passing, the tiki-taka, the pass and move, the finding of space, and then the finish. And it comes late, it's great, and it puts them kind of in a commanding role in Group B.
It does indeed. Well, France and Malaysia, seeing how this one ends as well. Malaysia haven't managed to find something as France just try and look possibly for a third here. Bit of pressure on from Malaysia there.
Good time across the board. Finland, USA, that will be 1-1, and you don't often see it in best of one FIFA, but it's a 0-0 between Argentina and the Netherlands over in Group A.
Two great sides. We didn't really know which way to go on paper. That's one that could go either way, and they just split the points there as well.
Big points on the board also if we can get to that game. Qatar against Canada. That one is all square as it stands. It looks like France are about to conclude that game, so we'll leave it. Here's the replay of what we missed. Qatar went 2-1 up, as we knew. It was a lovely goal, wasn't it? And then towards that post, Canada staying in this one. Goal machine and Ajit. Maybe deflection was slightly fortunate, but they're not going to be complaining, sorry. With 20 minutes left to be played there. Canada nearly finding a third.
That's well done. And I talk about it a lot, but if you're looking to get better at FIFA with these whipping in of crosses, being able to judge when to take it first time, when to take a touch, when to go for the volley, so important for being a little more clinical with the finishes. And that's what the pros always do at the upper echelon, that top tier.
Well, another goal for France. We said they've already run away with the game. We probably won't show you. With 88 minutes on the clock, that's 3-0 to the past E-Nations champions. Morocco in added time. That one's about to conclude at 1-0 for Morocco there. They'll be over the moon to pick up those big 3 points off a nation that finished top 4 in the E-Nations last year. That's Italy. Just slowing down a little bit in the group stages. We'll stay with Qatar against Canada. As it's the only game that's got plus 10 minutes left of it.
Yeah, and the only game which is still quite a tight affair as well at the moment. Well, the Saudi side did finish that game against Denmark 4-1 then. Big statement from them against the side everyone would be expecting something from this week here in the desert. Well, Qatar then, this would be a massive moment for them if they could get something out of this matchup. We know how strong the Canadian side is. Spoke to them, and when they're talking to Spencer, they said they believe they are one of the best here this week.
For me, Qatar have to get a point from this game, have to get a point. If they don't, lacking confidence, 0 points from 3 games played. They're putting so much pressure on themselves every game now.
I'd agree with Brandon. I was thinking to myself, who needs these points more? Qatar, even if they could get a win out of this, they could slide another goal in behind Canada. It does a lot for them in the group, and it kind of shakes up the group a little bit as well, where there's not that degree of separation, because we're starting to already see early degrees of separation from the top to the bottom.
Yeah, a little bit after 3 matches. A couple of teams are starting to pull away a little bit at the top. We'll bring you up to speed on that when this match has concluded. Looks like it's the only one still left in play here.
And I'm sure Tuga and Ndoni don't want me to bring back what happened in E-Club, but we started counting those points. As time went on, and they weren't getting the wins, they were drawing after drawing after drawing, and there weren't points available for them when they needed them. and it really pushed it down to the wire where you started needing alternative results. You need a win, then you need a draw here from the other side. If an upset happens here, you're going to be struggling, and it puts a lot of additional pressure under your team and under each of the individuals in order to finish that chance, finish that opportunity, not make any mistakes, can't concede the penalty kick. You don't have as much leverage. The margins just get slimmer and slimmer.
I guess that was one take-home, wasn't it, from last week? Don't play for the draws. You have to play for these wins.
I think at the end of day one in the group, it depends on so many factors, as Mike said. You don't want to be sitting there praying, hoping this team does X, Y, and Z. I think you need to be getting more than 7 points. You need to get more than half available from day one. Again, it depends on how your group is, but Hollywood was a one-off. 1 point after day one, they came back and went through. But more than 7 points mean, bear in mind, you can get 15 per day. You can get 7 or 8 points from day one. It's not bad going.
Yeah, there was a couple of dramatic ends, wasn't there, to day two last week. Hollywood, they knocked out a Fnatic, and it was Ducks as well, who basically knocked out Riders Atletico as well. So some big final moments, performances there, just to cause some drama for us here in the studio, which we actually love. Gives us a bit of energy as well after 2 long days of FIFA. Well, this one is almost up.
Could be a winner for Qatar. Last chance of the game. Added time of 1 minute. Not going to come to any. Or will it? No. Very nearly Canada giving away an extra point there on the board. But a big point in the group of death for Qatar.
Yeah, massive point. First point on the board for Qatar. They'll be happy with that one. As we go to a bit of a break now here. But that does mean Spen is up. Around the grounds, where are you, Spen?
I am with the Malaysian team here. I've got the coach Imre with me. 2 draws and a loss so far. How do you feel about your opening form?
So I feel that the opening 2 games we played well. We were quite unlucky. We were trying to get our composure and improve our finishing. But I think we focused a bit too much on that part that we forgot how to really defend in the 3rd game. But I'm confident in my team. It's still early. There's still a lot of games to play. And I'm pretty sure it'll bounce back soon.
Yeah, it's a wide open group. I mean, you're in the same form as Finland, who've also got 2 draws and a loss. You're ahead of USA, who've got 2 losses and a draw. So get that first win, you could be looking good. I want to address the elephant in the room, although if the cameraman can see it, it's not really an elephant. Who's this guy?
So this is supposed to be our national mascot, aka our 5th squad member.
Has he got a name?
We're actually looking for a name. If you have any suggestions, we'll welcome it.
I think Richard Buckley would be a good name.
Okay, all right. That works too, yeah.
Is it a fox?
It's supposed to be a lion.
A lion, okay, fine. When you say supposed to be, is it a case of you just had to source something that looked like a lion from somewhere?
Yeah, it's the closest we could get as a national mascot, yeah.
Good work.
It gives us a good team spirit, yeah.
I like it. It makes a difference. Richard Buckley, the lion there, everybody. Right, let's move through. I want to talk to the guys from Italy now. So Italy's form was a win in the first game, draw in the second game, and a loss in the 3rd game. So 1 of each so far, as we're going to make into the Italy booth. Guys, how are you feeling so far about your opening games?
We started very good in the first match, but unfortunately with Morocco we have been a little bit unlucky, so now head for the next match.
And if you remember this time last year, I spoke to the gentleman on my right here. Malaysia have got the Fox mascot. You've got the best dressed man in E-Nations. Is it good to be back?
Thank you very much. Well, we are really focused on the competition. It's an outstanding competition with the best team. We are just at the beginning. We'll see.
Lots of games still to go. Now, I'm very keen to get a chat with Argentina, but I think they've done a runner again. They keep evading me. So watch this space, guys. I'll be back soon, hopefully speaking to the Argentinian guys.
Yeah, let's hope so. Well, I know someone on the couch will be probably eager to go and speak to that Argentinian side as well. It's this man who's just joined us, Richard Buckley, and that's because he's a big fan of Matthias Bonanno there, aren't you, Richard Buckley? As we bring in Alex B as well. Alex, you don't have the same bromance, so I'll go to Rich on this one, and he can give his thoughts on the bromance which has been bubbling. I'm obviously joking, Rich.
And Nicholas, let's not forget that. Nicholas is close to my heart. No, I don't think we've been that impressed by Argentina. Just one-legged games. It's very much the case of if they get through, they then evolve. into the knockouts. The two-legged format suits them so much better than the one-legged games, like draws, one draw, maybe a win here and there. I think they'll go through the group. They'll not look unbelievably impressive, but when you look at their performances in this tournament, a final and a semi-final, they get the job done.
You've also got a mascot named after you now. Anyway, Alex, not so lucky yet. Maybe someone will name something after you, but he's got a love affair there with Argentina. Where's your heart set in these groups? I mean, who did you go for topping the table? Netherlands and Italy. Okay, good shouts there. Still confident on those?
I am for Italy, purely for the fact of you've got a fantastic team there, Danny Pitbull, Katia, and also Oberon. They made a substitution that didn't quite work out for them, but we know Danny Pitbull, he just brings that passion, that level that he's got there for him as well. It's their team that I'm looking forward to. But I must say, Morocco, unbeaten, they are looking very, very strong. So I'm excited to see how they go.
And the smartest man there in that Italian side with that suit. Looks good, doesn't he, Brandon?
He is probably the smartest man to ever go in the booth. He was here last year, wasn't he, in Copenhagen? I was going to say, the colours you're wearing, Alex, are you sure you're not back in Argentina?
I do have Argentina to win the whole thing, I believe.
Oh, so, well, there you go.
All it is for Argentina, get through the groups, and they'll come into life in that
I just want to speak about Argentina as well. I don't think they are as good as they were last year.
Pause that thought, because we told Mike Labelle, didn't we, to go and speak to the USA side to see what's happening after 3 matches there. Mike, give us a little bit of an update, would you?
Yeah, well, I've talked to the boys here. Lamps just got back from taking advantage of that break, and I hope that I'm going to come in with some good energy to push us through. So we've got 1 point, 3 games. Obviously, the first couple games didn't go that well. What are we going to shift going forward here to close out the group?
I mean, we just got to be more precise in both in defending and attacking. Like, we've been unlucky in both of our losses, I'd have to say, but we can always be better, and I know I trust my teammates, I trust myself to be better.
And you think we ran into some challenges as well? Going down early makes things so difficult with chasing the game, and some of those adjustments that you have to make on the fly. Has that also been a little bit of an issue? Because you have to push so many bodies forward to actually put your opponent under pressure.
Yeah, I mean, in 2v2, basically the first goal has like an 80% chance of winning with how the game is in 5-4-1, so it's just about getting the first goal sometimes and not putting yourself in a hole.
And we've talked a lot about subs versus reserves with having third players. Obviously, you have CJ's here. Is it possible that we could see CJK take in form or come in for somebody or some sort of substitution on the fly?
Yeah, of course. I mean, everyone on the team is here for a reason. No one's here to sit here and just watch the whole time, so we'll make decisions when they come.
Well, you've heard from the boys. Obviously, I'm supporting the boys. I think we can get the job done. We'll build some momentum going into day number 2. I know the desk has been giving me a hard time. I don't want to hear from the desk. I'll be over there soon. But back to you, Rachel, and the boys.
We're not giving you a hard time, Mike, at all. We wouldn't do that to you on here.
You just keep coming to me every time we concede. You just
because
keep coming to me every time we
boys.
concede.
We want you to backing your boys, don't we? Anyway, we can't back our team because they're not here, unfortunately. USA, though, Alex, obviously had a bit of a shaky start, but they've got Malaysia still to come and Morocco. Chance to pick up some points?
They have chances to pick up points, but I think as well, when looking at that side, Zachary, the coach, has obviously got a tough decision to come through soon because Fiddle and Lamps, they've both made their way into that team. And like you said, yes, changes may come through, but it can be a point of at this point, when's it too late to change something? You know, this way it is going now. If you don't start picking up results in these next 2 games, you come in tomorrow with a big, big task on your hand, and then it gets a little bit shaky.
Well, they might be able to get 6 out of 6 coming up. Rich, I'm going to come to you. Denmark, what we saw a little bit earlier, losing there in dramatic fashion to Saudi. None of us are here expected that. Bit of a shake-up for them and a bit of a shock to get them really thinking we can't just rest on Anders.
Denmark's such an interesting nation with how they decide to play this. You've got a truly world-class talent in Anders Vergang. The question is, he's always going to play 99% of the time. So then who do you put in there with him? How do you get the best out of Anders? The reason that RB Leipzig are so good is you've got Anders Vergang as well as another truly top 5 player in Umut. I love Øystein and Marcuso, but history in the last 24 months has suggested that they have had a slight decline in performance. So how do you get the most out of the orange juice, which is Anders Vergang, without it going sour? Because I think if results do start to take a decline, then you have potentially a little bit of a situation with team morale, team chemistry, and who knows what else.
I think it's a bit premature, obviously, to say there's been a decline. I think, you know, it's a little bit of a blip, and we've seen a couple of teams switching their roster. Again, I think Anders is good enough. I don't think he needs to carry players here, but if he needs to, if it comes down to these crunch moments, do you think he's got that experience? He hasn't got the experience because he's only 17, but he does in terms of the amount of time he's put into this game. FIFA 21, that unbeaten record there, that still comes into its own, doesn't it, when we come into events like this? He knows he's been spoken about and spoken up, hasn't he, over the last few years, that this is his time, he's ready.
Absolutely. I think to Rich's point, I see it from two ways, because you know, we can easily sit here and say, where are those Bromby players that had a great E-Club World Cup, right? I mean, I spoke to Aggie about this. The reason is, it's not about the quality of player that's with Anders, it's about who can mould around him, and also who can handle him.
Who activates him the best.
Yeah, absolutely, and who can handle him when he's maybe getting slightly too angry when they were losing that last game against Saudi Arabia. So I think Marcuso and Houston are those two players, and they were last year.
Yeah, they're great players, aren't they? They're players we've watched for the last couple of years. Two legendary FIFA pros there, with the newbie as well, the Wonder Kid, Anders. Let's hear a little bit more from those three.
Anders have momentum right now, and it's of course very important. I think both me and Houston think he's like by far the best player in the world. So if he has momentum, we have the team that have momentum, and hopefully me and Houston can play just a bit like Umut, and we should be in good hands. He's like a little brother. He's got a lot of energy. Me and Houston is a bit more relaxed, so it's good to have some energy when we're a bit tired.
The energy Anders brings to the table is so funny at the times, and yeah, we just bring that to the game, and yeah, we just have a good bond in the game as well. I think that's what makes us a good team.
I would say I'm the best, but when I doesn't play good, I still have very good chance to win. And usually when it's like became big and very intense, I'm better than the other players. In our group stage, Saudi Arabia will get so much support, and I like that it's like we're playing in their country, so it would be nice to have the crowd against me for once.
I mean, that 17-year-old has confidence in bucket loads there. Can't wait to see how he gets on in round 4 here. But Sven is backstage in the players area where they get to just warm up and get ready before they come out here into battle. Sven, I believe you got text from Team England, who unfortunately didn't make it through to the finals this year.
Yes, Rachel, I do indeed. We've got lots to talk about, Tex, but first of all, as it's the E-Nations right now, how does it feel not getting to play in this one yourself with England?
In life, you know, there's positives and negatives to everything. Negative, I'm not playing. We're not playing, and I wish we were. But positive, more time to prepare for 1 versus 1 World Cup. So, you know.
Because obviously we saw last week with the E-Club World Cup, once that ended for you guys, you tweeted and you said you can't wait to be able to focus on 1v1 again. Like, you feel that's more suited to your skill set?
No, I'm good at 2v2 as well. But it's a case of what do I want to win more, and it's 1 versus 1 World Cup right now. So my whole focus the whole year has been 1 versus 1 World Cup, and no one wants it more than me. So I'm playing, and yeah, I'm hoping this year it can click, because the last 2 ones have not been good for me, but I think it's different this time.
You've won so much in your career, you know. Does it feel like it's the one that got away, the E-World Cup, and it's time to right that wrong and finally win it?
Yeah, do you know what it is? Like, I look at Lionel Messi, right? He never won the World Cup until he came to the Middle East. So I come to the Middle East, and hopefully it's my World Cup time now. So
you're the Messi of FIFA, is that what you're saying?
Potentially. You're good at your interviews, you know.
You make it easy for me. Listen, enjoy your practice, Tex. We'll see him in action next week. Got the guys from Peru over my shoulder there. Lots of countries here. Australia, Mark 11. He's qualified for all 3 events, of course. We're going to go this way, though. So I want to talk to the guys from Sweden. Great team as well. They might be practicing a game, so I might... Oh, it's just in the practice arena, so I can jump in here. The 2 Ollies, Olilito and Oli Bolli. Has the disappointment from last week settled now? Olilito, you focused on E-Nations?
I am. Voice is not really feeling the best at the moment, but I'm looking forward to today.
And Oli Bolli, always a pleasure to represent your country.
Yeah, of course, playing with 2 of my best friends as well, so it's really fun.
Have you got any thoughts on your group? How do you rate your chances of getting out?
I feel like of course we want to get top 4. I think every team wants to, but I feel like we have good chances because we have three really good players.
Great side there, Sweden, of course. Will they lift the E-Nations trophy in a few days? Someone's got to. Games are getting started, though. It's time for round 4. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. I mean, that Swedish side is so good as well. Optole, as well as their third member there. They're in Group D. They'll be coming your way later on this evening to start their campaign here in Riyadh. Oh, guys, let's talk about Tex, what he said there. Well, he says he's looking at the positives now. He's focusing on 1v1. Is he, Alex, the Messi of FIFA? Can he win a world title in the desert where Messi did, obviously, only at Christmas time?
Tex has got a lot to prove at this World Cup. We know, as he said, that's where his attention has been this year in that 1v1. The last 2 World Cups for Tex, he's been grouped in both events, which for himself, that is not the standards that he sets. I think there's a different ego about him this time. He's confident, as he always is, but he's confident in that way where he's giving respect to the opponents, but knowing if he comes in, he puts that practice in, like he's been doing, he is the best FIFA player in the world when he comes in with that full confidence. So I've got a lot of expectations for Tex, and I'm looking forward to it again.
Yeah, absolutely. Me too. Me looking forward to seeing how Tex is getting on. Well, the football is getting underway. I can see it behind me. You guys are ready. Matchups of round 4 are coming your way now. Argentina, Saudi. Big match this one, Richard. It only feels like a couple of days ago that you see the likes of Nicholas there going up against MS Dossery, and now they're in 2v2 as well with your favourite player.
Big shoes to fill here for Argentina. You're coming into this game, you've had an average group standings so far. You're looking to end the day in this latter part of the AB session with a win. If Argentina were to beat Saudi Arabia here, this group gets mighty close. I think 2 points, probably separating 5 different nations. So, last couple of games of the day, probably looking at maybe a point tally of 4 out of 6 from your last couple of games. And the one thing that you can expect to see here from Argentina, not many goals. They've kept a clean sheet so far. They've been relatively slow-paced in the one-legged affairs. That first game against Denmark, 2 penalties conceded, and the second one is where they were made to be punished, unfortunately, for any Argentine fans out there.
Well, goals are going in across the games. 2 matches that I'll be keeping a close eye on. Netherlands against Qatar, but more importantly, after that Mike LaBelle team talk, something's changed in that booth. They're up against the unbeaten Moroccan side in Group B, but it's the USA that started on the better side of proceedings here. 9 minutes in, how about that one?
Yeah, great performance from United States. Early doors up against a tough Moroccan side as Canada and Denmark get underway. Denmark, after suffering a big defeat against Saudi Arabia, come back flying. 1-0 up in the first 10 minutes, and that is Zinedine Zidane with the early goal.
Best way to make a comeback, isn't it? Get that early goal there. Just settle your nerves again after that little bit of an upset against Saudi, Alex.
Yeah, right now we see Finland come through. They've started off so strong in this tournament with that change to their roster as well, and the conversations that they had with that new energy, that new vibe that they have. They find themselves one to the good with Mbappe on that Trivela just outside the boot. Nice and comfortable finish.
Good side, really good side at Finland. I think they're a real dark horse to go through 4th in that group. I think it's relatively open, that group, and if they can pick up a win here against Malaysia, you expect France and Italy to be topping that group, and then maybe looking at Morocco, maybe Malaysia to go through, but Finland, I think, are a good 4th nation that could just sneak through in Group B.
Yeah, well, speaking of someone else in that group that you said could take 3rd place, they might get more than 3rd place if they can turn this game around that they already have. It's the USA against Morocco. It's a very high line. It's a terrible save originally. Literally fumbled it back to the Moroccan striker. That wasn't the only goal that's gone in across the games that I've been keeping an eye on. The Netherlands against Qatar, there's been a goal in that one, 20 minutes in. Big switch of play. They do get dispossessed. It's just a case of I don't need anyone else there. I'll just keep running forward outside the boot finish. And it's Thierry Henry that gets the Netherlands underway in Group A. That could be a massive 3 points for them.
Yeah, massive 3 points then, looking like it could go the way of the side from the Netherlands. Had a bit of a slow start, haven't they? But long way to go for them. They had that draw against Argentina. They did beat Saudi earlier on, and they started with a loss to Canada.
We also have goals coming in from elsewhere across the group stages. We have Argentina on that 1-0 lead against Saudi Arabia. R9 with that drive down. Henry, ball off a cross. Nice and composed finish from R9 as well. And another goal to tell you about France, Italy, a massive match up there. France unbeaten. And since that change of bringing Fuma in, we heard the coach Brian say he offers a lot more in that attack. That is the game plan. Fuma linking up there very nicely. 1-0 to France, and also Malaysia, Finland currently 1-1 in games elsewhere.
United States then, Mike was chatting to them, wasn't he, in that pause in play. Oof. Unfortunately, Mike's team talk didn't go to plan at the moment, as Morocco just get another one to hurt USA a little bit more, Rich.
Yeah, just a real tough situation the USA are in at the moment. They just can't seem to get any sort of consistency in these performances. Morocco, a lot of people as an outsider coming into this tournament, very similar to what they did in the World Cup with a semi-final in Qatar in the December months. And Morocco, I mean, just their story in general is fascinating. The fact that they're unable to compete throughout the majority of the year. They come into this tournament. It's one of the only real tournaments that they have as an opportunity to prove themselves on the global stage. And they are proving themselves in this real tough group.
Absolutely, and just to add on to that from Richard's point as well, basically the Moroccan players have had to sort of locate themselves within Europe to play competitive FIFA. If you look at the two players that are now in the hot seat now, you've got Marwan, who has represented Bordeaux this year in the Global Series, played in the E-Champions League, and on the other side of that, his teammate, Ayman, represented Frankfurt, had a decent run in the E-Champions League as well. These are good players for Morocco as they look to be driving forward for a 3-1 lead here. What can they show us? It comes out to nothing in the end. Let's jump across to another game that has come alive slowly. It's France. This is the second that they picked up in this game. Lovely step overs. It's a simple rebound, a really fortunate goal. And it's France to lead 2-0 there.
And the thing that with France, probably better than any other nation, that constant rotation of players. Now we've got Diogo Peixoto back in with LJR, maybe the more defensive of the two players that they can nominate. And they're 2-0 up against Italy. Not many teams are really sort of rotating this often and this effectively as well. I'm very impressed.
The only two that we've seen do that, Rich, I think what Netherlands have done a couple of changes, and so have France. Alex, there's been a goal over in your game. Finland against Malaysia. I heard a big shout.
And we know when there's a big shout, where it comes from, it is the side of Finland. Kosu, he's here to make an impact for this Finnish team. He's loud and he's here to party. 2-1, Finland looking strong.
Well, this one was a big moment in this game, wasn't there?
Yeah, penalty that's gone the way of the Netherlands. It's not looking like a good day one, is it, for Qatar? Just come off the back of that first point on the board in Group A in the group of death. It's Mbappe that steps up on the stroke of half-time. Of course, he's not missing. The Netherlands are leading 2-0.
And we literally just left it, Brandon, but we come back to the Finland-Malaysia game, and it is Malaysia that find themselves back in all square. Just on the stroke of half-time, Hallowake and Akmal giving up an interesting game against this Finnish team.
Well, that's exciting, isn't it? That it is so close to call in that matchup. Perfect time to score, as we always like to say. Half-time pretty much in every single game so far around the grounds here. This is match number 4 of day 1 of the FIFAe Nations Cup.
Just looking on the screen there as well, you can see Obron's come in now for Catchy there. I don't know what's going on in the Italy camp. Started so well today, a big 4-1 win. They've just gone downhill since then. We'll join the game now to see how the first half played out. But 3-0 down on the stroke of half-time. What's going on there for Italy?
The rotation of the team, I mean, for me, you're probably looking, let's go back to what we started with. Danny Pitbull, Catchy, potentially that needs to be where they where they end up. But you just see here the live shots of that Italian booth. Looks to be a change in the offing, as it's Ober and Caccia taking their seats.
Well, I was speaking to that Italian camp before they were going, so they said, look, if we need goals in our offensive duo, it's going to be Caccia and Ober, and they're 3-0 down. It's a perfect time to make that in-game substitution.
Argentina 1-0 up against Saudi Arabia. This had tightened that group so much. This is where we started round 4, and we picked this up. Live shots here. Argentina and the Argentines leading 1-0 against a resolute Saudi Arabian duo.
And the one thing about that group, Alex, is the power shot comes in, great save from the goalkeeper. Everyone is taking points off each other, other than Qatar.
If Argentina win this game, it throws that group wide open for everything to go through into day 2. And we like that. We know top 4 is what you need to go through into that knockouts. Everyone other than Qatar right now picking up 3 points against each other. Nicholas and Matthias Bonanno, we know the quality that they have together. And we mentioned how knockout stage FIFA is maybe where they come to life. It can just be at times of getting that job done. They'll be looking for that top 2 finish as much as they would like to top that group. And in that Italy game, we saw Danny Pitbull drop down to the bench. Question for you, Brandon. Do you feel like at times, if you're making constant changes, the players may struggle to gel with one another?
We join the game now, and there's a goal back. So for once, Alex, what you're saying, it might actually have helped them. But back to your point, I think they're all great players. We know they're all great players. Loads of reps. They're good friends. That's the difference. Really good friends outside of competitive FIFA. I know for a fact they're always sparring against each other, always playing games. You know, regular matchups. They play in league play in the East Serie A. They've played against each other, as we saw in general, FGS competitive seasons, the club. They're all in that same south-eastern side of Europe. So I would say they're all great players, but maybe you're right. Maybe too many changes could be an issue.
It's actually interesting as well, because this is the first time throughout this tournament where we've seen a rotation of every single duo come through into that team for Italy. We've seen Oberon with Danny Pitbull. We've seen Danny Pitbull with Caccia. And right now, it's Caccia with Oberon. So they've gone through that whole rotation, which I don't think there's any other team that does that. There's normally one player which will always be in that seat to play with. So if Italy, if they take that gamble and it pays off, they'll be looking like Hollywood will be the main man.
Italy didn't have the strongest group stages either last year, and they came back and they were semi-finalists, so let's not discount that Italian side as we jump back over here to this Canada-Denmark game on very much so in this one.
Well, since their Saudi Arabian defeat, Rachel, it just seems like maybe the foot's off the gas a little bit for Denmark.
Maybe time to potentially make a change as well. Marcuso and Anders still the duo, but you've got Houston ready and waiting on the bench. Could be a chance here for Canada. This would almost instigate that change relatively quick, you would think, if they were to lose this game. That'd be 2 wins, 2 losses out the first 4.
They did make those changes last year as well. We spoke about that a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
They're not always scared to sub Anders. It doesn't necessarily have to be Marcuso.
And they made those changes, during knockout FIFA mid-game. They're happy to make that change, and maybe we'll see it again here. Jumping back to Finland against Malaysia. That's still 2-2. 25 minutes left to be played here, but big points on the board for Malaysia and Finland in this group, just to stay in the conversation still.
Yeah, something that they'll very much need. A big chance there, Pogba. Van der Sar equal to it though. Chance on the edge as De Jong slips it through. It is going to be on Reed. That shot across the goalkeeper movement. Working a treat there. And just unfortunately for Finland, or Malaysia I should say, not getting the chance for that second shot.
Feels like all the games have kind of calmed down a little bit as well. The first 3, Rich, were quite frenetic, and now they've just all found their feet a little bit and just found what's working.
That, as well as I think in these last couple of games, more nations are playing not to lose. Like, especially if you're maybe 4th or 5th coming into the final couple of rounds, 2 points you take happily, instead of obviously the 0 that could potentially be going next to your name. Morocco still leading against the United States. They came out with that early goal, however, since then Morocco got 2 back in the first half, and with 15 minutes left to play. Morocco looking to make it 3, which they do. The United States are in a real tough position right now.
And we've also seen that CJ's jumped in as well, which we were saying, I said to Mike, was he reserve or was he a sub? And he thought it was a reserve. Well, he's a sub, isn't he?
Well, desperate times call for desperate measures, isn't it, in terms of changes there. Let's jump across to a nation that has suddenly got things moving. It could be 2 big scorelines back to back for the Dutch side. They lead 3-0 against Qatar now. We'll see the goal again on the replay, 15 minutes in. Just working the angles, working between the 2 lines of midfield and defence. It's R9 that makes it 3-0. Netherlands now, we have to look at those as a nation that could top the group by the end of play here in day 1.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. An absolute dream trio there. We can't ever just talk about them as just being a 2-man team. They're going to switch and change, and as it stands, they've kept what they have. I think it's still Levy and Emre Yilmaz in the pods playing at the moment, but who knows? One more game, Rich. Do you think they'd switch again now that they're in a good position?
Swapped it around, found a pretty decent winning formula, and here they are now with Levy and Emre Yilmaz. 3-0 up Netherlands with 10 minutes left to play. This game all but over. A game that's not over is Argentina and Saudi Arabia. The host nation, Saudi Arabia, trailing 1-0. And if there's one team that you don't want to be trailing against, it probably is Argentina. 2 of the best defensive players on the planet in Nicolas and Mateus Bonanno. 14 minutes left here, Al. It's going to be a big turnaround if Saudi can even get a point, you would think.
Yeah, when we mentioned how this Argentinian team, they're so good when they get to 2 legs of FIFA, and that is just because of that defensive display that they have. They grind away, they take the ball, put it down the wing, they'll go back if they need to, they'll recycle. They constantly make you chase shadows, is what we call it, where you think you're going to get there, but you're just too late every single time. Some fancy footwork coming through. Saudi Arabia, though, stand tall.
Massive shouts then from the arena. Where'd they come from, Brandon?
I mean, I'll pass it to Alex, but Alex, what a 3 points that is. That is, I'd honestly say, the biggest 3 points in day 1 that we're seeing now between Finland and Malaysia.
It is going to be a huge goal for Finland. That man on your screen with the header coming across, and it is Wout Weghorst putting Finland into just a dream position.
What else is dreaming now? It's the Netherlands, as we said. Never really had like any nations that you've sat back and gone from, and they were absolutely fantastic. I think this is the year where they really can go the extra step further with such a good roster. Full time there. Big 4-0 win. High fives and fist bumps all round. They are looking dangerous in Group A.
Speaking of 4, just on the stroke of full time, Morocco got a 4th against the United States. 4-1, that final score. So we're just going to see that penalty stuck into the top corner here. That was why it was given for. Nothing seems to be going right at the moment for the United States, and Morocco added to the misery. Slamming it well and truly into the top left corner. 4-1, Morocco lead. Seconds remaining between Argentina and Saudi Arabia. We're into the last couple of moments here in Argentina, just trying to kill the game as Finland, Malaysia edges ever closer.
Let's just sit on this one as the clock ticks down a little bit here. In Group B, of course. Finland at the moment in the drop zone position. That's position 4. Everyone wants that 4th position. Looks like they'll pick up an extra 3 points. Ooh. Just to keep their hopes a little bit more secure for day 2.
Me and Richard were speaking to YMCA's 3rd player, Pompey, who was saying about how when you're bringing in a player like Kosu, who brings that energy, there's just that different level to him. They said it in the interview as well. You can just play off that. You can see him right now out of his seat. He's up. He's just raising that level. And when you have someone that is such a confident player in that 2v2 scenario, it just helps everyone in that team, the players, the coaches, everyone around. The vibe just feels so much better.
There's also a higher level of expectation when he joins the team. Everyone else is thinking in that Finnish national team, well, Kostu's here now, we've got a little bit of hope. We've got a little bit of a better chance to potentially try and get some results. It's going to be a huge 3 points up against Malaysia and keeping their real group standings alive with that win, Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely. They will add five a little bit more secure with one more round of fixtures still to go for their opening day here at the FIFAe Nations Cup. If you are just joining us, yeah, we're already into our fifth and final fixture of the day. Most of the games around the ground, having a quick look there, have finished. We've got one little problem there to talk to you about in the France-Italy matchup, but nothing really to write home about then. Netherlands have been the talk of the town, I'm guessing, so far. They've been really dominant, haven't they? They're a little bit slow to start with, but have picked up some really big wins then in their final couple of matches of the day, as have Argentina, maybe going a little bit under the radar. I'm going to come to Alex because he is wearing the light blue and white of Argentina. But yeah, like we said, they haven't been super attacking, but that's what we kind of know them for.
That is definitely what we know both of them for, Nicholas and also his teammate on Argentina. When you come into those days and you're saying we've got that group stage game where we have to make top four, knockouts is ultimately their goal. And they want to go through and then win that competition from doing so. Matheus Bonano and Nicholas linking up together, it is just about grinding out those results. We mentioned how they may get quite a few draws at times. They're picking up results now and they're getting wins.
Well, should we hear from them because Spen is with them. Before they rush away, Spen would love their thoughts on their first four matches.
Thanks, Rachel. I'm here with Nicholas from Argentina. After a loss in that first game, I know there was a couple penalties in there. You saved the first one, but the second one went in. You've turned it round, 7 points from the last three, puts you joint top of the group along with the Netherlands. How are you feeling?
All good, but you know, at the beginning I was really mad because I think we deserve at least a draw, not to win, but I think that at least the draw. But yeah, you against every country, you can't make mistakes. We made two with 2 penalties, but yeah, that's it.
Especially in this group as well, the likelihood of a team coming out of this group without losing was always going to be slim. And no one's done it, everyone's lost at least one game. Because we do kind of think it's the group of death. Would you say that's fair?
I don't think so. I don't care. Like, I just want to play. That's what I say to Mati before we start the group stage. Like, every match is different and we have 10 matches. So yeah, let's focus on each one and yeah.
And only about 6 months ago, your country won the World Cup. You could follow that up here by copying them and winning the E-Nations. How much would that mean to you and your country?
Yeah, obviously that Argentina won the World Cup, the real one. We made so happy. We were so happy, but yeah, we want to replicate the same, and we work a lot to at least try to do it, you know.
Fantastic work, Nicholas. Thank you very much. They were actually my pick going into this, Argentina to win the whole thing, no pressure. But speaking about the World Cup, I want to talk to another team who've also started to emulate their country's fantastic World Cup about 6 months ago, and that team is Morocco. So if we head over here to talk to them, I'm going to talk to their coach, Dory, because these guys are unbeaten. There are 2 teams in the tournament unbeaten right now. That's Morocco and France. And here he is, Coach Dory. Talk to me about Morocco. We just talked about Argentina and the fact that they won the World Cup not long ago and they're looking to emulate that. How much has the inspirational Moroccan performance at the World Cup in December, helped you guys going into this?
Well, you have to know that all the Moroccans are amazing fans of football. Like, that's first and foremost. Everybody's a fan of football. So, of course, the story inspires people. Because just like the Moroccan national team in football, we have players from France, from Germany, living in Morocco, all coming together and forming a whole team. So the staff doing the work in to put these people together, even the communication. One speaks French, the other speaks German, another speaks Derija. So we have to find a way, and it's an inspirational thing if you see that they can make it work, so why can we not do it?
Do you think it's fair to say that maybe you maybe went under the radar a little bit before this? We haven't had as much opportunity to see Moroccan players. This is a chance to really put the country on the map when it comes to FIFA.
Well, I think first and foremost, we lose the eligibility on the FGS. We still don't have it. So indeed, we go under the radar, especially the players that are in Morocco itself. But we have Ayman and Marwan who have been performing very well in the E-Champions League too. So they have been there, people know them, they are scared. But everybody tells me, why is not Ayman and Marwan playing every single game? Well, we showed it now. Edem is of great quality, he can fit perfectly in this squad. And that's for everybody in Morocco too at home that is watching. We know that they have the power to do everything they can do to build up and create esports like really for Morocco. And I think it's just like inspirational for them too to keep going, although they are not eligible, to just keep grinding on. And yeah, I think this is like only the start, because tomorrow there's another day. So first France.
Did you guys have a target coming into this? You know, where you wanted to what would you be happy with come the end of the tournament?
So last year during the broadcast when we were here, I was at home and I called you guys in during a video meeting, and I told you for us it's like step by step. Last year we didn't get out of the group. This year we're back and we want to get out of the group first and foremost. And from there on a new tournament starts. Game by game we see what we can do, just like the Moroccan national team. And like I said, I'm hungry for a baguette right now.
Well, it's looking good to get out of the group so far, but plenty more FIFA still to come. We've got one more round of fixtures from Group A and B coming up next.
Yeah, he spoke so well, didn't he, Mr. Dore there, just about Morocco at the World Cup. And I was actually lucky enough to be there, and I followed that Moroccan team closely. And let me tell you, it was absolute scenes there. It was so special to watch their journey. I'd love to see Morocco, the esports team, actually mirror that achievement as well. Let's see how they do. Let's have a look then at the tables after 4 rounds of fixtures. I'm drawn to Morocco first in Group B. I know I shouldn't go there. 10 points with France as well, as we just finished talking about those guys. Really good position so far with one more match to go. Finland there, talking about how much of a thorough setup they have in terms of coaching. That's working so far as they sit in 3rd place after 4 rounds. Italy then in 4th. Malaysia and USA 5th and 6th respectively. I'll jump back to Group A now. Wow, it's pretty tight at the top there, Rich. 7-7-7, Netherlands, Argentina, Denmark. On 1 point.
Unfortunately, for Group A, only 4 can go through. It looks to be a 5-horse race. Qatar, unfortunately, have been struggling in this tournament thus far. However, tomorrow, the fact that one of those nations isn't going to make it, that's why for me it's the hardest group in this tournament. You've got 5 nations that could all be going far.
Yeah, exactly. And I really like what Mr. Dore said as well. He was talking about the knockouts being a completely new as well, Brandon.
Absolutely, I'm sure USA will be saying that after what they're getting on right now. 1 point from 4 games. We sat there and we said France and Italy are a guaranteed 2 in that Group B. Italy, what's going on at the moment? 4 points, as we said. Malaysia only 2 away from them, and USA only 1 win away from them.
They maybe just look like they don't know their best duo. When they were moving, we saw actually some scenes, didn't we, of the pod. They looked like they were kind of quite, like discussing that quite vividly, didn't they? They were kind of shouting who's sitting where. Do you read into that at all, Alex?
I think it's going to be a case of let's get through this 5th game, let's try and pick up a point at least, and then let's talk tonight, let's have those conversations between each other to find out what duo needs to be there tomorrow. Because as we mentioned earlier on, I think when you're constantly changing, you have 45 minutes here, 60 minutes there in that next game, it can be difficult for some of these players to really settle into the groove. Being on the stage with the lights, yes, they've been here before and done that. They know exactly what to expect. Sometimes you just need a game or 2 maybe to find that rhythm, especially in 2v2 FIFA. You're playing with a teammate. It's very different to 1v1. You've got to find your way together. So that's something that Italy have got to figure out quickly.
Well, they have to figure that out against Finland. That's their last matchup today in their 5th fixtures that you're about to see for Groups A and B. Let's see then who else is facing who. Saudi then have got the Canadian side. This is Group A. Then Qatar, well, they're on that Argentina side, and we heard from Nicholas there. I loved it when he just said, I'm really just wanting to get playing FIFA. Obviously, he didn't take part in the Club World today, and are taking on the Netherlands, who are sitting top of the pile in Group A. On to Group B. Morocco then. They're really doing the business at the moment. They take on the table toppers France, so it's 1 and 2. They're both on 10 points, remember, so this could be the deciding factor of who goes home tonight in the best possible position heading into tomorrow. Malaysia take on the USA. That's a big one, isn't it, for both sides. Malaysia on 2 points, USA on 1, and then Italy take on Finland. That's 3rd and 4th place there, Brandon, as well. Big matches everywhere you look.
Finland win that game. They go 8 points, 4 clear of Italy. And on the other side, Whoever loses that game between, as we said, Malaysia and USA will not be sleeping tonight because they will be having nightmares after a terrible day one.
Yeah, well, they'll have to draw inspiration, won't they, from what we saw from Hollywood last week. Anyway, we're back in to the games here in round 5. Let's see who can turn things around then. Denmark, Netherlands, massive matchup. Group A is underway.
I'm going to say, Alex, on this game, Denmark started the day so well that they slipped off, and for the Netherlands, they had a slow start, and now they're in form. It's a really interesting one of who can end day one in more of a favourable position.
It's also an interesting discussion as well for the Netherlands. With that substitution that they made, with Levy coming in for Mane Bachor, do they change that again in day 2? Do they just stick with what they've got now and say, we're going to stick all that way? It worked so well in the remaining 4 games after that game number 1. It's a difficult position, though. Manu's such a good player.
But if the performances and the results, it's a results business. You're not here to please people. In this game right here that we're seeing, it is Levy and Emre. Denmark still yet to change. Every game they've stuck with the same roster, Anders and Marcuso, as they battle off here. I think it's a very interesting debate with the 2 and the 3 players. I think if you've got a good 2 who are used to playing with each other, I think you just stick with the 2. Unless you've got a real capable 3rd who's happy to come in, who's happy to play with each player. Very similar to what France do, where they've almost got like, if we need to defend, we have the defensive unit. If we have to attack, we have the attacking unit. That makes sense. When you just sort of flip-flopping a player in because you didn't get a good result, I don't think that's really useful for anyone.
And France did that as well last game, 3-1 against Italy. They looked relatively comfortable, really seeing out that game as well. A big vital 3 points for the group leaders there.
Well, let's jump over to a game where there has been a goal. It looks like it's gone the way of Argentina against Qatar. It's going to be a day to forget about for Qatar. 1 point if they lose this from a possible 15. And with everyone in that group picking up points off each other in that top 5, from Canada all the way to the top of the Netherlands, it's going to be too much of a mountain to climb.
That group could very well come down to tomorrow who Qatar takes points off of. If Qatar can pick up a draw or a win against another nation, that could be the separating factor as Argentina, shall I say, come forward yet again here. Bouncing out for not a corner, just kept it in play.
And we were mentioning how Italy having that conversation between who is our best duo. Well, they've gone back to their original duo that started this tournament of Danny Pitbull and Katja, and it's proven to work out for them so far. R9 just putting that one across, Henri, I should say, with a lovely finish across the goal. A very, very good start for Italy.
Yeah, they're just finding their feet, aren't they? Finding which duo works the best here for Italy. We hope it's not a little bit too late, though. I know, obviously, we're only talking about day 1 here, but if you make too many mistakes in this opening round of matches you have, it could come back to bite you tomorrow when they get to do it all again. And we kind of say they're home and away fixtures, don't we?
Well, speaking of a team that hasn't changed their roster since they kicked things off today, and it's the host nation. There's been a goal in their game against Canada. We'll catch that one first to see which way it's gone. It's gone the way of Saudi Arabia. Lovely little bit of build-up in the box. Step-overs with an exit to find the first goal. We heard roars from Morocco against France. Mr. Dory said he fancied a baguette. He might be getting a large one because they lead by a goal to 0 after 20 minutes on the clock.
What a story. What a story Morocco are having right here. I mean, just you knew what to expect. You knew they were going to be very good, but I didn't expect to be top of the table.
You remember at the World Cup, the Moroccan coach, he always fancied an avocado. Avocado on the baguette here, what are we talking about?
I just think for that Morocco side, there's such a story there, as Dory was saying. Morocco can't compete in the regular FGS season, so they have to be players that live outside of Morocco. One, as I said, located in Germany, one located in France, and they've had a great year individually, some of those players.
And this is their chance, isn't it, just to come together and put it all right at the end of the season. This is probably their last big chance as well of everything as we know it, so it's quite exciting for them.
We've got 2 booths here in Saudi Arabia that are making a lot of noise. One on your screen, Morocco, and the other one is Finland. They are coming to the party, and I just keep saying it. They keep going time after time again. Italy started off strong, that ball fizzed off across, and Petr Cech, the man of all people, slots it away easily.
Yeah, Qatar Maybe not just yet. We can write them up from this Group A. It's a goal to equalise the game 25 minutes in. They can snatch a point or more from Argentina. That is going to be huge. I think there could be another goal as well. Morocco against France. Morocco, they want to top this table, and by God, they might just do that.
Moroccan story is not ending in the groups, more than likely. They'll put them top of the table with very, very good chance of progressing through. France are in a bit of a pickle at this current stage. 32 minutes on the clock. Just seems to run into a little bit of a technical problem there, but we'll get back underway with the games very, very shortly indeed.
I thought you were adding a pickle into your baguette there, Rich. I was thinking, please, no more food. You put in making up a good sandwich there, though.
Bit of cheese.
Yeah. What else?
Gluten-free bread.
A few technical issues, unfortunately, we can see happening here. But we'll continue with the matches we've got, which is Qatar-Argentina. Nicholas, what's he saying about this? His defence is leaking a little bit here, Alex.
Defence leaking indeed, and we had that interview before with Spencer. Nicholas saying he just wants to play FIFA, he just wants to keep going and get those games in. 35 minutes in though, Qatar yet to pick up a victory in this group stage. They have put themselves into a very nice position, we should say, against Argentina. The last thing you want against these sides is to be 2 or 3-0 down.
Well, before we had a technical pause, sorry Alex, there was a goal from the Netherlands. We can check into that game very quickly. There's a few games just in the technical pause, as we said. It was against Denmark. This is a good game just to separate the two nations in the table here in the group of death. Cheeky little Ear Cup celebration there, 38 minutes on the clock. As we join this one back again, Italy with their duo that they kicked off with, Alex, finding their feet, although just conceding back in front of 2-1.
Yeah, and that actually is a much more difficult header than it looks. Heading, as we know, manual. You have to be so precise on that analog stick. R9 finding the back of the net. And Finland, well, we won't count them out, Brandon, because they've just been delivering time and time again so far.
Plenty more time in this game. Qatar, Argentina, though, about to blow that half-time whistle here, and Qatar still in a really good position. They'll be really happy with this result. I know it's still a long way to go, Richard, but they won't be able to believe that they're up against Argentina, and at the moment they've got a point.
Could be over the moon if you Qatar come into half-time. And they're going to get one more chance here to go 2-1 up at the break. Referee not fancy it, goes down. Could be a story of penalties for Argentina if that one was given.
Argentina very grateful to not see that one given. They gave away 2 penalties in that game against Denmark. Nicholas and Matthias Benoit were looking at each other when those happened and saying, I think press the button. The referee was a bit soft either way. They live to fight another day there on that one. Back over to this game, Italy, Finland. Danny Pitbull and Katya for Italy. Delivering the goods right now as we go in at half-time. Possibly one more chance for Finland. No, crunching tackle. The referee says let's take those players down that tunnel.
It's a serious turnaround, it has to be said, for Italy. I mean, you're on the back of a few bad results, and then you come into this game against Finland, who are sort of on a little bit of a ride, a little bit of momentum, and you're in a really, it's such an important time to win. You're end of the day on a positive, you're end of the day on a high. You're not going to bed tonight thinking, oh, I mean, we bottled that were a game that we threw away. It just resets going into the next day. You pick up 3 points, and you're coming into tomorrow thinking, I feel good about this.
And with the way that the day has gone for Italy, do you think before, when they were looking at their group stage and saying, okay, where are we going to get our points from? Finland is maybe a team that they think, yes, that's the 3 points there, so that means that this is an even bigger game for them?
Must win game for Italy.
Must win game for Qatar as well, and that's kicked off again as we're going to jump back into that one against Argentina. Must win game to take them possibly up to 4 points so they can get the victory, or 2 if they can just hold out here against Argentina, sitting at the bottom of Group A.
There's one thing we know as well for these Qatarian players, when they get in a half-time against a team like Argentina, you're going to be looking at one another and having that conversation to say, look, it's 1-1, it's all to play for in the next 45 minutes, giving credit to their opponent in Argentina, knowing the quality that is on show there, and give them a lot of confidence going into the second half.
Speaking of Argentina, they've got a chance here, dancing around the box. A big save from the goalkeeper to Provide another corner. Remember, Nicholas has always been so good from set pieces. Has he implemented anything onto his 2v2 duo? Unfortunately not. Pretty terrible corner, to be fair. Gives away the ball, but they win back and throw in again. What can we see from the edge of the box here? Maybe a shot from distance. Ball deflected, but Qatar lives to fight another day.
Only one more game away at the moment, and that is Italy-Finland. So we can keep you up to date at the moment with these two matches that are playing at the same time here. Katja and Danny Pitbull, you just saw on your screen there up against this side. They are really hoping to continue in this form that they've shown for the first 55 minutes. As Italy are on the attack once again here, Rich.
Just looking to build up on the edge of the box are Italy. Very dangerous, whether it's out wide or down the throat. Anywhere from sort of 18 yards and inwards. But it doesn't matter if they win 5-1 or 2-1, they just have to get these 3 points. It's essential, in my personal opinion. When you come back tomorrow, you look at the games that they still have to then play against again. You maybe look at Morocco thinking, well, that's not going to be a 3 points. France, maybe you take a point out of that game. This is one of those matches that has to be an Italy win if you are wanting to build confidence and also get out of this group.
It also is, but we know day one and day two, it normally tends to be a team that comes to day two that just does not perform the same way of day one. And we're looking at the likes of Morocco, who had an excellent day so far. It's so difficult to replicate what you did on day one into day two. Morocco, though, if they carry on the way that they've been going in that game that they have, they've probably done enough.
Yeah, after what, 13 points, they'll be through. Like, 13 points was pretty much a guarantee. I think the only group, there was a group with 14 points, was sort of the minimum in the Club World Cup last week, but 13 out of 15, I think you're well and truly into the next stage, into the knockouts. It then could go down to placement and the rankings as and where they match up. You're going to be matching up from someone in the group. You probably want to take the #1 seed.
Well, big news in the game between Argentina and Qatar. I believe there's been a penalty in it. Let's join it live now to show you what has happened. Again, it's the quick footwork coming up, but the defender just follows up with a tackle, goes into the book, gets a yellow card. Can Argentina make it 2-1 against Qatar? Of course they can. From the side that gave away a penalty in their opening game, and it did cost them a few points, this time winning a penalty. Saudi Arabia against Canada is back underway. And only 40 minutes on the clock there. Well, there was a small technical pause, but all the games, as it looks like, are getting back underway. That includes Morocco against France as well.
And the problem is in Group A, with Saudi Arabia and Canada are situated, everyone's beating each other. Everyone's taking points against off each other than Qatar, in which they're in a real tough game at this current moment against Argentina, trailing 2-1. So whoever can start to make just a little bit of an inroad, maybe pick up a couple of, I think, draws in this group. The entirety of the Club Cup, we said you don't want to draw. Draws could be important here in Group A.
Yeah, only 2 points that Rich was alluding to there, separate 1 to 5 in Group A at the moment. Tight in that group, Alex. How's it looking in yours at Group B?
Yeah, we've got multiple different games going on. The game on screen right now, though, Netherlands and Denmark coming up to the half-time position. Which, Netherlands, we said about that change that they have. They'll be sitting top of that group, and Denmark, well, it's a different story. They started the day off strong, and they are falling down the pecking order in Group A. Anders and Marcuso. The quality we know, we've spoke about it. We don't have to pick up Anders any more than we have already, as Netherlands looking for that last attack in the 45th minute. Can they double their lead? Some fancy footwork.
And it is a bit of a slippery slope when results start going against you and you are picking up a loss and then you pick up another loss. I mean, Footwiz was a perfect example. They won the first 3 games, you pick up 9 points, then you lose the next 2 on day 1 in the group, and you come out of the tournament thinking, well, we got 9 points there, but we could have done more. Like, 11 sounds a lot nicer than 9 out of the day, and it looks a lot nicer as well. 11 points, you're pretty much through. No one went through on 9. So it is those real small margins and the split-second decision making that will separate going out in the groups and going through, as Italy with this duo that started the day, ending the day in fine form.
Fantastic, just shimmy to get that little La Croqueta into the shot to change the angle. Vinicius was almost facing back towards his own goal there. However, not too tight of an angle for the man to just find the way past the goalkeeper. And that puts Italy into that convincing position, 3-1, 3 points on the board, which was needed. A chance one more for maybe a fourth. Good tackle coming through there, Brandon.
They'll be happy with that as well, Alex, won't they, after what has been a bit of an up and down, topsy-turvy group stage, to say the least. And then when you're scoring goals like that and you're pulling off skill move runs like that, it just goes to show confidence is oozing.
And you're also beating your closest competitors. You're beating the people around you. That's the most important thing.
At times today, it's like Italy have been playing musical chairs. Up, down, change here, everything. Danny Pitbull and Catchy, though, looks to be, as it stands, their duo which maybe they'll go into tomorrow with, which for Oberon, fantastic FIFA players, and Mbappe comes through. A big slide tackle from Martinez. For Oberon, that's got to be tough.
It's tough, but I think he understands the process as well. Look, coming into this one, I spoke to the Italians this morning. They said that's our starting team. Catchy and Danny Pitbull is our overall most balanced team. If we want to be more offensive, Danny Pitbull comes out, and it's Catchy and Oberon. We can still see that, and what we know from the Italians, Alex, is look, they're happy to change it.
And they're also probably a team that are used to it as well in their home league, in the East Serie A, in their playoffs that they have. They have that 3-man roster where they then do have to change it, have to play with different teams. So it's not like they're not used to it already.
And Oberon, he's also mature enough to know that, okay, this is best for the nation, this is best for the team. I'm happy to sit back. Denmark and Netherlands, a change was made with the Netherlands. Levi comes in, and they have been incredible since that change came.
I have to agree with Rich. I think the key thing that we're looking at are maybe the Netherlands and Italy. There's no egos. You know, everyone's on the same level. We're all superb, and we're happy to change. If it means that we win games and we get through to the knockouts, we don't care who's playing.
Is it even more important as well when it is your country on the line and you're wearing that jersey? I know the club is super important, but when you're playing for your home nation, Rich.
And this also is very important, as you see France getting one back here, 2-1. France is another good example to add to my point, where the coach has a bigger responsibility to change things up. When you look at the nations that we just spoke about there, Italy, Hollywood, happy to make the change. Renzo with Netherlands, happy to make the change. Brian with France. These coaches will happily put a player to one side, put an ego to one side and go, stand down for now. These two are going to do it. These two are going to take the responsibility. And, I mean, that's what the coach is in the team for.
They would have had those conversations as well before they got here, of course. They would have said, this is our A plan. If it doesn't go to plan, we're going to go to B and C, and that might mean substituting some of you guys. So it's not like this is the first time they've heard they might sit on the back bench there and just wait for their time. Well, let's go back then to the locals. Saudi taking on Canada. We had that pause, so still a little bit of time in this matchup as Canada try and get themselves back in it. We said it was close, but they still need to keep up with the rest of the pack here and not have a bit of a gap emerge between 4th and 5th.
Yeah, well, speaking of that group, we heard there's a full time in Argentina did beat Qatar 2-1. That means that Qatar's day one is done, 1 point from 15. Let's head over to the United States of America matchup against Malaysia. We said how important this is. This is a ridiculously important matchup for the sake of getting out the group, and it's the USA that have scored probably one of the most important group goals on the 40th minute.
Maybe then a bit of a pause for them, an extra bit of a pause. We know we have a pause between matches 3 and 4. Gave them an extra chance there as they get another one in, Alex.
That right there, to have that ability, your teammate is looking for that cutback. He's saying, okay, you're going to pass that ball across to me. No, instead the US just choose to go with a player on the ball that was R9. Have that confidence in yourself. Look, they might not have been getting the results so far, but that there shows we know what we need to do to win games, and that's just trust yourself in that ability. Lamps and CJ, that's a fantastic finish.
And maybe King CJ, the catalyst they needed to potentially get some points on the board. Another change that's come in.
I said to Mike, though, didn't I? Was he on the team? He went, no, I went, well, he should be.
A team that's not changed anything so far are Denmark. 67 minutes on the clock, finding an equaliser against the Netherlands. But yeah, really interesting game, USA and Malaysia. It's also the game that's got the most time left on it. They were the slowest to get back underway, so only just started the second half. I'm sure we'll end this round with that fixture, as Denmark and Netherlands both scrapping for points here in Group A. Every point matters.
Someone else that's scrapping to top the table. It's over in Group B, Morocco against France. Morocco were leading the game, as we know. France did get one, but they've also got a second as well. It makes it 2-2 now between those two teams battling to end day one, top of Group B.
It's amazing what one goal can do for you to put yourself in that lead. USA went 1-0 up. Well, since we've been gone from a few minutes, it has now switched over to 3-0 against Malaysia. That is our game that still has plenty of time remaining on it. The US, Richard, they're feeling confident in what they've got.
I was going to jump in there sometimes as well, Alex, just to get a few more goals as well. We know how important they might be tomorrow. It's all right winning 1-0, but 3 or 4, if US can get a few more here, and that goal difference will just change as well and could come in to be really important tomorrow.
Yeah, if they carry on going the way that they are, they'll be saying, can we carry on playing our games today? We're feeling good right now. We don't want to stop.
Surely you have to start tomorrow with that duo as well. You were thinking with CJ and Lamps picking up where they left off. Morocco and France. Morocco are leading 2-0, but France have been on the resurgence, it has to be said, in the second half, and looking for a third goal. It's all France at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks to be that way. Morocco looking to change the tide, though. Full-time result just come in. It's Saudi Arabia 1-0 win over Canada. That's Canada and Saudi Arabia done for group play in day one here. Big 3 points there. Although that Canada might be sitting in 5th, there is a gap between them and Qatar. They're still very much in the 4-horse race for a spot in the knockouts. We'll jump back to this one. Denmark, Netherlands. If these two do share a point, it will shake things up even more so in Group A. Last 6 minutes to find a winner, maybe. The Netherlands on the hunt for it. And well there by Marcuso and Anders. An unchanged Danish side so far.
Maybe they want to just see how day one goes here. And then I'm sure the team will have a little bit of a discussion tonight and see if, well, if they finish like this, it'll be 8 points. 8 points is enough. That'd be 16. That would take them through, I'm sure, of what we saw last week. But then they start to look at who they'll be facing in the knockouts and see if they switch up. So we've had a change, Rich. He's having a little look behind us in the pods. What have they done?
Yeah, so the reason that Denmark maybe got back into this game, it was Østen brought in. He's only played maybe 45 minutes, but you can see him there ending the day in the pod alongside Anders Vergang. Just food for thought potentially as well. Get him in the pod, getting some gameplay for today, and maybe start to see that duo play a more pivotal role heading into the knockouts if Denmark are there.
We just talk about it for a second as well, how hard that must be just to be dropped into a game. Round 5, you've not played a single match in the group stage. Back to goal here for France, looking to grab a last-minute winner. It sounds crazy, but you are going in cold. After 4 rounds of FIFA, you are going in cold. 38 minutes, you dropped into the last match.
It takes you about 10 games to get used to champs, doesn't it?
And the rest.
But they should have something in this like they do in football matches. We see, don't we, the players warming up before they go onto the pitch. Here, do they do any kind of hand movements? Brandon, what do they do? Do a couple of squats in the pod to get ready?
I'd love to see Houston running around the stage trying to get warm, but...
It would be quite funny if they had a little bit of something like that, wouldn't they? A couple of warm-ups before they jump out there.
Well, we were mentioning how the United States were looking so strong with that 3-0 lead. Malaysia say we are going to fight for this with 30 minutes remaining. And they pulled it back to 3-1. 69 minutes on that clock. Malaysia, a massive, massive task on the hand to try and get that 2-goal deficit back to that 1 point altogether. The USA need this win. So do Malaysia, both of them near that bottom end of the table. However, it has been the USA with CJ and Lamp so far.
Yeah, still enough time though, Alex.
There's plenty of time on the clock, plenty of time.
Well, it gives us a good chance, though, doesn't it? Because this is the only game to conclude, and then it's all done in Group A and Group B from day one of the group stages. Massive win for United States. Puts them on 4 points now. Malaysia be on 2. Whoever loses this game, it's going to look like a really difficult day too.
And it really will show that mental strength of Lamps and CJ. They've not been in this position today. They've not had a good day so far. You find yourself 3-1 to the good, knowing how much you need these 3 points for day 2 to give yourself that chance. CJ, though, DC United, their day 1 was questionable. Day 2, they came out, they got the results that they needed to take them through into that knockout. I'm sure CJ's saying that to Lamps, saying, look, I'm in the position now. We can be here. Fiddle, yep, gone onto that bench on that change of the substitution that we saw. Let's do what we need to do. Let's get these 3 points. Let's defend this lead and give ourselves that good shot tomorrow. USA just going short from that corner. And for Malaysia, you're thinking if you are going to pull that comeback, you'll need a goal in the next 5 minutes.
Whoever wins this game, you leave the other behind, more than likely, coming into tomorrow as well. Whether it is the USA picking up 3 points, you close the gap on Finland, then you're only a point behind and you're probably battling for 4th. If you lose this game, yes, it's still mathematical on the cards tomorrow. But mental-wise, confidence-wise, momentum-wise, you're ending the day with what could be regarded as a must-win game not going your way. So it will be a big hit to the morale. I think for the United States, making that change, bringing CJ in, not only have they performed better, but also, I mean, it just looks like the vibes are better as well.
Also, we have to give credit to the USA. What they've done so far in this game, since being 3-1, is just making it so difficult for Malaysia. The ball goes out for a throw-in, goal kick, offside. They're just taking 6-7 seconds each time, and it's just making it so difficult for Malaysia to get into these sort of positions regularly enough. And that's showing the class that we know Lamps and CJ have together.
Well, and CJ, remember, he played last week, so he is familiar with the setting that he finds himself in here. And he did get his team through, didn't he, to the knockout. So he has the experience over the other two. And maybe that's kind of helping him now. Just get USA a little bit further up the table as we round out the opening round of fixtures here for A and B. Almost done then in this matchup. We'll just watch the clock run down then here. It's going to be a massive, massive moment for USA, picking up their first 3 points then of the tournament and of the day. Well, let's jump then down to Spen, who is with the Netherlands. That's back over in Group A.
I'm starting off with France. I'm going to go and talk to the Netherlands after that, but I'm with the coach of France here, Brian. Unbeaten in the group, along with Morocco, the 2 unbeaten teams. You just played them, and you managed to come back from a losing position, which always feels good, doesn't it?
Yeah, always feel good. Bit disappointed with the first game against Finland, where we gave them a goal in the last minute after a bad mistake. I think 13 points would have secured us the qualification, but, well, I guess 11 is okay, first place, so we will try to keep it up tomorrow.
Were you surprised by the fact that Morocco are up there with you? Or were you going into this thinking they were going to be a strong side?
Actually, no, I'm not surprised. We know very well Marwan, which is playing in the E-League One. So we know him very well. We know he's a very, very good player. And if he's bench, it means the 2 others are better than him. So we know they're a good team, and no, we are not surprised of their performance today.
As E-Nations is still a very young tournament, you guys are one of only a few teams that have ever won it. How much are you motivated to be the only team ever to win it twice?
Well, actually, I'm more motivated to make Leandro, Diogo and Fuma win than take a second. I mean, a second, a third, a fourth, like, it's a title, but I would like to win with them because last year we lose in the few last minutes against Brazil. It was very disappointing for them, so I would like just to how can I say it? Show the pass to them to the title.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much, Brian. Of course, France being the losing team in the World Cup final as well. I'm saying that quietly until I get far away so they can't get angry with me. But they might want to avenge that loss as well. Coming into the Netherlands booth here, who have had a very solid group stage, I would say. Lost the first game, bounced back with a win, a draw, a win, and another draw. You're currently joint third with the Danes. You've got Saudi Arabia just ahead of you in second, and you've got Argentina top of the group. What can you do tomorrow to climb up that leaderboard a little bit?
I mean, we just have to start a bit better, I guess, but that's going to be a very important game against Qatar.
I think we just lost him there, so sorry about that. But Renzo just saying, well, I think we need to start a bit better. Well, they're sitting in third, of course. Well, let's just come back in here while we see if Sven can potentially go back down with the Netherlands guys. Mike's joining us again. Mike, USA really bouncing back now, sitting in fifth position. So much more going for them. I'm sure they want to continue tonight. They can't. They have to go and reset and come back tomorrow. But a massive 3 points there to end out day one.
And I've wanted to be optimistic, but I think the inevitable happened where you have CJ subbing on. CJ, Lamps, both been two of the prominent players coming out of the US. Fiddle has great past history, kind of being Captain America in some ways. But if you're looking at the last couple years, he hasn't had those same results, the same success stories, especially this year. So I think that was a good change. Getting that result versus Malaysia, huge for us, and it allows us to kind of re-up for tomorrow. I will say this, a couple of the games, we did have some bad bounces, and then we let it get carried away. So defensive errors, some bad bounces. I'm sure the guys will come in very motivated. And I think the fourth spot is up for grabs. I really feel that way.
Yeah, it totally is. It gets really close, doesn't it, when we go into day two. We saw that last week, of course. Well, Sven is back in action. His mic's working. Sven, take it away, take two.
Thank you. Yes, back with Coach Renzo. So, as we said, joint third going into tomorrow. If someone had offered you that at the start of play today, knowing that there's so much still up for grabs in the second day, would you have taken it?
I mean, we would have taken 8 points, which we're at, because I've discussed it earlier, and I was like, 8 points would be decent, but in the end we felt we could have won against Denmark. We were way better, I guess, and yeah, then it's still a bit tough to take, but 8 points sitting third, still good.
And your role as coach, how easy is it working with these three players and having to make those difficult decisions, you know, as when you change things and who comes in?
I mean, it was pretty easy because yesterday night we just talked it through, like different scenarios, and we're all prepared if somebody's not playing that well, or if there's a mistake or something that happens that could put your confidence at danger, then we just substitute. And that's what worked today, but hopefully tomorrow we don't need to substitute.
Okay, fantastic stuff. Doing very well in a difficult group. I still think there's going to be a lot of movement in that group tomorrow as well. Probably one spot up for grabs, you'd still say, whereas Group B, much more open, I think. Back to you, Rachel.
Yeah, thanks so much. Well, Renzo not giving much away there. He kind of seemed on the fence with his results on day one, 8 points. I'm not sure he was totally happy with that. Maybe he wanted a little bit more out of the opening day. Let's have a look then at who else scored. How many points in Group A and B? So Argentina then finished day one with 10 points. Saudi on 9. We just heard from Renzo there. 8 points for them and 8 points for Denmark. Up against each other. Under them with 5. They're still very much in it. One of those big teams there. Unfortunately, will go home. Remember, only 4 go through. QATAR. 1. Then we heard from the French team. 11 points. As a Morocco there. Italy on 7. Finland 5. Started really draw against that French side. USA really bouncing back. 4 big points on the board there. And Malaysia in 2. Mike, I'll come back to you because we didn't get your opinion on this. The fact that Denmark there switched their roster slightly. 45 minutes on the clock and Marcuso jumps out for Houston.
I'm not reading too much into it, as the groups have kind of delivered. For the most part, I don't think we've seen any massive surprises. When I look at Group A and I look at Group B, especially with Group B, the front three there, you always thought that would be the front three. The ordering, sure, you could negotiate it, you can maneuver it, we could discuss it. Maybe a little bit surprised by how well Morocco played, but I always thought that it would end up being the Italians, the French, and Morocco kind of leading that group, even though, you know, I have my USA a little bias that I want to kick in there, and I think the fourth spot's still open. But so far, this is not uncharacteristic between the two groups, in my opinion.
Morocco, maybe the kind of big story of the day, performing really well. None of us, I don't believe, on our little predictions had Morocco topping the table, and they're right up there with France.
They've probably done enough to just see themselves through into the knockouts. Now it's just about going out, playing for seeding, and having that confidence. And Mr. Dowie says he wants that baguette. If they put that day in again, on day 2, he'll be getting more baguettes.
More baguettes. Well, Italy are bouncing back there. You just threw me with bringing back the baguettes there. We're making a sandwich again here. Group A, Argentina. They are a little bit shaky to start with. Rich, I always have to ask you about Argentina, but in Argentinian fashion, top the table with 10 points.
Yeah, I just think they're such experienced customers. Nicholas and Mateus, the first game, 2 penalties conceded. How many other nations bounced back and, I mean, didn't really get rattled, just got their head down, picked up results, a couple of 1-0 wins, just sort of got through the games. And this was the big thing for me. If they get through with the groups, cards have gone flying, they will progress through. And once they get into the knockouts, they go from maybe 6th or 7th favourite to 1st or 2nd favourite for a lot of people here.
Yeah, they can become a different team, can't they, Argentina? They've got that much quality in their side. Canada, I'll bring that in a minute, but I want to get to some of the big goals. Mike's already had maybe his favourite of the tournament. I hope it makes it into our top 5 here. We're about to find out. Let's have a look at some of these. Brandon will come and bring you into this as well. Saudi, Denmark. Take it away with some of the goals we're getting to see here.
Yeah, it's just perfect, isn't it, in the box, timing it green. And I just want to have a quick word about Saudi Arabia. I feel like they've been the silent mover. We knew that they've got 2 fantastic players, but in a group of death, 9 points, I believe, they're out of 15. They've picked up a handful of big results. What a goal that one is as well from the Netherlands, when they finally got moving on the edge of the box. That Group A is certainly been moving, and I think the Saudi Arabia we have to keep an eye on. Probably the pick of the bunch, Kevin De Bruyne. We know he's got incredible long shots. That one flying into the top corner. But the best of the day, is that the best of the day?
I like it. Maybe I'm just guilty that I'm biased towards these long shots. You give me a couple long shots, it gets me excited. I'm moving, I'm grooving, I'm standing, I'm sitting down, I'm talking about it, I'm shouting, I'm sending group text messages. I got a lot of wordplay that I can include on this, but that's just that's my bias.
And also, did you notice the knockdown from Savage?
I did notice I wondered why you got so excited. Now I understand. I understand it all. I see your picture.
Long throw into the knockdown, it works.
It works every time, doesn't it? Alex loves a bit of that. Right, let's move it on to later on today. We come back and do it all. D, guys, is just as stacked. Spain in there, defending champions, Rich. Brazil, Portugal as well. Australia, they could be in with a shout.
Group C, on paper, is probably the quote-unquote group of death. Spain, Brazil, Portugal, 3 teams that you expect to go far. Australia, the wild card. The team that knocked England out to qualify for this tournament. Just a really, really unpredictable. That's the word to describe that group.
The nations in Group D there, Brandon. Talk us through a couple of the names we're going to get to see. I mean, Israel, one of a few there that go through knockouts.
I think they definitely will go through Israel. You look across the board as well. Germany, they've never really had a great E-Nations, have they? You look at the quality that they've got coming from Germany, but they haven't delivered in past years. They were grouped in FIFA 19. Wasn't the best, but they've got a point to prove. The Swedes keep out for them in this tournament. And then India, South Africa, all have got a really good chance of going through. There's going to be an upset in that group.
Well, we've got that to look forward to a little bit later on, because us 5, I forgot myself, I'm sitting here as well. We get to come back, don't we, in about an hour's time as well. So we kick things off again at 10 to 8 here in Saudi. So set the clocks wherever you are in the world. Group C and D, we get to see Brazil, the defending champions, in action. And Umit as well for Germany. He obviously got another World Championship under his belt just a couple of days ago. And then a couple of people's picks here on the couch. Spain, they all go a little bit later on this evening, so do come back and join us for that. We'll see you in a few hours' time. Until then, goodbye. The city of Riyadh here in Saudi Arabia comes alive as dusk takes hold across the desert. And it marks the perfect time to come and see Groups D and C in action here at the FIFAe Nations Cup. Well, 12 teams fought earlier on and 12 more go head-to-head right now, all on a mission to win that trophy and be crowned the E-Nations champions on Friday night. It looks pretty nice, doesn't it? In all its glory there, that trophy. I think Aggie would have liked to have it back in the day, and Richard and Mike, you would have been the perfect duo as well, I believe, to take that. I think you'd have been dancing like the Brazilians. You would have worn the sunglasses. He would have had the dance move. It would have been going off in the house. And talking of Brazilians, you look like you're wearing Brazilian yellow, no green. They are in the house tonight, guys. The defending champions are back, and they mean business. Mike, are you supporting them in your yellow and not so much green?
I've got kind of a double support piece going on right now. So I've got one from each group. I've got Brazil and then also Sweden. I'd like to see the Swedish boys do the job.
Okay, I like what you've done there.
That's why I'm in between on the yellow.
You've split yourself, haven't you? Nicely. I'm going to come back over, though, to Aggie here, and we have to quickly recap what happened this morning, don't we, for your nation, Denmark. Finished 4th there in their group. Not out of it, far from it, but weren't the strongest nation we all believed I think they may have been here today.
Satisfied, but at the same time also a bit disappointed. Yeah, we're just switching here fast. I think they were satisfied, but also a bit disappointed. They felt a bit hard done by there in some of the matches, but overall, I mean, they got some points on the board and they were still looking fairly comfortable. And tomorrow they're gonna try to finish the job.
Rich, I don't know if that mic's going to work. We'll swap over just in
As long as it doesn't get passed down to me, we're good.
France, could they be a force to be reckoned with? They could take another title in this competition.
Yeah, 100%. I think France has been the best nation when it comes to utilising the 3 players available. Each player has a role. LJR is the main player, you would say, and then you rotate around him. You need a goal, Fuma comes in. You need a defensive shutout. Diogo comes in, his brother. I really like what they've got going on.
They're not rotating because they're technically 2 people. You've got like the Peixotos as a collaborative duo, and then you have Fuma.
The bros are in the house for France, anyway, I'm going to say that. Well, of course, you have to score a lot of goals if you're to make it to 1, 2, and 3 in the tables, and we're going to see those goals right now from Argentina, Saudi, and the Netherlands from Group A. Mike, take us through some class here.
Yeah, I'd love to talk about a little bit of the extras. The razzle, the dazzle. This knockdown is fantastic. You see Savic, you see the green time finish across the body. Myself, Alex, we both appreciated that goal. I still think it's going to be on display and should be on display for time to come. The same with the Kevin De Bruyne. I just didn't know that could drop from that type of distance.
This is France, of course, Group B. The Morocco and Italy were 1, 2, 3 in that group as well, Mike.
And again, I really didn't see surprises, so to speak, earlier on today. Group A, Group B. Generally speaking, the teams that we thought we'd do well or do to acceptable standard did. And the teams that are competing for that last spot also are the teams that I thought be competing for that last spot.
So the script is still as we expected it to be
I'm
at the
just
beginning
going
of the
with
day.
Cards. Yeah, just the cards.
Well, let's look then at the standings and see what we mean when we say the top 3 in each of the groups. Remember, top 4 go through. So Argentina, Saudi, and the Netherlands, 10, 9, 8 points, and Denmark also on 8 points. At the moment, they're in the dominating positions. Canada and Qatar, a little bit of work to do tomorrow. Let's have a quick look at Group B. It's Finland. They're currently underway. We've just moved as we go across to the next group. This is who you guys at home are seeing tonight. Rich, I'm going to come to you for this exciting Group C. We're really excited to see this.
I mean, you've got arguably one of the best in the world, Neat, partnering up with his 2 teammates, Andoni and Zidane. You've got the reigning, defending E-Nations champions in Brazil. New roster, some new elements coming into it. Paulo Neto, I think they've actually leveled up that roster. You've got the wildcards in Australia. And then Portugal, obviously such an established nation when it comes to FIFA Esports.
I got the depth in Group D.
Yeah, also a very interesting group there. We have the powerhouses as Germany and Sweden. And then we have some dark horses there. Asia, a lot of top players who's here. I think a lot of the competitors are watching them and thinking, okay, this could be a team that could surprise everyone. And then you have South Africa, where we saw Goliath Gaming earlier on, doing very well. So an open group as well. Peru, I gotta say I don't know a lot about them, but typically Southern American nations have great history by doing good. So I'm excited to watch Peru as well.
Yeah, and the Swedish team. Mike's wearing Swedish yellow over there as well. He's supporting the Optolio, Lolito, and Oliboli as well. All those guys, we're going to see them shortly. Well, we don't know much about Peru. We're about to find out a whole lot more as we welcome the teams from Group C and D to the floor. Wow. First up then, the Spanish side are making their way onto the floor with Andoni and Nee. They could make things interesting, Rich, couldn't they?
Great nation. I would probably expect them to be going far in this tournament. I'm impressed. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do.
So they're followed by Singapore as well tonight. They're currently ranked 10th in the world, so they could be a surprise package.
Brazil on their way out, the reigning defending E-Nations Cup champions making their way up to pod 10. Australia not too far behind them as well. The wildcards Mark 11, Naylor and Marcus Gomes inputting all his wisdom.
And then you can see the boys from Israel here, Yuval and Feldman, a strong side. Doesn't really justify their ranking in 13th, possibly, Rich. The team from Peru will follow them as well. Can't wait to find out a little bit more about that side.
The Peruvians are a great team. I'm very impressed to see what they potentially could do as India make their way out as well. Charan Jot trailing at the back of that Indian team. A lot of fan favourites, the Indians, as they make their way out, followed by South Africa, who we just saw a couple of days ago.
And Portugal led out by Tuga there. 7th ranked, he's joined by J.A. Fonso and Rodrigo as well. Turkey just behind, you can't quite get a glimpse of those, but
You
these guys...
You can't forget about Germany. They've not done it really on the E-Nations Cup stage. What a roster. Arguably, pound for pound, one of the best teams in this entire tournament. A country rich with FIFA talent, as well as the three O's, Oli Bolly, Optole, and Oli Lito. You can't miss them, all in yellow. They'll be making a scene here at the E-Nations Cup.
Well, yeah, the guys in yellow, they'll mean business with the Swedes. Really excited to see how they get on. Spencer spoke to them a little bit earlier. Ololito just in the back. Obviously, he got to the semi-finals, didn't he? Only last week with Team Hullet Ninjas in Pajamas. He's got 2 new teammates this time out. Can they go a step further? Well, these guys haven't yet got head-to-head. This is their first outing, remember. Loads of great teams, including those, the defending champions. They field a new look side this time, but with some well-known faces.
The last year is a big dream for us. Brazil never be champion, but the first time, and now we try for the back-to-back. For me, the last year is crazy and a big dream for us.
Different names between this time, but we are like so much prepared for this tournament. We have a great gameplay, and of course we're gonna try to get the trophy again.
I think that we are very good, like our friendship. This is very important because I think that everyone has the same mindset of wanting to win, and the team has like the chemistry to win it. So I think that this is very important. And I think that like in the game, some of us, we have like different like abilities or specialities. Like I think that me and Paulo, we are more offensive guys, but Resende is the best on defense. So I think that this is very important. So the team has everything to win it.
It's like a dream. Wear this shirt, you know, is really important for us. We represent like all people that live in Brazil. So that's really important, of course we are really happy to be here.
I think that like the other teams, like they underestimate us, so they must be careful because we are coming again to win another year.
Well, such strength in depth then the Brazilians have got. They can sub out 2 world champions from last year, Klinger and Crepaldi, and they can bring in Resende, who was kind of on the periphery, and then Paulo Neto as well. That says a lot, doesn't it, about the depth in Brazil at the moment.
And we're seeing a double dip here as well. You're looking at Ajax with Resende and PH Zin. You're now carrying that over. And the new addition is Paulo Neto, and I've always viewed him as one of the best in Brazil, if not the best, especially in 1v1 competition. I think he should be here. And I talked to him earlier. earlier, they're going to be in a trifecta of rotations.
And you get to see a lot of him, of course, in the MLS as well. Well, let's go down to Spencer Owen then. Spen, I believe you are with the German team, and you're probably going to go and chat to him, aren't you?
You read my mind, Rachel. Yes, I'm here with the man who was crowned a champion of the FIFA E-Club World Cup 48 hours ago. Has it sunk in? Are you able to move on from that now and start afresh?
Of course, I'm not thinking anymore about the Club World Cup. Now it's a new tournament, so I just have to focus on this tournament, and I don't think anymore about the Club World Cup.
How will your role change in this team? Obviously, you're playing with a different partner or partners here. Anders is a very specific kind of player. Do you have to play a different way in the German team?
Yeah, of course. We play really different. I think we play a little bit slower and not so offensive like me and Anders are playing, but I think I can play in both ways, so we're also really confident with Germany.
Best of luck to Uma and the whole German team there. A chance for him to do back-to-back E-championships, and the case of a few days would be unbelievable. Let's not forget E-World Cup champion last year as well. He won't be retaining that this year. I'm going to jump into the Portugal booth quickly, if that's all right. Quick chat with Tuga, if you don't mind. Tuga, obviously I'm sure you're disappointed from the E-Club World Cup a few days ago. You weren't able to retain the trophy, but you've got a chance to win something for Portugal here. I know that would mean a lot to you.
Yeah, it would be the perfect tournament for me, to be honest. Big run as the world champion, representing Portugal, which is my country, will be probably the best trophy that I will get in my FIFA history. So we are here, we are confident, and hopefully to perform well in the group stage and then the knockouts to get a trophy.
I was actually lucky enough to go to the Portuguese National Centre of Football last year, and I went to the trophy room, and alongside all the football trophies, they had one of your esports trophies in there, and I remember I sent you a picture and said, how cool is this? You're on display in the same place that, any trophy that Cristiano Ronaldo might have won would be. Talk to me about how Portugal have supported esports.
Yeah, Portugal has done, and especially the Portuguese Federation of Football has helped us as a country, as a community since 2017. We are probably one of the best nations in terms of conditions, of tournaments, intern tournaments, and obviously we are here because of our community, obviously because of the federation, and hopefully we can get them the win and the trophy.
Best of luck to the whole Portugal team. I absolutely love it when you see country federations really get behind esports and help it grow. So shout out to that moment really when I saw that trophy in the Portuguese National Football Centre. I thought it was fantastic. More of the same, please, federations. Anyway, on with the FIFA.
Thanks, Ben. Well, someone else who's got a bit of a memorabilia in a certain FIFA museum is the man next to Richard Buckley, August Rosemeyer. Of course, Aggie, you've been inducted, haven't you, into the FIFA Hall of Fame, and obviously you did that last year in Copenhagen, but then also you came to Zurich only a couple of weeks ago, and we got to highlight your achievements once again. How special is that, going to the FIFA museum and seeing yourself recognized?
Yeah, that was a great experience for me, and also a little bit overwhelming just to see it. Like, it was a bit surrealistic to see yourself at the museum, but it also makes you happy, and it brings a lot of nostalgic memories, and I think we will see loads of these talented players and clubs at the museum in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a massive accolade, isn't it, for them to be just really honoured by their federations and by FIFA as well. And we noticed, didn't we, behind the Portugal team, Francisco Cruz was there as well, and he also got inducted into the Hall of Fame at the same time, actually, a couple of weeks ago when we were in Zurich. Former world champion, Mike, they've got a good roster, haven't they, Portugal?
It's kind of wild, too, if you date back those years. He was a kid when he started winning, and I think he's grown 12 inches, almost a foot. He's grown over a foot probably since he started winning there. And you can kind of see we were talking about it earlier, the glow up, but he'll be leading that team. There's a lot of history in Portugal in general. It's not the biggest nation, but they've had a lot of success from the football side and then also the virtual football side.
Absolutely. Richard, I believe this was your pick of the matches to start things off with. South Africa, Sweden. Why did you go for this one?
I mean, Sweden are mechanically one of the best nations in FIFA esports when you look at the quality they've got. On the other side of it, South Africa, we saw this exact team last week with Goliath Gaming. They made a quarter-final, exceeded all expectation. No one had them going to the quarter-final. Just getting the vibe around it, they feel as though they let themselves down in that quarter-final. They didn't perform to the level they expected that they should. I think they're going to, I actually think they'll get through this group.
Have you been in there
I
to
did.
give them some words of
the good luck
encouragement?
charm is here, so I'm expecting big things.
If you're just joining us, then that's an inside joke between Rich and I. The South Africans last week said Richard Buckley was their good luck charm So pressure's on, Rich. That's all I'm going to say. Pressure is on.
Can I get a couple things on the record just before everything unfolds? First off, Group C is going to be the most interesting group, the most dramatic group, the most dynamic group of all the groups. All right, I want that on the record. And then Group D, Brandon said he thought it was going to get the shaking and bacon. Maybe he used different words than that, but you got what I'm saying. I don't think so. I think it's very clear cut that it'll be Israel, South Africa, Germany, and Sweden to be the top 4 in that group. Now that that's on the record, you can come at me later, but at least it's been stated.
Clip that up, Mike.
Yeah,
Put it out on socials.
I don't like when it's backtracked. People say, I said it was going to happen. It's like, I didn't hear you. Now it's been told.
He's finished. He's finished there, Rich. We can start now.
He has finished.
Yeah, I had to get that out.
And sticking up with the Mike Lobel prediction was an early goal. He didn't expect this side to do very well in Peru, and they are 1-0 down early doors. Israel, one of the favourites for this tournament. They've got the #1 player ranked in Europe in Yuval, partnered alongside 2 just fantastic players in Nisa and Feldman. Expecting big things from Israel.
You want some more statements? I expect Israel to be top 4.
Of the entire tournament?
I expect them to be reaching the semifinals. That's where I'm at. We're going big and bold to start today.
Big and bold, just like his jacket. Let's go.
Speaking of yellow, back on board with Sweden as they try and penetrate the South Africa defence. Doing well to hold firm. Aga, before we get underway and before things get hectic, I've got a question about Scandinavia in particular. We saw Denmark earlier today. Is there a little bit of internal competition within Scandinavia as well to be the best nation? Like, does Sweden and Denmark have a little bit of like, we want to be better than each other?
Definitely. I mean, I can say that Denmark and Sweden's been having the biggest rivalry in Scandinavia.
As we jump over then to have a look and see what the German side looked like with a newly crowned world champion. Well, that's what they look like there, Mike.
Way too much space. Didn't even need the skill move. Stepped into space, green, time, finish, 1-0.
Whenever I see Turkey playing FIFA Esports, just reminds me back to England getting knocked out. As they go 1-0 up, as they jump on board. Perfect timing with a penalty to Sweden. Good save from South Africa.
We got to remind people as well, we saw South Africa, the same team, basically in action with Goliath Gaming. They're now representing the national team. They're dangerous. They are clearly a dark horse, and they've already have success on this stage. Most teams can't say that are here in action. You've seen some intersects, some different players that have had to make some trades, maybe with different partnerships, but here we have an identical partnership that already has had a successful run.
They also get the 10% buff with the richer bucket good luck. So it's factual.
Aggie, massive advantage for the South Africans, already been partnered up with the same duo last week and then coming back here again this week.
Yeah, I think it would definitely be an advantage if you experienced this before. As we've also been speaking about, the same goes for Brazil, who is also keeping the same duo, as for now at least. It definitely plays a part that you've been here, you've been sitting here together, and you had some experiences, whether it's good or bad. And yeah, as we could see there, loads of goal coming in.
Again, another team that I think can cause some major problems is Australia. We've seen those guys in action, seen them on the big stage. I'm telling you, Group C is where you want to be. Maybe you don't want to play in it, but in terms of viewership potential, of a lot of mix and match and upsets and dramatic moments and roller coasters, I really feel that's the group.
I mean, even in Group C, you have the unknown quantity that is Singapore. That you don't really, they're not one of the 5 nations, when you look at Spain, Brazil, Australia, Portugal, Turkey, that you put in there. They're on the periphery. However, they are a great side in their own right, and they're taking on Spain here, and there has been an early goal, and it's gone to Singapore in this matchup.
On cue. On cue. I'm telling you, Group C is the place that a lot of things are going to be moving and debating and discussing, and it's going to be very unpredictable. That's the word you like using. We'll roll with that word, Rich.
Do you think one of Spain, Brazil, Portugal goes out in Group C? Do you think we got a big shock? Australia and Turkey. What do you think about that? Australia and Turkey in this group as well, and it's a back and forth affair. Turkey now leading 2-1. Mike LaBelle.
Yes. I think someone goes. I think someone goes. And we're going to use the game that you love so much, and I can't wait for it. It's going to come into play a lot more tomorrow. But what word am I missing here, Rich?
Is it the permutations?
Oh, the permutations. That's right.
Well, it's a bit of an upset as well with the game we looked at earlier when Germany got an early goal there. The side from India have got themselves right back in it, which is so great to see.
I want to see India have success. They struggled last time that we saw them in action. We spent a lot of time with them in that online period, getting to know a lot of their players, their talent, the development of that talent, because it was new to competitive esports. And for most, we didn't realize there was as much going on there.
Absolutely.
In terms of the level of competition and the amount of competitors that were at this high tier, or this upper tier.
Aggie, what do you know about the team from India?
Got to be honest, not a lot. I met them as well last year in Copenhagen, and I've obviously been following them throughout the season. And I mean, it was very nice guys, very likable and very willing to learn, it seems, and to follow their progress has been very interesting. And I, as Mike says, I hope they will proceed in this competition. I would like to see that underdog story.
As we're just going to half-time here, after speaking to a few of the players in this tournament, nations like India, Singapore, we looked at Peru, who are going to be in action. This morning, Qatar, I had a great chat with A.A. Megasib, Malaysia. There's a lot of nations that don't get opportunities, and this is the biggest opportunity of arguably their FIFA career. They have to make it pay as the winning defending champions go 1-0 up just on the stroke of half-time.
No, watch that back. That is just disgusting. I don't know what they ate for dinner or for lunch, but they're giving it all to Portugal. That is an absolute treat. I'm talking quality dessert, probably a lot of calories. It was
great day.
Oh my goodness. Oh, we're gonna get to see it again. Wait till you see this box work. A little body feint, left stick, right stick, move over, reposition, goalkeeper movement, does not matter. Go ahead and do a little bit of a wave, a slip and slide. It's summertime.
I mean, the perfect time as well. And you just see the Portuguese look behind to Francisco Cruz and says, what do we do next? What do we do about summertime? I don't know. We'll have to find a way back through that long, hot summer.
Can we just get August reactions to when I talk?
We're not coming on camera for that reason, actually. Right, let's get back into the second half then. South Africa, Sweden. No one's broken this deadlock just yet. Mike, you need to get yourself down there, wave your shirt around and see if it spices things up a little bit.
I had a brunch with the Swedes. So we've already discussed, we've talked about it, we've gone over different things. I told them this is the closest I get to supporting right here. You see the big yellow is out in full effect. Give me something to cheer about.
What did the big yellow have for brunch?
Well, I had a sandwich.
Okay.
It was kind of off-brand for brunch, but that's what I had. The chicken club.
Just want to know, it looks like Ololito is sitting behind. Aggie, I mean, Mike, you can answer this one as well. Aggie, is that because they're giving a little bit of a rest after what he did last week?
I don't think so. I mean, we saw this lineup as well in Copenhagen. I think they're rotating. I think their chemistry is very, very solid. And I think these three players are together about making the decisions. I think that's one of their biggest strengths. There's no big ego or one big star there. It's a collective, and they don't put themselves before the team, so they will understand the eventual decisions. So I think they're going to be rotating. I don't think it necessarily has anything to do with Ololito's success, let's call it that, with his top 4 last week.
Mike, no Boris legends, though, behind them this time.
Ivan made an announcement. Ivan is Boris legend, for anybody at home that doesn't know.
Step basics, I like that.
No, actually, I thought that was good, because we
Ivan
both
and I are
had
good
different names
friends.
there.
We are on a first-name basis. I would hope so. He made an announcement that he was basically going to spending time elsewhere. And that he separated at the beginning of the year. So it's not a surprise here, and they've been working together separate to Ivan.
I just know him as Mr. Boris.
Mr. Boris, whatever you want to call him. We're giving him all sorts, so I'll just call him the legend. And I think it's Boris.
But obviously, he played a massive part, didn't he, last year?
Ivan would be disappointed.
Especially as a close
August,
friend.
give me the, that wasn't it.
We have got another goal. Israel and Peru, a side that just quietly going about their business here. Israel 2 goals up to the good. People picked them as the favourite to go through this group, in Group D as the top seed, and I mean, sometimes quality does just shine through, and you start to see just that difference in ability.
Well, Nisa, first off, we should give a lot of credit to. He goes under the radar compared to the three. Yuval, one of the best players in Europe, especially online. He's been phenomenal. We're seeing him at the E-World Cup. And Feldman has always been my favorite or my leader or the best of Israel if we're looking through previous years. So difficult to get by, difficult to beat. So it just gives you an idea what kind of talent they have.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's a couple of matches still going. I saw that Germany just got another goal just for half-time there as well, to take the lead to 2-1. Mike, you're liking what you're seeing down here?
Anytime you start dancing, prancing, you give me a little bit of some rhythm. When the music starts playing, things happen. But it was good defending there from Brazil.
I'm sure we'll speak about it when we've got a little bit more time regarding Portugal. If this result stays as it is, my point that I'm about to make looks even better. Do you think that Tuga getting grouped last week, just that little bit of mental where he's not going to change the way that he plays, but too many draws last week was the reason that the Riders Atletico Madrid got eliminated?
One of the strongest competitors mentality-wise. I don't like going against Tuga in anything. So you see a little bit of some reworking, a little bit of action here. Germany extending against India. But at the end of the day, we're all human, and surely, because these are back-to-back events, you don't get a lot of time in between these events. That's got to sit with Tuga a little bit. He's got to be disappointed. He's definitely emotional from E-Club. That was their title that they probably expected to make a run for a chance at going back-to-back. I talked to him before he got into action with the E-Club. So I don't want to use the word humbling, because I always feel like Tuga is very humble. He's very professional, but I think he's probably surprised to not get that result. Him and Indoni as a team have shown so much success together, and it did not come together due to the draw.
But then having success with your nation, maybe it's even more special if he could do it this week, Aggie.
Yeah, we heard Tuga speaking about it, that it would be arguably the biggest achievement for him to achieve this together with his country, Portugal. We speak about Tuga. I'm also finding very interesting to see Andoni in Spain, but they're currently down as well right now with one, I believe. And both of them were together, obviously, last week, and now they're playing against each other soon in this group.
They're quite resolute, and very similar to what we saw from Goliath Gaming last week. It is the exact pair. They're now just representing the nation that they love so much in South Africa. And one thing they were really good at is capitalising when one single opportunity came up. They weren't necessarily the best team on paper for 75, 80 minutes of those games, but in the spells they scored. And something that this South African side they have to do if they want to get through this group.
They weren't grinding results out either in terms of having to chase a late goal. We saw South Africa during the E-Club. They were always scoring first. They were scoring early, and then from there they showed what I was surprised with, but the ability to handle game management and holding on to leads, making it difficult for your opposition. But they didn't have a bunch of late winners or late drama in those regards. A lot of the job got done early, and then they were able to make the most of them.
Going to take your moments, haven't you? That's what it comes down to. In these big moments.
A little bit risky that, just up in the air. It's not clear just yet. South Africa will recycle this possession. Ball out wide, just holding, waiting. And they're just going to play out here for the final attack of this first game here in Group D.
We've got a bit of pause, haven't we, as well, in the Australia-Turkey match. We had a bit of a technical problem.
Whipped in
that one.
Just thought that might fall. And that will do us between South Africa and Sweden. Points shared in the first game of Group D.
Not a bad beginning for either team. I don't think they're mind the draw, but I like to reiterate the point that Richard keeps stressing as well. Draws can and likely will be deadly if you have too many of them.
Especially if one or two nations start to pull away. Israel, you don't imagine, will drop many points, just given the quality that they possess. If they can start to pick up sort of 6, 9, 12, we've not seen anyone get 15 from 15 in a session yet. Israel might very well do that. Germany, if they were to pick up 6, 9 points, then those draws really do start to hurt you quite a lot. Brazil versus Portugal, final 20 minutes. Anyone surprised, Mike, Aga, that Brazil obviously won it last year and then changed the team so drastically this year?
Oh, they should be converting. Sorry, I was holding off for just a moment there. I don't think it's that big of a surprise that we're seeing PH in the likes of Resende, just because they're already working together with Ajax. Maybe a bigger surprise, even though I rate him so much and I give him so many compliments and superlatives, is Palinetto coming in, especially considering that you have a couple players that won the world title, they won the world championship. You're saying E-Nations, at least somebody got to be there. We got to take 2 out of 3.
You're in the team. Denmark won it the year before. The year after, only 1 out of the 3 is still in the team. You get dropped. You annoyed by that, or can you see the why it's happened?
August, you'd be annoyed.
Yeah,
You're the one that gets dropped off the 2 out of 3. You're the 1 out of 3 is all they took.
Yeah, I think as a player you would probably be annoyed, but on the other hand, that's a nice ball roll right there. Israel just
there you have it.
Getting that
Wrap
third one. But I mean, it's a hard one because obviously it's a new season, it's a new game, which means that you shouldn't be guaranteed things based on previous achievements. So they made a decision in Brazil, who are our 3 best players, which team is the best. It was the decision. You have to rethink all the time, you have to reinvent yourself, and I think that's what Brazil did.
And that's exactly what Germany's done here, bringing in Levi Finn to that roster. Mike and Levi Finn, a couple of seconds left.
I think they both made the right choice, actually. So Germany, this shift was needed, and I believe that we're going to see that over the course of the next few days, that it was a positive move for the progression of Germany. And the same with Brazil. I'm not saying it's fair, and I think just off the GP, general principle, you got to keep at least 2 of the 3, but I do think they picked the right 3 to go forward. I guess only time will tell, but I like the combination of Palinetto, Resende, and then, of course, PH Zen, who's been leading. He's the face.
And Resende was part of that setup. He wasn't obviously playing, but he was very much on the sidelines there, helping out in some capacity. He was up celebrations. His image will live on, won't he, in all the pictures that were taken this time last year in Copenhagen. So he knew the setup really well, and well enough possibly to just to fit in that side this year.
I personally, I see that Brazil side as PH Zen and Resende will play 80% of the games. If we're trailing, if we need a little bit of a magic touch, if we need some electricity, if we just need to bring something into the game, Paulo Neto comes in. I mean, we've seen him. We were at the Carnaval de Libertadores, and it was just such electric games. Whenever Paulo Neto was involved, the attacking ability that he possesses is like nothing else that really we see here.
Well, we saw him do that in EMLS as well. He went back to back to back, and he even saw himself in the final. He almost went for 4 straight. And his offensive capabilities, just a phenom, pushing bodies forward and just taking advantage of his gifts. There's no other way of saying it. When I look at Palinetto, he's one of those guys that's naturally very gifted at FIFA.
That's why he makes it in the squad then. That's kind of...
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with the choice. I'm just saying off the principle of, I won the world title, I need to be there the next year. I feel like I've earned it. But I think they've made the right decisions here. And on paper, which you have a little paper that I wrote down, I took Brazil to win the whole thing. Maybe that's why I'm wearing some yellow. I might wear yellow all days.
Well, you're wearing it all day today, so that is for sure. Right, let's just wind up these games, and there are a lot of scores coming in as well. There's a chance.
One-way traffic, Portugal, these last sort of 5-10 minutes. Really trying to squeeze every inch out of this game. Looking for an equaliser. Corner to be whipped in. If someone's got something up the sleeve, it will be Captain Tuga. What can we expect? Back post potentially. It's a short one. You're waiting. You're waiting for just something to open up here around the edge of the box. Brazil still holding firm. There it is. Portugal, a late equaliser, played the corner, kept it moving. And that's what they do.
And what a goal. Are you talking about moving players around? You've got a manually lob pass. They knock it down, headed into the middle of the pitch, opens up just that half second of extra timeline, and then banging it off the post and in, taking no chances, 1-1. That's deserved.
Yeah, and these goals requires a lot because it's much more of a team goal compared to the more tasty ones we've been watching.
That's tasty to me.
Yeah, but this requires, as you were saying, this requires 2 people, 2 players in sync, which was very well executed there.
Nicely done then for Portugal, just to get themselves back in it as Brazil go down the other end and just ruin their opening matchup. Look at Tuga there. He puts his hands up to his head and goes, I thought we'd done enough there, Mike. I thought we'd done enough.
I'm feeling uncomfortable just watching that. And I haven't even seen it on a repeat. Grab that, navigate it, throw it into a top 5, a top 10, a top 20, a top 50, whatever it might be, it needs to be there.
Sign of a champion, that is. Coming back right at the end to clinch those 3 points. You're probably looking, why is Australia and Turkey so far down? They had a bit of a problem, a techie problem with that. So we join them as we approach 60 minutes here. Australia looking to get back into things. Mark, remember, he's part of all 3 of the World Cups. He was Hollywood last week, you should say, not that far behind. And then it was Dire Wolves last year, if you actually want to know. He's playing Australia there against Türkiye. They're 2-1 up at the moment.
I actually think the last 2 goals we just saw, I'm not over them. The goal from Portugal is phenomenal. The passing, the finding of that space, the little lob, the knockdown, just a quality team goal, as August was saying. And then on the other end, you just had a moment of brilliance. Just giving you something special. You needed sauce with that. Here's some extra.
Yeah, and I also want to just add to that I was a bit surprised about Brazil just getting back instantly, because usually when we speak about Tuga, it's game management. You pause after that goal, you're making sure that your opponent will not have the opportunity just to strike back, just to get you that relaxed moment to prepare for, because Portugal knew that they scored. We're going to just seal this out now. We're going to defend the last attack. Here, that's our main job. We're not going to get the ball back. There's no time to get a chance more, but it seems like they rushed it a bit maybe in terms of just taking that extra time, and that's not very like Tuga, as I remember. It was very controlled player and always thinking about the next step, so maybe something there.
Rushing it because he desperately wants it, Mike. Possibly we heard him. He wants this one. This is important to him this year.
I think we've seen Tuga have to deal with more adversity than some of the previous years. He's always been a guy that wins the 50-50s, very similar to a Nicholas. We talk about game management, controlling matches. He's got that same gene. He's cut from the same cloth, but we have seen him struggle a little bit last week, and it's very early today, but we're not used to seeing them give up those late goals.
One leg just doesn't suit him. I think it sounds really simple, but that's 2-1 after the first leg. He goes into the second leg, and he has a complete new 90 minutes to win the match. And you have to, all the players have said it, it's 2 different tournaments. The group stage is one tournament, the knockouts is another tournament.
Well, especially with players like that, it is that simple, because he's somebody that mentally outlasts you. It's a drag. If you ever played against Tuga or played against somebody like him, I don't know if there's that many that are as good at doing what he does as him, but you know you're not getting the ball easily. You're going to deal with a lot of possession. He defends extremely well. He doesn't make mistakes. The kind of match that you're in for, you're already mentally drained sometimes before you even get started.
Yeah, I tried it on my own body a lot of times. Playing against him was always a big hurdle. And you always knew when you had to play him that this is going to be draining. And that's why I was a bit surprised about the end of that game, because I rate Tuga so high. But they still have a lot of time to get back. Obviously, 9 games left for them, so we don't really doubt Portugal, or at least I don't.
Speaking of plenty of time to get back, that's exactly what Australia have just done against Türkiye. Big goal, 10 minutes left to play. Just recycled the possession, got it into the feet of their attacking players in the right place at the right time, and slotted it past the keeper. And with 10 minutes left to play, might fancy all 3 points, one of these 2 nations.
We'll expect more drama from Australia, because that's what they've been delivering over the course of the last 2 weeks. He knows how to get himself back in matches, does Mark, and he told Naylor just that, and Naylor would have watched what exploded here last week.
We spoke about this group earlier, Group C, where Australia and Türkiye find themselves. It is probably the toughest group on paper. Before the tournament starts, we often say you look at some games and you go, maybe a 3 points there, maybe a 1 point there. This is one of those games where both nations will probably go, we need to get 3 points from this game.
I'd agree with you. I don't always like agreeing with you, but I don't think a draw does what's needed or what's necessary for either Turkey or Australia.
For the first time in a while, I have to disagree a little bit. I mean, I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I just feel like when you're playing that first match of the day, you're willing to compensate, because most importantly is that you get your grip going, you're getting the feeling.
Speaking of the feeling, Türkiye have just got it. Travella on the edge of the box. Frankie de Jong finding the top corner. There's no compensating here.
No compromising, no compensation, and that is the curse of the commentator. And I always remembered alliteration when I was in English class.
All the C's.
I do agree with what Aggie said, though. If you're starting off, you would just not want to lose. You want that point regardless. I'd play for that draw.
Yeah, I mean, it's a balance, right? I just mean, like, you won't take too many risks at your first game. Just naturally, it's in your identity almost, I'll say. Obviously, it changes from player to player, but I just mainly think generally that's what you're thinking.
I'm picking up what he's putting down.
I was that cautious sports person.
Yeah,
maybe we're
Mike
just risk
Lavelle.
takers.
It's more about the match, and yeah, maybe we are, but it's more about that matchup where I'm saying you need a win out of there. I just threw a pen and a card, but I think in that matchup you need more than the draw, basically. Because if it was against a different opposition, I'd have a different opinion. For example, if you're Brazil going up against Portugal, that first game that we just saw, if that ended in a draw, I think that's okay for both of them. However, Brazil had a little extra flair. They saw the yellow. They said, Mike, I got you covered.
Well, we've got 6 minutes left to play here. Frankie de Jong with a beautiful strike, it has to be said. Travella sailing over the top of the crossbar, and Australia will find themselves marooned at the bottom of the table after this first round of fixtures, unless they fancy doing something pretty special, it has to be said. They come forward, not long left as Türkiye just turn over possession, and with, what, 2.5 minutes left to play, you probably think they have just about done enough. However, no. Looks to me that this possession will be switched over, and into the corner flag they go. Unless we fancy one more chance, whip to the back post, extra touch. Game still on. Game off.
Türkiye then take that one, 3-2 over Australia, and 3 big points in their back pocket to start off their campaign here today. Well, all the matches now are finished because we're waiting for that one. And Sven is down there about to chat to the South African duo who just got that draw over Sweden. Sven?
Yes, indeed, Rachel. We spoke last week, didn't we? And you said you were kind of, it was a big moment. You've been waiting to have these interviews and to be on this big stage when you're representing Goliath, of course. Do you feel like you've settled in and you kind of got confidence from last week taking it into E-Nations?
Yeah, of course, like I said, it was historical for us as South Africa, and I think for the continent of Africa. So I think we've proven that we've got what it takes to compete at this level. We've known it, from day one, but we're here to improve on what we did in Club World Cup, and I can't wait to see what the two of them do. We're subbing out Zaid, such a talented player, and I can't wait for him to express what he has in his locker.
Great to see the whole squad being used. A first game against Sweden, a draw is not a bad result. Sweden, obviously, with a very strong team. What does success look like for South Africa at E-Nations?
We want to win every single game. We want to win the group. I think that's the confidence we have. I think we should approach every tournament like that. So, yeah, Sweden, like you just mentioned, they are extremely good, 3 very talented players, and it's the first game of the tournament, so there's a little bit of nerves, maybe there's a little bit of everything, but a draw is not a bad result to start with. Hopefully we can follow it up with a win now.
Definitely. Best of luck in your next game. Guys, Goliath is one of the stories of last week for me, so maybe South Africa can do the same here at E-Nations. We're going to go up the stairs now because I want to talk to the lads from Singapore who kicked things off with a very good opening victory against Spain. How's the mood in the camp?
We are feeling good. I mean, the first result obviously went our way. I think this will build confidence towards the next few games, and I hope that we can continue the same form.
You're going up against Portugal next, but we're going to just take a look at the goal that you scored in that last game to win it. Talk me through it.
We were feeling confident, you know. We don't want to make any like safe passes. We want to take risks in the box, and I think it paid off. You know, we worked our way well, and we got our reward.
I don't know if you got to see any of the Brazil-Portugal game in the last round, but they lost in the last minute to Brazil. So Portugal are going to be a wounded animal looking to bounce back against you guys. Have you got a plan for them?
We're going to stick to our plan, and we see how it goes during the game, and then we will adjust accordingly and try and get a result in the end.
Okay, good luck in the next game to the guys from Singapore. If they can beat Portugal in the next game, not only would that be a poor start for Portugal, it would be an unbelievable start for the guys from Singapore. Let's see if they can do it.
Says Benny, calling together a wounded animal. I hope you're not. He's listening to everything you say. Anyway, let's go back and discuss those chats then with the guys in the studio. The massive result.
Biggest result today for me. I don't know a lot about Singapore, I'm not going to lie, but I mean, them coming in here and beating Spain, which is a team, I predicted Spain to win this group, so I mean, massive result for them.
What group is that, August?
Group C?
Oh yeah, Group C. Yeah, Group C. What did I say? Group C was going to be?
The most interesting group, Mike LaBelle. But if
Most interesting man alive, most interesting group.
Oh, I beg to differ. Anyway, let's go across.
Wait till I grow a beard, watch out.
If Singapore were then to go and defeat another European powerhouse in the form of Portugal, that would be one of the biggest statements we've seen so far in this opening kind of round of fixtures.
And you can do a lot in day one where you don't have to chase day two. And we've seen that with the E-Club. A lot of teams weren't able to rise to the occasion, get the job done in day two because they had too much pressure from being lackluster, being a little suspect in day one.
Well, let's see if they can do that. Big round of fixtures coming your way in a short while. Turkey, though, for me. Rich, do you think they were a surprise package there?
I don't really know what to take away from that first game because that was the one where we had that slight technical pause. I think the game restarted. It sort of, if Australia were getting a bit of momentum, that was halted. I wouldn't read too much into that game, being completely honest. I think Australia will still fight back. The one thing that we've seen from Australia, Mark 11 in particular, is that he will fight until it's impossible for him to be eliminated. I expect Australia to bounce back in emphatic.
You're making up
fashion.
words, I like it, let's go.
And Israel, we all suspected they'd be a dominant force. 4-0 over Peru was just a statement we'd expect from that team.
For me, yes, clearly. I'm obviously a fanboy, or I just think these guys are poised to make a run. I really do.
Well, let's just then have a quick look and wrap up round one of fixtures from Group C and D. We've spoken a bit about Turkey. They're at 3 points, as are Brazil and Singapore. They all got the wins over Australia, Portugal and Spain. And then in Group D, Israel, Mike was expecting a lot from there. They got their 3 points, 4-0 over Peru, who sit bottom of the pile. Germany got the victory as well, and South Africa drew, of course, with the matches. Well, let's go to some matches as they're coming in. We're going to go to our main game, Australia, Brazil. Australia are looking to fight back, and Brazil are in action here, the defending champions. We're getting a chance to see how this new pairing, this new trio looks this year after changing things up. We had a big discussion about that on the couch, and they're underway now after their first round win over that Portuguese side. Right, let's see how they get on then. Finding their feet here are the Brazilians. Ooh, statement early on. Big statement there, Mike.
Relatively direct, breaks through, not the best defending, a lot of time to work with. Again, take a moment, look at the goalkeeper, line it up, green time finish across the body. It's what I would expect from Brazil, 1-0 in the fifth.
Yeah, it's a really, really strong start from Brazil, it has to be said. Not many people backed them to go and defend their title, but what we're seeing so far, resolute, getting that late goal, starting strong here. They didn't have a great group stages last year. I seem to remember on day one they were quite poor. Day two they got enough points to get through, and then in the knockouts just kept the ball rolling, eclipsing in a wonderful, wonderful final against Poland with a last-minute winner.
Yeah, I believe they only won one game on the first day. They came back and won 4 on day 2 there. So it shows you don't have to be perfect when you just come up the blocks. Brazil are being quite good so far, better than last year for sure. And again, that just cements that statement. They've picked the right team.
On the other side, for Australia, you've just lost the last game. You come into this match here. Of that Australian roster, Marcus Gomes is present. However, I went up to the booth just beforehand and said, is there going to third player or coach? You were like, yeah, more coach. So it's going to be these two, Naylor and Mark 11, who are representing Australia.
Well, we've got
they need to try and turn this around.
Yeah, we've got a big goal there, haven't we, for a team who had a bit of disappointment in their first fixture, and that's the Portuguese side. They have come out firing then against Singapore, who, again, got that big win over Spain.
Yeah, just the power of a shot right there from Portugal, and the start you want to get after that end to their first match. And also wondered a bit, I haven't been in the situation myself, but the thing is, like, would you prefer as a player, to you, Mike, and I think it's an open discussion, would you prefer as a player being in the team, knowing that you're going to play the entire competition, as we spoke about Australia with Marcus Gomes probably not going to play, so you know, regardless if I made a mistake, it gives you this security that you just play, you will not be punished, so to speak, you'll not get subbed. Or would you prefer to have that pressure on you, knowing that you have to perform, otherwise you could be substituted?
I'm going to use some odd descriptive words here, but if you're a cuspy player, so you're on the cusp, but I'm saying like you could be rotational with the third player, like you guys could share time, I would rather know what the plan is going into it. I'd like to know if my spot is solidified, it's certified, we're working towards that, this is what we believe in, unless maybe there's some sort of disaster and you have to make a change because it's not working whatsoever. But for me, I think I prefer to be like that if that's the situation, scenario, and there's a lot of what ifs and permutations that we could include into this debate.
Mike always likes to know what's coming his way though, don't you, Mike? You like to have a bit of a plan.
Correct.
I feel, as a person
Yeah.
and as a player. Whereas some people, they might just, not really, or some teams might not have that plan, but then realise it's not really about the team, it's about the country they're representing. So we're going to throw the kitchen sink at it to get a result for our country.
Give me the kitchen sink. This is the reality.
He'll hate being thrown the kitchen sink at it.
No, this is the reality. Winners have a plan. Whether you're on the individual level, you're in a 2v2, you can't just free flow this. You want to win a competition, these guys take it way too serious. There's too much being invested. Was we have nearly a goal there. There's too much being invested. Oh, Post being the best friend. Too many partnerships. You're putting too much time to leave it up to chance. To come into a competition and just say, well, we're just going to go with what happens. That's not going to work.
We had some cheers around here in the arena, and that's because a bit of a moment for a team who doubled their lead there, Rich.
We've only, out of all the games, we've only got 2 games with goals at this current moment, and Portugal have 2 of the 3 goals. They doubled their lead against Singapore, simple cutback, slotted into the far right corner, and an instant turnaround after their disappointing opening match against Brazil. That's one of those matches when you look at Group C, Portugal versus Singapore. If Portugal want to progress, unfortunately, they probably have to pick up 3 points against Singapore here.
And it's reassuring if there's a critique, because I talk to Tuga a lot and Doni, and I keep dating back to the E-Club because I think it's important here as a previous measurable. They did everything right but score goals. They weren't offensively gifted and talented. Yeah, they weren't good. Everywhere else was good. The possession was there, defending was there, and it allowed them to still stay competitive. Credit to them. But the fact that they've scored a couple goals here, I know it's a different partnership, I think it's super important and super reassuring. If you're a fan of Portugal, you're a fan of Tuga, this is good to see that they're able to slot a few back, and they might even add to it. It's only the 30th minute.
Yeah, you obviously look at his mental resolve as well, don't you, when it comes to Tuga. Last week with a hurt, and he has to come back and reset and go again here.
And also, not only come again, but he's not just a member of this team. He is the team, pretty much. Like he's the captain. He's the one doing the huddle. He is the team spirit, everything, what you want to call it, captain, manager, leader, legend of this Portuguese side.
Yeah, he's one of the most professional players and dedicated players. In my opinion, I think that you describe it perfectly there, Rich. You can't really have a Portuguese team without him as it stands, it feels like. Even though, say, there's a lot of talented Portuguese players out there.
I feel it's kind of similar, actually, to Spain and Andoni at the moment. You kind of always go, oh, Andoni's got to be on the team, and then you can't look past Dux either, can you? Dux neat being in the squad as well. He's back in, and I think once they get in their flow, again, they'll be a team to watch, but we haven't really seen possibly the best of them just yet.
Yeah, and you also often, just to add on to the conversation, you often connect a certain player to a country. So when you're thinking about Portuguese FIFA, you are automatically thinking about the likes of TÜRKIYE, but also Francisco Cruz, obviously, and with France, you're thinking about Bruce Grenac, etc. So it goes naturally for them just to stick there. Denmark with Marcuso, for example.
And
It's still the one coming to mind.
Exactly, me too.
From Denmark, especially over the course of the years. Or Spain with Ramos, who's qualified 7 FIFA E World Cups, the most of any competitor. He's won a couple of them. He's always been in the mix. And I say all this because they're big leaders in terms of belief for the players that come in under those players' legacies. And it tells you that you can win. I say this not just because August is on the couch, but we wouldn't have the Marcusos, the Ustins, the Anders, to go with even more players that are coming to the future without the success of August. Even in Scandinavian countries in general, a lot of the Swedes also looked at August's success and said, okay, we could do this, neighboring country. This is in the locker. Or they look at Ivan as well, when you're looking at Ivan Lapagna, Boris Legend, Barus, whatever you want to say. I don't know how many different names we got to give the guy, but you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, now Fonse Ramos was another player like Aggie who got inducted only a couple of weeks ago into that Hall of Fame. So real trailblazers for their countries in terms of FIFA, and that's why we see the depth that we do in countries like Spain, Portugal and Denmark.
Yeah, some games at the minute very un-trailblazing. Group D, no goals so far, 3 0-0. And we are deep into the second half as well, as we just hit half-time there in our featured game, featuring Portugal, Australia and Brazil, 1-0 to the Brazilians.
So I got my eyes focused on different things that are happening. We got a lot of screens. Israel should have had the opener. They went for a cheeky chip at the end of it, but boy, was it something silky sweet. I mean, split the defense, call your mother, call your father. Everybody needs a notification of what could have went down.
I feel India are doing a great job at the moment of keeping South Africa in a draw there. They lost their opening round, as we see a goal go in. Richard, you just teed that one up nice. He had no goals in Group D. We find our first one.
Yeah, Israel scored 4 in their opening game. However, they find themselves 1-0 down to Sweden here. 51 minutes on the clock. The Scandinavian superstars goal. 1 goal to the good.
Yeah, and I was watching the exact same sequence as Mike, and I was also thinking, wow, what a goal to admit. But why did he go for the chip? And then it happens often when you don't take your chances. Your opponent runs down and scores, and that's what Sweden did. And such a strong collective. I would never go against Sweden coming far in a FIFA competition. I mean, they're so solid, all 3 of them, and the chemistry is top.
To your point earlier, you talked about how humble they are and how they work together as a group. And genuinely, we mean that. Sometimes we say that, but then behind the scenes, we do some additional investigation work, and we realize guys maybe aren't seeing the same picture. They're not as aligned as we thought they once were. That is not the case with the Swedes. I don't know if it's a cultural thing. I don't know if it's just because they're all friends. None of those guys are loud or outspoken either, and I think that also plays a factor that you're dealing with 3 high-end professionals. You would never guess that they're all young. First time I heard Alito speak, I think he was 18 years old, and I was questioning myself at 18 and saying, yep, I was definitely nowhere near that level of maturity.
They're a nation who, don't really shout about their success as much, and we heard that actually, didn't we, last week when you had Ololito up against Levy. Olito in a VT that was put out by the club said, oh yeah, Levy's so much more direct than I am. I kind of sit back and just get on with it. Rich?
Yeah, this Portugal-Singapore game, you might be intrigued to find out at home that Tuga benched himself for this matchup. It's Rodrigo and Rafonso who are the duo for Portugal here. They find themselves 2-0 up against Singapore, and potentially if they had a bad result in game one, they win this game right now, but we might start to see Tuga not featuring in this team.
I respect it. Well, I think it's more so that they need the result. And again, we're going to date back to the same point, the same narrative that I've kind of been talking about. Tuga struggled offensively. So put your guys that are going to give you more goals against a team that should give you some opportunities with Singapore.
That's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, and maybe also it is to you have a two-goal lead as it stands. You're feeling comfortable enough to activate your third player, let them feel the virtual pitch and the environment here.
I was going to jump back to the Australia-Brazil game, which is our feature matchup. I thought Australia were on a bit of a charge there, Mike, but as the Brazilians do so well, they stop that, as we do see a equaliser over between Sweden and Israel. Let's just jump in and bring that goal to you.
Yeah, this is Yuval and Nisat for Israel at the near post. Just a little bit of a mess. Find the deflection, find the rebound, find the goal. 1-1 between Sweden and Israel. Turkey and Spain underway as well, and that was a goal for Turkey. Spain potentially going 0-2 from their opening 2 matches.
What did I say at the beginning of the show? You put me on the spot, Rich. I just like making sure everything's on record.
It's been a long show. What did you say?
All right. Well, we talked about how you said Spain, Brazil, Portugal, are they all going through, or somebody going home? I said, I don't think they're all going through. I'm not saying that's going to be Spain, but I'm sticking strong to that statement.
Well, Brazil will undoubtedly going through if they carry on this form. This will be 6 points from 6, 2 wins out of 2, and the reigning defending champions, maybe with a chip on their shoulder to keep hold of their title.
Massive start for them as we speak about them, and we spoke about Spain. Turkey, that's also the start you want to have.
I mean, and looking at that Spain-Turkey game as well, Spain struggling to score a goal, Mike. Didn't score in the opening matchup, and they might just score here. Not quite.
It's got to be said, if you're a fan of Turkey as well, this would be huge. 6 points out of 6 points. Less than 10 minutes left to see it out against Spain.
We'll get back to that game. We've just had a massive goal. Australia 1-1 against the champs. 5 minutes left to 10 minutes left to play, sorry.
We gave out too many compliments, Rich.
In that matchup, Australia, I said they had to rebound, they had to rebound fast. They don't want to be in a similar predicament to the Club World Cup with Team Hollywood. They want to get those points on the board ASAP, and we can see this goal as it happened right now. Cut inside, extra pass, fired past the goalkeeper. Nothing he can do about it whatsoever. And Australia find themselves back in the game.
We have a penalty happening as well. We'll show you that in a few moments' time, because that definitely changed things up in the matchup where it was included. We'll just see if anything happens here. No, let's go over to see that massive, massive moment here.
And this was where the penalty was awarded for. Just a little bit harsh, a little bit of a kerfuffle, you might say.
I have no idea what that word is.
You don't need to know. Inside the box as South Africa and India. It was India, Penenka down the middle. Barely any time in that game left.
Rich looked at me to co-sign a kerfuffle, or whatever he said. Scuffle?
Kerfuffle?
Kerfuffle, what did you say?
I'll tell you, what are we doing right now? What are we doing today? That's not a word. Please tell me that's not a word.
We say that's
Is it a word? Gercuffle?
No.
You should just focus on the game.
You can't tell me you're using that in your day-to-day. I refuse to believe it.
A kerfuffle is a word. We use it in the UK.
What does that mean?
Shall I find the actual definition?
Yeah, hit me with the Wikipedia. What is this?
What I can tell you is 4 minutes left to play.
Around. Let's go.
A commotion or a fuss. A commotion in the box. There you
Penalty
go.
caused the commotion.
Clear kerfuffle.
He's going to use that now. He just added that to his thesaurus in his brain. Right, let's carry on. Australia, Brazil. This is, oh, so close between these two. Right. 1 point each, it looks like.
And look, draws, if this tournament continues the way it is and points become premium, they'll do you nothing. They'll be as useful as a bag of rats by the end of the tournament.
Well, big change around for a couple of these teams here. Spain still can't get off the mark. And it looks like this Indian side,
Massive
South
3
Africa
points.
have the last attack here though, Rich, it looks like. They can just keep hold of these 3 points. It would be big.
We will get one more chance here, South Africa. A reversal has to go inside the box.
Oh, that was lucky.
Just wide of the post. Corner comes in. Let's see what they've got here. If it goes out for another corner, the ref will ball full time. Recycling possession, can't go too far back. And India do win the ball back. 3 points for India on the board.
South Africa will say that's a couple of points gone begging there.
It's different for South Africa. They're now in a new position where they're playing as a favorite. Going into that matchup, we would have said South Africa should beat India because we now have a little more expectation. Remember, they came in before as the underdog, under the radar, house money, free money. Nobody's expecting to progress from the group, and sometimes that gives you a little bit of advantage. You come out, you push a tempo, and you get that extra action.
Well, I think there's one match still going, and that is Portugal. There, we're watching it on our screens. They're still leading Singapore 2-0. Still about 10 minutes left for this one. A lot of time left to still be played.
Yeah, Singapore just trying here to see if they can get back, but as it stands, it's Portugal who's still attacking.
Anything but all sorts of superlatives that I'm going to attach to that item. And he was a fantastic value.
Different positions as well. I've seen teams using him on the wing, in centre mid, as a 4-3-2-1, as that attacking central midfield player. It's just mind-blowing that he's so good. It has to be said. Floated to the back post. We talk about him, and he delivers. Petr Cech.
Oh, come on, and he headbutts the corner flag. Let's go.
A helmet made of gold.
Yeah, an interesting aspect. We also saw Milinkovic-Savic being very strong box-to-box centre mid for Leipzig, I believe it was, and also other teams as well. And we also spoke about, at least Mike, you mentioned Group C would be really tight. This result makes it even more even. But also Group D, I mean, teams are beating each other, teams are drawing. We saw Peru as well, getting a point against Germany. So, I mean, both groups seems quite open.
Time will tell. I still find it hard to believe in Group D that we're not going to have Israel, Germany, and Sweden kind of leading that group. Maybe that fourth spot opens up a little bit, which would be different than what I said earlier on. I thought it'd be a very clear cut with South Africa kind of leading that role. But we'll see. Time will tell. We still got a lot of games.
Yeah, we just saw an upset, didn't we? Between South Africa and India. India winning that matchup there. This one not so much of a surprise. Portugal then take the 3 points and 3 goals over Singapore, and that just does confirm all the matches then in round 2. Well, let's head over to Spencer with the Brazilian duo. Are they going to be partying at the end of the 4 days here, Spen? Have they got any dances planned? I'd love to hear a bit about I guess what they're going to bring this year. Glasses? What have they got?
Well, I think we'll have to wait to the 4th day to find out about that one. But they are the reigning champs, of course, Rachel. I'm here with the man who masterminded the victory this time last year. Obviously, you must be very proud still of your achievements, but this is a new year. And talk to us about the team selection this year, because we've been talking about it a little bit on the couch. A slightly different side.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. This year we made a little bit different on the choices. So we got 3 requires. Trophies, consistency, and moment of the season. So the best 3 guys on those 3 criteria have been chosen.
And your first game was a win against Portugal. Is that considered a bit of a rivalry, the two Portuguese-speaking nations? You happy to win that one?
I don't think as a rival, we are really good friends. We know each other for a couple of years, but it is always a good match.
And that was followed with a draw with Australia. Talk to us about that game.
Yeah, we lose our game, mind a little bit on the middle of the second half, but that happens, and we already build up for the next match.
Brazil, of course, the most successful football nation of all time, really. You're looking to become that for FIFA as well by being the first team to win back-to-back trophies?
Yeah, for sure. We have been prepared in training for this time. I still got the wristband from the season.
Wow. After that, he's still got it on. Maybe we'll have another one for next year as well. Best of luck in your next game, Brazil. I'm going to head downstairs now. I want to talk to the only team in the competition currently that has won all of their games. And that is, of course, the guys from Turkey. So I'm just going to join their booth. Back-to-back wins. They'll be very happy. Again, perhaps surprising some people that weren't maybe expecting it. Here we are in the Turkey booth. So I was just saying, maybe some people weren't expecting you to start by winning both your games, but did you see it coming?
I think it was expected for the people who practice with us. My teammates really playing really good. They so good in the 2v2 mode. And yeah, I was expecting it as well. And next up is against the world champ Brazil. We still are confident.
What a game that is going to be. Huge game for both teams, both unbeaten so far. Do you see yourself as a potential favourite to win the group now and maybe even win the tournament?
Yeah, for sure. After the game against Spain, I just saw that my teammates really are one of the best here right now. And yeah, I think we are one of the favourites.
We just saw your goal there against Spain. Spain with back-to-back losses. So listen, the group's wide open. Talk to us about your team. How was it put together?
You mean about the players?
Yes.
We just built. All teams are similar, I think, but our right and left back are a bit different. We really need Frankie de Jong for the right back. He's really important for us.
Okay, Frankie de Jong, key player for Turkey. Listen, it's a very happy camp here. 2 wins back-to-back. Let's see if they can make it 3 in the next matchup. Back to you, Rachel.
Thank you very much, Sven. Yeah, big match next for Turkey. They are taking on Brazil. That's going to be pretty exciting as well. That is 1 and 2 in this group taking on each other. Well, I think the big story so far, I already mentioned it during those matchups, is Spain. On the bottom, 0 points, no goals. What's going wrong? Aggie?
Yeah, it's a really good question because both players were here last week with Niet and Andoni. Niet had a bit more success than Andoni had, but it's still 2 players you would expect to get points from the beginning and dominate, but they got to turn this around. It's not going to be easy because now they're up against Portugal and they will start to feel the pressure if they don't get 3 points here.
I don't know if it's that surprising. Niet didn't score a bunch of goals with Zizinho, and Andoni didn't score goals with Tuga.
And Niet knocked Andoni out, basically.
Yeah, and we watched this days ago. They both struggled with scoring there. If there's one critique for both of those teams, even though, of course, with Ducks they had more success, they weren't scoring a bunch of goals.
How much do they play together, Rich? Do they play a lot together?
There's one thing that's different from Andoni last week, from Niet. Zidane, you've lost 2 games. Let's change things up. Let's get a new player in there. He's waiting. He's been very, very impactful in this Spanish team for a long time. He's been an E-Liga champion. He has done it before on the big stage. I think maybe you run a Niet and a Niet and Zidane team. Andoni takes a sit out. If that doesn't work, you change it up again. And you mix and match.
Do they practice a lot together, though, Mike? That is something that I'd still like to know. Obviously, we see the Ducks kind of set up, which is very professional, very thorough over in Madrid. But do they come together a lot as a national team?
Yeah, collectively, they've been working all year. I'd probably agree with Rich here. It's not our decision. We don't always know every intricacy as well, what's happening behind the scenes in terms of mentality, who's working well together, who doesn't even like each other sometimes. But I'd like to see a change because it is confirmed, not only today, but in previous days as well, that Andoni and Niet, they're doing great defensively, but they're not scoring a bunch of goals.
I think there's a lot of respect and support for both of them. We actually saw, didn't we, Niet and Andoni tweet each other last week when they knocked each other out. I mean, Ducks Niet, that was to Andoni. So there's a lot of respect there, and they were looking forward to playing in this competition together. Rich, have a look behind, see if there's any movement while I take us through the standings here after 2 matches. Can you see anything happening over there? Right, standings. Rich is getting his glasses out, and I'm going to take you through Group C. Turkey, 6 points. We heard from them earlier. With 4 points. Portugal then, 3 points. Next to Tuga and his side after a successful second round of matches there. Singapore then as well, 3 points, 1 win. They just had a drop against Brazil and Spain. They were the talk of the couch a few moments ago. 2 losses and no goals. Richard, have you got an update?
Yeah, Spain still running the same team. It's going to be Andoni and Neat for that roster. For Portugal, Tuga is still out, to my understanding, for that next round. It's going to be Jafonso and Rodrigo. One team that I can tell you has made a change, Paulo Neto, looks to be in the hot seat. He is going to be stepping up to the mark. Expect goals. Expect goals from Brazil.
Well, just bring you up to quick speed on Group D. That quickly went before I got a chance to speak about it. Israel 4 as a Germany there. Again, Mike was saying those 2 are going to go through with ease, possibly. Here we go, India 3, a massive, massive result for them. South Africa, for them to get 3 points was big, especially after last year here. Sweden then 2, South Africa 1 and Peru 1. Matches starting left, right, centre. Let's get in to them. Spain, Portugal, this is the one we want to see. This is so important for that Spanish side. No movement yet, as confirmed by Richard there. And Portugal, the momentum is definitely with the Portuguese side right now.
They played in the playoffs, Spain and Portugal. It was Andoni and Neat in the 10th round. In the middle round, it was a 1-1 draw between Spain and Portugal, and that was Zidane and Jose Ballion who played against Portugal. Spain got the upper hand in the playoffs, however, both teams obviously made it to the knockouts.
That suggests they will have movement then, Rich?
More than likely, yes. Just not right now. Maybe because you know what you're playing against. You're playing against a side that you've matched previously in tournaments. You know what to expect. Spain and Portugal could be a stalemate. However, India and Sweden is certainly not, as the Swedes go 1-0 up after the opening 5 minutes.
Well, India then, they did just get that big win, didn't they, over South Africa? They really want to back that up, but Sweden, we mentioned how strong the 3 Swedish FIFA players are in that, so expect some great results for them. Back, though, to this matchup here, and Rich, maybe between this round of fixtures and the next, we'll see that change because there's a little bit more of a break for them to discuss and actually kind of say, do you want to sit in? Should we change things up?
Yeah, I just don't know if I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot today, but I don't know if this Spanish side, the one-legged format, it really hurts them quite a lot.
It hurts a lot of teams, though.
Yeah, they played against England in the winners' bracket, first round matchup. Spain versus England to qualify. For the Spanish roster, it was Andoni and Neat. They beat England 2-0 over 2 legs. Maybe just played a little bit too slow in one leg.
Just feel like the combination of these 2 players are amazing. I mean, you have Andoni, who's super controlled and very, very strong. In the defense also have the leader role, as we just see here, Sweden getting a second one. And then you have Nia, who can do the unpredictable stuff, the amazing skill moves. I mean, when you're presenting that idea to me before they're actually playing, I would say, okay, that's a really, really good combination, but something is not clicking, and maybe that break will be good for them. Maybe it will be bad. If they go on to win this match, they rather want to continue, perhaps. So, yeah, a lot of question marks right now on the Spanish team.
Yeah, they just need to get up at 0 points, really, a bit like we saw from USA earlier on today. They got a draw and then they got that final win, didn't they, in the end, and just picked up a couple of points to give them that confidence heading into tonight where they can chat about it and come back really strong and firing tomorrow.
You saw Peru taking the lead against South Africa right there. That's up in Group D for Peru. A team we've not really spoke about too much, DMS 10. A player you might be familiar with if you watched a lot of the at-home broadcast. He was featured quite frequently over there. And also Magic from South America. Also, great team as Peru leading versus South Africa. Nothing really to take note of against Spain and Portugal here. A bit of a stalemate.
I mean, Aggie was saying he didn't really know what to expect from the Peruvian side there, Rich. From what you've seen of them online, what kind of style do they play, considering they're at 1 goal up against South Africa right now?
Yeah, very attacking. A lot of the time we've seen them over 2 legs during the South American qualifiers, but just get the biggest compliment that you can give to any team is here is actually making it, especially through South Africa. Through South America. When you look at the teams that haven't made it, Colombia, great FIFA nation, you probably expect. Ecuador, we've seen really good things from in previous Nations Cups and previous tournaments. South America is a hotbed for FIFA talent, so to get through that region, I think it tells you all you need to know.
Expect a dark horse then, here.
I think they'll go through.
Well, if they're going through, some of us are getting our results a little bit wrong then, aren't we? Here. We'll have to see. What did we say for groups C and D? Rich, you went Spain and Israel, and
yep.
Aggie, you went Spain and Sweden.
Well, Spain's not been great so far, have they? 0 points.
I went Brazil and Sweden, and Mike went Portugal, Germany. So actually a mixture between the 4 of us here.
Anyone who said Sweden, you're rubbing your hands at the moment. They're 3-0 up, and we can see the 3rd goal. Mistake at the back from India, just a little bit too slow on the ball. Green time to finish into the bottom corner. Sweden look to have gone into another gear.
Yeah, it seems like they're just getting started now, and a lot of key games going on right now, I feel. Israel, Germany as well. It's a big one. 2 of the teams you would expect is playing for that first place in the group as well. And then you have Peru and South Africa playing, which could be the one for the 3rd or the 4th place in the group. So, I mean, a lot of games here which we would call like a 6-point game.
I do love a 6-pointer. Do you think we might get, I mean, with such contested teams, or you just mentioned there, Singapore and Australia, points are essential. Israel versus Germany, points are essential. Spain versus Portugal could lead to draws.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be really, really, really tight here. And I mean, looking at all of the screens, you also have Brazil-Turkey. That's also the top match as it stands right now in Group C. Spain-Portugal, obviously, I should say Spain didn't get anything yet, but
I mean, we've been following this game, 45 minutes gone. We've not seen a lot. This could be potentially a chance here for Spain in and around the box, breaking the deadlock. Not yet. Portugal defend well.
Maybe a question for Francisco, the coach of Portugal. Spencer could ask him. He took Tuga out of this match. Maybe it has something to do with his partnership with Andoni. Maybe there's something Andoni knows. That's some of the small margins you can, or forwards you can make as a coach going into the match.
I'm sure we can get Spen to ask that question. I was interested in this game as well. Germany and Israel, 2 big powerhouses in this group. Mike, you're back with us. Not really something that we're surprised at here, that no one can break the deadlock between these 2 big teams.
I mean, across the board, it's 0-0s everywhere. Singapore,
Yeah, so
Australia,
close.
Turkey, Brazil, Israel, Germany, even Peru and South Africa. It's only the 1 goal separating them in a 1-0. It's just not a high-scoring round this far. It can be like that.
Well, the Brazil-Turkey game is back underway, and then this one as well. Bit of action here.
Interesting, we saw Levy Finn in, Dull and Mike start of the day, but Levy Finn is now in alongside Umut, and that Levy Finn Umut duo, if you wanted to emulate potentially the closest thing to Anders and Umut, I think that's it. I think Levy Finn's probably a little bit closer to Anders than Dull and Mike is, and maybe you can activate Umut in that way. It's all about what your partner can do for you rather than, I think, how you gel together. How can you activate your teammate to get an extra 2, 3, 4, 5% out of them? And that potentially could be what Levy Finn is brought in to do.
He's on the fly rotations. I don't know if I agree with him or disagree with him. I'm still trying to figure it out. 2v2s are still relatively new to the FIFA scene. Yes, we've seen them now for a couple years. They've been involved, but some of the formats and the progression or regression, it's kind of like a double-edged sword. When you make a good switch, we're going to sit here and say, that was genius. When you sub in somebody and it doesn't work, then we're going to sit there and question your decision-making. I just don't think there's enough game or enough time in a lot of these single, not elimination, but these single matches. They're not even 2 legs to really get into the flow, to really be in rhythm, especially if you're coming off the bench.
That's why it's so important just to grind out the games here and make sure you get through to day 3, and that's when the games really begin with these 2-leggers, knockout FIFA, what we want to see, and they want to perform in.
Well, we were speaking just about Germany there with the rotation. They started the day against India, Levy, Finn and Umut. Second game, they swapped Dull and Mike and Umut. Third game, they've swapped again, and to me that looks like it's premeditated. Levy, Finn and Umut, every duo has had a chance to play together, so they've all got reps under the belt.
Well, what's the point of premeditated switches or adjustments? You want to do it where you feel like you actually have a competitive advantage. All right, if I'm making a change, I'm just putting myself in this position, hypothetically speaking. If I'm making a shift, I want to get or receive some sort of incentive for that adjustment.
You change until you find what's right. And then when you've got what's right, you stick. In my eyes, like you swap until you go.
It's not the time to do practice. Like Allen Iverson, practice? You're talking practice? I don't think that reference is going to hit with anybody on this couch, but it's a classic moment.
But you always say the friendly games.
Yeah, you should have been decided who's playing where and why.
Yeah, but some people play so well in the friendly games, they come out here and it doesn't really click, Mike, and then they need to go to plan B.
That's still an adjustment. To your point, that's not predetermined. That's because you weren't putting up the way that I thought you were going to be able to deliver. Therefore, we're making a change, a substitution, an adjustment. I'm a tactician.
They're different.
What's the saying? If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no one correct answer here. I feel like like there are different ways of doing this. I agree a little bit with you, Mike. I agree a little bit with Rage and Rich as well. I mean, things can change all the time. Things can evolve in a way you didn't expect. You can't fly. I agree with you in the way that you can't please everyone. Like, that's just how it is. If you want to win, you can't please everyone.
Well, let me paint a picture. August is playing. August, you just have a fantastic game in your 2v2. Because we want to get repetitions, we sub you out to bring in that third player. And now when you come back on, you're a little cold. You don't feel the same way. You're not managed. We didn't need to make that change. We already had something that was working. We were getting results.
They're that confident that every one of their players has a great ability.
They don't have a weak player.
That they want everyone warm for when they get to knockouts, they get for these real crunch games. They go, it doesn't matter who we field because all our players have played with each other throughout the last 2-3 days that we know they can perform.
It's just, I would personally say it's just a high risk to take, because you take that risk of having one of your players getting a bit cold, as Mike say, and losing some momentum. But I'm also pretty sure that all the coaches informs their players beforehand if they're going to do something. They're not just going to pull out something surprising for the player, because that could affect the player in a negative way, right?
I'm not taking the food out of the dog's mouth. And then I'm asking him to come back on and he's still going to be hungry.
Well, Sven needs to ask that question as well, doesn't he? He's got a question for Germany and he's got a question over there for Portugal as well. Why do Germany keep switching their players, and why is Tuga sat out against Andoni?
But what if the dog's never fed originally? What?
Great, I need him to stay that hungry. I need a savage. I need an animal.
I don't agree with you have 2 players, you play all your games, and then when something goes wrong, you bring someone who's not played a single minute of the entire tournament. That's not fair on that player.
I think you stick it out. If you have been playing with 2 players, it's working, you're getting the results, you're committed to them, you're dedicated to the action. Apparently we're going to have a big debate on the couch about this. It's ongoing.
Peru have just gone 2-0 up against South Africa. Adam is a little bit of a dark horse in this tournament. Brazil and Türkiye still 0-0, but that could be changing very shortly indeed. Good defending from the top of the table. Clash here in Group C. Just having a look across the rest of the game. Sweden cruising at this current moment against India, 3-0. Israel leading 1-0 against Germany. Singapore and Australia 0-0. And as we saw earlier, Spain and Portugal still in that pause, 68 minutes on the clock. Nothing you have missed whatsoever. 0-0.
There's quite a lot of games without goals there, Rich, isn't it? It's pretty surprising, actually, in the first day of a massive competition like this, when we all talk about we don't really want to see these draws. 1 points aren't always enough when we get into day 2, and you have to find yourselves in the top 4 spaces to go through.
Could be a chance here for Turkey, right on the edge of the box. Minutes remaining. Good chance, good save. Corner coming in. Not long to go here. Edge of the box, recycle the possession. We've already seen a couple of corners won and scored during the groups so far. As we get another corner here, good to give you the updates from around the grounds. Peru now 3-0 up. If you are wondering what is happening over there, South Africa trailing 3-0 against the Peruvians with a point to prove.
And this is Peru then getting their 3rd goal and really sinking that South African side there. And that's a little bit surprising considering how strong they were last week.
Been night and day difference. I don't see the same energy, the same output.
Same hunger from them? Maybe they really, like we just heard from them a little bit earlier. They said they made history last week. Maybe they kind of felt that was good enough.
Maybe the food and the dog reference is working.
They were fed last week.
Now they're full. I need them to be hungry.
They also made a change in the team as well in the second matchup.
So we're going to blame the new dog.
Puppy.
That's why they need to play. Anyway, let's stick
Spain and Portugal.
with Spain and Portugal.
There's been changes in the teams throughout Portugal's side so far. Not quite been able to get it clicking, have the Portuguese side thus far. Spain just knocking the ball around, no real chance to go forward as of yet. This could be the chance they were waiting for. A lot of space out wide here for Spain. Entering the box. All systems go here for the Spaniards. Twisting, turning. Portugal get bodies around it and just edge him out of play. One back in the corner. Still on for Spain. What a save.
They have to convert there. They got a big takeaway, big mistake, huge error from Portugal. Right place, right time. They aim towards the near post. I think it's the wrong choice. A little bit of goalkeeper movement, but you have to convert.
Well, we're going to go and see the game between Israel and Germany. Israel have been leading the match for most of this, and, well, the Germans, they just got one back as well, with not much time left to play on that one.
Classic wing play. Seen a lot of that on display in day 1 of E-Nations. Take it down the end line, look for the pass back, resurface it, and you have your finish, your tap in. Time green always is an extra helper that you love to see.
Be a late bit of drama here for Spain. 2 chances in this final 10 minutes where the goalkeeper has bailed Portugal out.
I guess these chances sums up what we've been debating about Spain pretty well. I mean, decision making in terms of getting that goal, and it can get into you. You start overthink the chances you get. Maybe do a dribbling too much or pass too much, or you know.
The build-up's been there, the approach play's been right, but you're not having that final touch. You talk about being clinical, the importance of being clinical, being able to take those chances, those opportunities, playing the percentages. And you only have a half second. It's got to be sort of instinctive in terms of what you want to do in those scenarios. And it's been what's been punishing them. They haven't had that.
Peru. They've been great so far. Unlike India, who trail 3-0 here against Sweden.
Feel like a broken record, but if you don't score goals, you're not going to win games. That'd be 3 games consecutively without scoring a goal for Spain.
India just trying to get a late consolation here. Could come down to goal difference in this group. You never know. Every goal matters.
Yeah, we've seen how much that could go on and be vital.
Two minutes left then here. From what we've seen, it doesn't look like anyone's going to take the spoils in this matchup.
Portugal just playing for the last attack, trying to manipulate the ball into a space where they can attack with no worry of conceding up the other end. That's exactly what they'll do with the ball out wide, played in field, little elastico, dinked in the air. They'll win the second header. Is it going to fall nicely for Portugal? Not on this occasion. The referee was up for full time. A point apiece. Andoni neat. Rodrigo and Jafonso 0-0.
Yeah, 0-0 then in that big European derby we had there. And I know Spence is around there. And Spence, I don't know who you're going to first, but we'd love to see as well when you do go to one of the teams, why there was that change for Tuga there, why Tuga jumped out of that Portuguese side when they took on Spain, who I know you're going to speak to there. We were saying, Spen, is that because maybe Andoni knew something about Tuga's performance that, you know, they didn't want to play against each other. They know each other so well. So Andoni might know why Tuga didn't play against him. Maybe you can ask him that.
Yes, I am here with Andoni now. You just went up against Portugal, big rivalry game. Tuga, your teammate from Riders, didn't play. Do you think it's because he thinks you know too much about him?
No, I think because Rodrigo and Afonso are more attack than Tuga. They play so good, and 0-0 another time, but I am confident.
So we'll talk about your performance so far. That's your first point. You had 2 losses in the first 2 games, so it's an improvement, but you're still looking for your first goal. What do you need to change?
I think that we're playing better than our opponents, but I need calm in the box, the rival, and I think the next match I can win.
Okay, next match, very important for Spain. Good luck. I'm just going to cross over the stage here. I want to talk to the boys from down under in Australia because they also are looking for their first win. They've got 2 draws, so 1 more point than Spain so far. Mark told me last week, never been grouped. Is that going to still be the case this time tomorrow?
I hope it is. We're just a little bit off, but we have a lot of potential to get out of the group comfortably.
What have you got to do to unlock that potential?
Just play more confident, a bit less mistakes in the box. I've made a few in the back line, but other than that, we should be fine.
Okay, let's talk to your coach here. Marcus is getting involved. What's it like looking after these boys?
Oh, it's great. I mean, we've got a really strong group, but to have these 2, I'm really confident. I mean, we haven't got a lot of points at the start here, but it's a long way to go.
Well, the good news is you've actually got double the points that Mark had this time last week after 5 games, after 3. So yeah, he got out of that group unbelievably with Hollywood, 1 point from the opening day. What's your target now? You've got 2 points so far, 2 games left.
I think we'd love to end today on 5 points. I think so, winning next to these 2. Spain's also struggling to get points with us, so we know that last game's going to be big. But this game against Portugal is also massive as well. So if we can sneak a win here, it's a great day.
Fantastic stuff. Some really big games coming up. Every game gets big from this sort of point onwards. Let's see what happens, Rachel.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. It's so nice as well to see Marcus going back in real life. I only ever see him in front of a screen, behind a screen. I haven't seen him probably since FIFA 19 now. It's been a long while. So good to see him back there as well. And we got our question answered, didn't we, about the Spain-Portugal matchup there. Andoni said he felt the Portuguese duo there were more attacking, even though they didn't get any goals, Aggie.
Yeah, that could be at least Spain's theory about Portugal. Maybe they have a different one, but it makes sense from Andoni's point of view. And yeah, didn't come any goals out of it, so who's happy? I don't know.
Oh, well, let's just go to a wide shot here of our studio, because I just saw Alex jump in. I didn't even know he'd joined us there. Hello, welcome, Alex B, to the studio. You snuck in there without me noticing. I'm sure you're watching all the matches backstage there, and obviously the talk there was Spain, still yet to really get off the mark. They now got a point, but still no goals. We were really surprised at that. Were you?
Very much so. I think when you're looking at Neat and Andoni, we know how good Neat is in that attacking area. It's only a matter of time, though. I think at some point they've eventually got to start clicking. We saw Neat last week with the goal that he did, where he just took it past the goalkeeper, just showing that class and quality that he has. Something's got to click sooner rather than later for them. But Portugal, that's probably the team which I'm a little bit more surprised with at the minute.
Yeah, exactly. Well, still a long way to go. Still 2 more games today. Then they come back and do it all again. 5 more matches tomorrow. Well, Spen's just surprised us. He's going to give us another interview as well. This time he's with the Peruvian side. Spen, over to you.
Thank you, Rachel. Yes, I'm with the Peruvian coach here. You've had one of every result. You've had a loss, a draw, and a win, but it's going in the right direction. You're picking up points. How are you feeling?
We're feeling good. I think we're playing really good games. We have 2 clean sheets against Germany, which is a really strong team. We didn't concede any shots too, so it's a really good motivation for us.
And you've got Sweden next. What are you thinking about that game? Same approach?
Yeah, we're expecting the same. We faced them the last year, so we hopefully can win them this year.
And if you come to the E-Nations tournament here with a particular target in mind, what would a successful tournament be for Peru?
Winning. There's nothing else.
There's nothing else for Peru. That's what's on their mind. They got a win in their last game, their first of the tournament. Can they follow it up with a win against the Swedes?
Well, Richard was saying, wasn't he, how strong the South Americans are, and obviously Peru had a difficult task to get here anyway. So for them to be here and now be winning as well, Spen said they've done a hat-trick here of different things. They've got a draw, they've got a win, and they've got a loss. So yeah, let's see how they get on in the final 2 fixtures of today. Well, I wanted just to bring your attention to a little bit of a collaboration as well that FIFA have been doing. It's part of the Good Game Promise, and it's with Ditch the Label. So Ditch the Label are a company who really focus on anti-cyberbullying as one of their big points. And actually we got to experience a bit of what they're about a couple of weeks ago. They came to Zurich. They were part of the Fame Her Game boot camp here. And they're really, helping to stand and unite against the toxicity that some of us may experience online as well. And FIFA are committing 900 hours to trying to counteract some of the abuse and harassment that we do experience online in this sport. So a big shout out then to Ditch the Label. Well, let's continue then with our conversation about what we've been seeing so far in groups C and D. Well, we have a pause now, so it's a great time just to have a quick look at the standings as we go into the last 2 rounds of fixtures today. Who are we really looking for, guys, to get a big result? Alex, I'm going to come to you. Who do you think's going to turn up in these last 2 matches?
I'm going to back Australia. He's said multiple times he's never been grouped, and he's going to carry on with that performance, I would imagine, and stick up to that. The 5 points we're saying there that they need.
Mike, the South Africans, can they not draw on last week's experience here and get off the bottom of this table?
They haven't been great. I'm still stuck with Spain a little bit. I'm just so surprised that they're at the bottom of Group C. And how they've looked, or the lack of offense that we've kind of been showcased, or lack of showcase. We haven't really had that type of action. A lot of the other teams, where they are is what I expected. Maybe you didn't expect Turkey to lead, but Israel, Sweden, and Germany, that was always the front 3.
Turkey, and you might have expected it.
Great side. Really, really good side. I didn't expect them to be leading, but I thought in the 3rd, 4th range, if I'm being brutally honest. I thought Spain would have been better. There's a long way left to play. I still think Spain go through.
Looking at how tight Group D is as well, Israel, Sweden and Germany all on the same points. They're all playing the teams in the second half of that group as well going forward. So after round 4, they could yet again all be on the same in Group D. So much to play for in round 5 a little bit later on.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking at Peru as well. We just heard the interview. It was nice to hear a little bit from them, because them coming into the competition, at least for my sake, didn't know a lot, and I got some of my questions answered so far. It's a team that's definitely here to play with the best.
I'm having a look at what our featured matchup should be next. I'm going to put you guys on the spot as well. Which matchup would you like to see? There's some big ones. We've got South Africa, Germany, Sweden, Peru, and India, Israel in Group D. Any one of those 3 sticking out? Alex, you're new to the party tonight, so I'm going to ask you.
I just want to keep seeing more of Israel, to be honest
Same.
with you.
That's what I was hoping you were going to say.
Well,
Give him a nudge.
We want the Israel matchup then in Group D. Group C, boys, Brazil, Spain, Turkey, Singapore, Australia, Portugal.
I'm going to stop you straight away. Brazil, Spain.
I know you were about to.
If Spain can get a result in that matchup, that they find themselves flying up the table, is it going to happen?
It's got to. It's got to
Probably
start
not.
now. It's got to start now.
I mean, I think Brazil are just too strong.
Well,
Can we get a video of that?
Ooh, stop throwing your pen
All
at me,
right,
Mike
my
LaBelle.
bad.
The matches are starting. We're getting into them. South Africa, Germany. We asked for Israel. We'll see them in a short while. They
Must
haven't
win.
started.
Must-win game here for South Africa. Marooned at the bottom of the table, 1 point. Germany are doing well so far here. As you can see, the selection of players.
Israel is the last matchup. That will start here today. Israel, of course, taking on India. Right, this is the one that Alex wanted to watch, nudged by Mike LaBelle. We're treated to it.
Yeah, I'm expecting goals galore in this game from both sides, giving us a nice entertaining match in the 4th group stage game. Aggie, Israel, how much have you been impressed by them? Have they lived up to the expectations that you had for them?
I think we had a huge expectation to them coming in. Obviously, just waiting for that last breakthrough from the players, but all 3 of them have the capacity to go all the way, and especially as a unit, I think. So Israel, impressive, and they already played against Germany, they already played against Sweden. Now they have, at least on paper, 2 more comfortable games, so I expect them to get 6 points.
Big statement there from Aggie. Israel looking at 6 points in these last 2 remaining fixtures, which would put them in a very good position. As we move over to the game between South Africa and Germany, it is Germany taking
Probably
that.
What you expected?
I mean, the way that it's been going right now for South Africa, yes, I would say.
It's not been great.
It
That's
hasn't.
safe to say.
And the good luck charm of Richard Butley hasn't been coming through.
I've not been down in between games, that's why.
Get down there. What you doing sat up here? Go on. Take your mic. Can do some commentary from the
Do
move.
the show from down there. I should give radio commentary from the South African booth.
Sideline reporter there, Richard Alves is called. Right, let's go over to Singapore and Turkey. We've had an early goal in this one.
You can see that goal coming in from Turkey. Having a great tournament thus far here at the FIFAe Nations Cup. Quite a young roster of players. And Singapore, unfortunately, just not able to live up to it at this moment.
And Mike and Alex wanted the Israel-India game as well. Because they thought it was going to be exciting. They thought Israel were going to continue to dominate.
You're going to like this opener.
The man, the one, the only, Milinkovic-Savic there.
You know what? I'll take that for a breakdown, too. If you can throw it to me, production, I'll take that one for a little breakdown there. We'll give Savic some love. He has changed the way that people play with a lot of the knockdowns, a lot of the crossing options, just the size, presence, and power that I know you love and support oh so much.
For sure, and there it isn't even so much about him being 6'8". There's obviously plenty of players that we've seen, Petr Cech, for example, fulfilling that role. Just triggering that man at the back stick, and then the timing of the cross is to perfection as you're about to beat that defensive line, giving Milinkovic-Savic the easiest job in the world to put Israel 1-0 up.
And that's what we'd expect, wouldn't we, from that team from Israel. I think we probably, well, we've spoken about them a lot, but possibly I should have put them a little bit higher up in my predictions, my estimations for this tournament here, Mike.
It's still early. I've just been feeling bold, and that's how we've been laying out for Group C and Group D especially. Making all sorts of statements, predictions, manifestations.
It's just not, it's not surprising that, like, Yuval is probably one of the favourites even next week at the E-World Cup. He's the #1 player in Europe at this moment. We said that Brazil versus Spain was a must-win game for Spain. However, it looked unlikely with the dominance that Brazil have shown thus far here in the tournament. and Brazil go 1-0 up again.
Yeah, if they were to go to lose this match, Spain, just as we speak about it, there has been a goal more. But if they were to lose this match, Spain, I'll say they're in big, big trouble. I mean, especially how balanced the group is. Teams are beating each other, so yeah, that's really not good.
And you see Israel's in double trouble. Same with Brazil here, walks it around the goalkeeper. Spain just has not been up to par. And I'll tell you what, Israel on the virtual pitch reminds me of Croatia on the actual pitch. We talk about football with smaller nations that have big-time performers and guys that make a huge difference.
Since Paulo Neto came into the team, by the way, Brazil have just looked a different animal. It has to be said.
That first goal we saw there from Brazil, just all about that confidence in the drive with R9 to just attack the space. The defender's just not there. Brilliant footwork from Turkey. Richard, we were speaking to the third player there behind previously, and they were saying they just attack. They have no fear in what they do, Turkey. They're young. They just want to come here. They want to score goals. And right now it's showing exactly how they want to play.
Yeah, absolutely. Turkey are a side that could go far in this tournament. I'm going to put that out there right now. Just the way that they play FIFA, they were, even against England in the qualifiers, I was commentating that game for England. England were 3-0 down in the first leg. Like, the game was almost over before the second leg even started. Germany, another side which huge expectations, leading 1-0 against what could only be described as quite a dismal South African side after the great performance last week at the Club World Cup. Could Israel, Mike, Alex, Aga, could they be what top? If
Well,
you
I've
were
already
to
made a
just put them
statement
now,
on this. I put them in the top 4.
but is that a top 4 as an eliminating semi-finalist, or do you think they've got the quality to go on and win it?
They have the quality to go on and win it, in my opinion, but I just feel safely about making a statement that I see them as a top 4 nation in this 2v2 format.
I don't disagree.
Video as well on that. I think the quality that you have in that roster sees you possibly going all the way to the final, but definitely a top 4 finish for Israel. If they carry on playing the way they are as well, we know day 1, day 2, yes, it can be different, but by now, with this result, you'd imagine they've probably done enough to just see themselves over that line.
I also don't see in 2 legs them getting worse. I only see them getting better. Where the game extends, I see that their quality continuing to shine.
And I have a theory here. You have 3 players that are peaking. They're performing at the best of the best, but also they don't have as much depth in that nation. Therefore, these have always kind of been the
front
3.
three are the front
these
3.
are the 3. I bring that up because there's less politicking. There's not about movement of rosters and squads. You've known who you're going to work with from the jump, from the rip, every single FIFA season, at least in the past 3 years.
Yeah, and it is actually a big advantage, because if you come from, obviously you want to have as many good players as possible as a coach, but I think from the perspective you're mentioning, it makes super good sense, and it's also just give less troubles internally, because you know you're the 3 main guys and you're going to play. You are the best in your country. No debates, no one questioning it, no one doubting you. I think they have the entire package to go forward.
It's a bit like this year when we had 2 of the Leipzig players at the E-Champions League final. I remember a couple of years ago when we had both of the boys from Israel at the E-Champions League final, top 8 in Europe. You kind of just go, oh yeah, that's how good they are. You can get both of their top players here. Okay, they didn't get to the final, but they really put them on the map that year, I felt.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just a lot of...
Should have had 3rd. Yeah. Even the chance before that led to the corner kick. Israel's all over India right now.
Yeah, this is 3 points wrapped up, signed, sealed and delivered. Australia and Portugal. Portugal, I feel like I'm in a dream at this moment that just keeps going round and round and round. Portugal 0-0 again. And
They're not scoring many goals, but they're quite good at not letting any in as well.
Oh, is this like a deja vu type dream? Is this a nightmare type dream?
Whatever you want it to be.
I'm not. It's your dream.
Yeah, but you're invited as well. Step in. I mean, the thing is, it's the exact same scenario as what happened with Athletic and Riders. Draws won't do enough for you. especially when other teams in your group are picking up wins and picking up points, just as Sweden and Peru seem to be doing. This time the Swedes opening up, 55 minutes on the clock, killing Mbappe, team of the foot item. Peru won't be too disheartened by that.
A lovely touch there too. Just a little ball roll to give you that angle. We talk about it a lot, but angles are everything in FIFA. From crossing, long shooting, inside the box, outside the box. You want to make a big switch of the pitch, the extra pass, the cross, all inclusive.
So Peru wouldn't be too disheartened by going 1 goal down. They've been very good throughout this tournament thus far. We can tell you there has been another goal in that game. Is it Sweden doubling their lead, or will have Peru levelled up? I can tell you, Peru levelled up in that game. 1-1. It was Thierry Henry with the goal. One of those players from the open pool, seems to be in every single nation's side, just because he is so good.
Also, I'd love to get this Brazil and Spain game on screen if we can. It's 2-1 to Brazil. Spain started to kind of begin the comeback, at least make it sound or feel like there could be a comeback. We just haven't seen them score any goals.
That was the goal for Spain.
The first goal of the tournament as well, if you are just joining us. You didn't hear us incorrectly. They've been struggling a little bit to find the back of the net, and it's great to see them do it actually against that Brazilian side, the defending champions. They can do it there, maybe that gives them heart going forward in the tournament as well.
Sometimes it can just be one moment, one goal, one shot, one opportunity, a creative spark.
Okay, Eminem.
To get the moment rolling. So if you do find yourself struggling at the bottom of the table, you will lose yourself in the pack.
Let's not go there, Richard.
Don't you get me? I'll get involved. I will say that the Spain, I think we sometimes give them a little too much credit as well with Neat. I've always said this, he's the FIFA player. He does so many things on the virtual pitch that I wish I had in my locker. But at the same time, not to make it too much of a pun, but he's almost too neat, too precise. He waits for the absolute perfect opportunity with a lot of those working in, the extra step over, the final cancellation, all the additional skill moves. And you can be simple. Sometimes you can be simple. Combine that type of play.
Well, let's go back then. We were speaking about how South Africa have really struggled to find the form they showed us last week. They're up against the German side, and this is what we just saw a few moments ago. Maybe they've just found their feet again here.
That's nice.
Maybe it's just taking a bit longer today.
Yeah, very nice bikini cancel right there, exiting in the right direction to get the angle there, and it's important for South Africa to bounce back. I mean, they're a little bit on the edge of failure and success here for the first day, a middle mix of feelings. So to get a point here, perhaps or 3, would be massive for them.
That's something there that Spain could take out of South Africa's book. You just mentioned, Mike, how sometimes you be a little bit too neat with it. The Bigidi cancel comes through. There's 2 defenders kind of stood there in the way. Instead, South Africa happy to just take that shot, take the gamble, see if we can get the shot on goal. Don't worry about the defenders being in the way. And they got rewarded with an equaliser against Germany.
Well, let's have a quick look then around the different matches here. We're looking at this one, Brazil-Spain 2-1. Turkey, we didn't show you that third goal there, but Turkey are still winning, and that's in the match against Singapore, 3-0 there. Australia-Portugal is still the one we've been chatting about, though. 0-0 in that game.
Yeah, Turkey flying in this tournament thus far. We did see here between Australia and Portugal, still 0-0. There was a goal. We were featuring it. We were following it between Brazil and Spain. Which way did it go? Did Spain level up or did Brazil go ahead? Long throwing into Milinkovic-Savic, win the header. It might not be nice, it might not be delicate or precise, but it doesn't matter one bit. Brazil 3-1 up to the good as Germany, with 10 minutes left to go, breaks South African hearts in our featured game.
We're seeing that time and time again with that Milinkovic-Savic, just having someone with that giant throwing trait. you can be 25 yards away from goal. Maybe you can just launch it into the box to give him the ability to look for that knockdown. It's just creating chances and angles and positions out of pretty much nothing.
Well, as we just see, 90 minutes then tick over in this one. Kind of flew under the radar a bit, didn't it, Australia-Portugal? They get a point each on this one. Both teams there look a little bit deflated with that result.
Surely you bring Turkey in now, to, even if it's not an offensive move, just to get some vibes back. I mean, he does bring a lot of that energy. He brings a lot of that sort of
leadership
qualities, yeah, all that sort of stuff. Like when he plays well, the team plays well. If he sat behind you, I mean, what's that? 2 0-0s in a row now for Portugal. If you're not creating chances, you're not going to win games, and you're going to go out with 8 draws.
Match 5, you change things up, don't you now, Aggie?
Yeah, last game here for Portugal of today is going to be absolutely crucial. If they get 3 points, you'll still look back and probably say this has been a decent day. Yes, it just leaves you with a bittersweet feeling, right?
Australia, on the other hand, you take a point against Portugal, you then come into a real deflated Spanish side as Israel go 3-0 up to put the final nail in the coffin there against India. Australia probably thinking, this is the perfect time to play Spain. This is the 3 points that we need on the table because Brazil are pummeling Spain.
Well, that makes it 4, and that is definitely being pummeled there, Alex.
We have also had a vital goal in another matchup. Germany over South Africa. Germany were victorious there, picking up that 2-1 win. As we jump back into the game, Sweden, Peru.
Peru are decent.
I was going to say Peru. They're going to be happy with this point against Sweden if they hold on.
I mean, when you're looking at the teams right now, you have Israel, Sweden, and Germany, where you arguably are saying, okay, these 3 teams look like they're going to be top of the group, and then looking at that 4th place right now, you're heading towards Peru, and thinking they should grab it.
Israel, Germany, Sweden, Peru. That could very well be the 4. South Africa and India both struggling to turn performances into points. Group C for Spain, it would have to be a real turn of fortune, a complete 360 on what we're seeing right now. 4 games, no wins, but 1 draw so far. Like, it's not necessarily that something's not clicking. They've not put the wheels on the car. Like, they've not moved. They're still sort of sat on the drive.
I love Richard Buckley analogies here. You never know what you're going to get. Your baguettes and your cheese in it, or your wheels in your car lacking and sitting in the drive. Anyway, still a lot to be played for. There is still, we're just waiting for this full-time whistle, between India and Israel here. 6-0. That's not a great day at the office, is it, for India there? Ooh. Well saved there, just to keep it at 6 goals there. Well, that's everything summed up then here around the grounds after the 4th round of fixtures. Well, let's go straight over to Spencer. He's standing by with the boys from Sweden. Spen?
Yes, I am indeed. I've got Olilito with me here, who hasn't featured yet today, despite having a fantastic outing last week in the E-Club World Cup. Talk to me about that strategy.
I think you can hear by my voice, I'm not feeling 100% at the moment, so I'm letting the guys play. Yeah, basically that.
Okay, fair enough. Luckily you've got some great teammates here who are doing well, unbeaten so far. 3 draws though, as well as 1 win. What can they do to turn those draws into wins?
I think we play fantastic in defense, not so good in attack, so I think we can be better in that. Otherwise, defending perfect, so just hoping for the win last game.
I won't ask you too many more questions because I know your voice is sore, but last one, Germany next. Is this a big game for the group?
It is. I mean, we always play Germany every nations to qualify even, so we know them pretty good. Will be a very tough game and just hoping for the best.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you for talking with me. Sweden, obviously a great outfit, and if Ollie recovers, they've got a great player they can bring in. But Optole and Olivoli doing very well indeed, unbeaten so far.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Alex, how much do we look at that then? Obviously, Ololito has to sit out because he was ill. We wondered why he was sitting as backup. How much does it actually affect? If you have a cold and you come into here, I mean, firstly, I don't think you want to spread it to your teammates. I would almost be saying to Ololito, maybe he could be watching from backstage. If he's feeling that ill, you don't want to spread it and ruin all the chances. But obviously, it's affecting him enough not to want to sit in the key position there.
Yeah, it's absolutely massive. And I think as well, you kind of have to give credit to Ololito to actually say, I'm not feeling 100%. We know he's a fantastic player. I'm going to pass the baton over to you guys and you can go out there and do the job. That's putting a lot of trust in your teammates and just saying, I'm going to sit back. He's still going to be a great coach in there regardless. So wish him a speedy recovery and hopefully we get to see him at some point throughout this tournament. But yeah, credit to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's see how far Sweden go, and hopefully if they get to play a few more days, then Ololito will be recovered and we can see him in that Swedish side. Well, Mike Labelle has jumped off the sofa onto the telestrator for the first time, actually, during our stint here in Riyadh. Mike, what are you breaking down for us?
Well, happy days. We got the telestrator, we got the breakdown board, and we're going to look at the art of crossing. We're seeing this being so important in 2v2s. We've got the likes of Israel going up against India, and you're trying to unlock and really isolate these matchups. So we're looking at the likes of Savic here, and Savic has been a difference maker. You're going to see him get in behind the defense. It is absolutely beautiful. Take advantage of the space. Only he's in the right position. He finishes, he celebrates. Gorgeous. And it allows Savic to not only make a difference, but Israel to take advantage of that matchup and score these goals. And we've seen him constantly be such a dominant player. I know Alex on the couch will definitely co-sign all of this because he's been maybe the biggest of all the Savic fanboys that there are, but he is making that big of a difference. Back to you, Rachel, and the guys.
I feel like actually Alex should have been in that box there with Mike, because if I was tallying up, Alex, the amount of times you have mentioned this player, this tournament, and last week as well, he's your player of the tournament so far, I'd say.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at players with their teams and what sort of outlets have they got, whether that's starting 11 or whether that's on the bench, just having something different, and that's what Savic provides you. I keep mentioning it. He's 6'8". Even Van Dijk struggles to compete against him, Rich.
So, if you're the coach, you're saying let's get him drafted, let's get him picked relatively high up as well in that process?
It depends on the players that you've got sat there. You have sometimes players that are saying, look, we don't tend to cross the ball that often. We like to keep it down on the deck and in that 18-yard box, use that fancy footwork. Savic isn't going to give you that. Yes, he's got the 5-star skill moves and he can find his way through and almost just bully that way through the defence with that physicality that he's got. But it's very different if you've got players that are going, you know what, we like a cross every now and then. We do like the ability to go for different outlets. And we've seen so many teams this tournament say, we're going to send someone on a run and just go for a cross that's central. And that's something so different this FIFA.
And even he's sort of the anti-cross as well, because you take him and then if you're seeing out a game and you're going to be receiving a lot of balls into the box, you stick him at middle centre-back. You've got a 6'8" centre-back who's good in the air, who can head the ball away. So I do think it's important just to have him, even if you don't utilise him, to what Mike just showed us, how good he is in the air. Just to have him even off the bench to go, okay, we're going to be seeing Petr Cech, Manuel Neuer and Haaland all coming on. Milinkovic, Savic, centre-back. Let's try and keep this out.
Aggie, would you have added much to your squad back in the day? Would you have included him?
I mean, depending on the meta, kind of. Diversity on your team is always great. It's always important to have different strengths in your team, and he's definitely a different way of playing and approaching the game. So I definitely understand why he's such a popular player. You also see it with the likes of Buffon and Louis and Petr Cech and many others. So it's a good play to have.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe this is the 5th and final round of fixtures here. A lot of these teams could add some new players in to see how they work in the team, and we might even see some more substitutions as well. So let's have a quick look at the standings then before we go into this 5th round. Turkey then have been the team from this afternoon session, 10 points there. Brazil 8 points. They go up against Singapore next. Portugal, they're finding their feet a little. Bit as the day progresses here. 5 points to them. Singapore And we know that is a Brazilian side. Australia and Spain, 3 points and 1 point respectively. They play each other in this last fixture, which is a massive one for both those teams. Group D then looks like this. Israel, everyone's been talking about them. They're sitting pretty at the top with 8 points, as are Germany. Germany have been rotating left, right, centre. Are we going to see them change something up again as they play the third place side in Sweden, who are sitting on 6 points? As he picked up after the Club World Cup last week. That Peruvian side, who we didn't know that much about, have been in great so far. The matchup is against 5th place India, who have 3 points, so that's a big matchup as well. Whoever wins that one, they could leapfrog the other and be in the driving seat in that 4th place, which guarantees you knockouts heading into tomorrow. Then the South African side, they finally got a point, didn't they, in that last round of fixtures. So they've got 1 point to their name. They still need a little bit more, don't they? They were on for another point against Germany, and that German side just came back to bite them, Rich.
I'm going to hone in right on Peru. Clear with 5th play. Like, you're in a great position. So they probably understand how big of a result this is if they can get 3 points. Which I picked up on from turning around and having a look down on the ground. Portugal, Tuga is back in for the final time. We sort of alluded to it. We said we probably will see it to try and bring that mood up. He is in the team and he is going to be featuring in our final game.
And Dylan Mike is sitting out again, isn't he, for that German side. Levy and the Germany, Sweden. Exciting. Rich, what do you want to see? Alex, Aggie, where are we going?
Well, I think Spain as well against Australia.
Must win.
Just because for both of them, it's absolutely crucial to get 3 points here. 1 point is it's not enough. Alex?
I'm with you on that one. I think that game is absolutely huge for both teams. With your last fixture of the day, it's the difference between getting some sleep tonight and getting no sleep.
Restless. Everything will be annoying you. The AC twinkling.
Does it twinkle on the night show? Wear an eye mask, I never know. Anyway, Spain-Australia is a massive matchup, isn't it? It's 5 taking on 6 there. But like Spen said, the Australian outfit have more points than they had at the Club World Cup at this stage last week. 3 points at the moment next to their names. Germany and Sweden, though. Again, this is a close encounter. All these players here know each other pretty well as we have an opening goal. A big goal in the game. Singapore, Brazil.
It's a shocker. Brazil have been unbelievable during this tournament thus far. However, Singapore, who we've not really spoken too much about, got the opening goal. 1-0 up. Singapore in this real tight and cagey Group C. 1 game, 1 win can take you from 4th to 2nd. No real front runner in this group, and Singapore 1-0 up against Brazil.
Question for you, Buckley, as we're back into the game of Spain versus Australia. This year at FIFAe Nations so far, we've seen many substitutions come through. Players stepping in and out, lots of rotation, Tuga coming in for Portugal again now. Last year we didn't see that as much. Do you think there's any reason behind that?
I would say that the teams have had longer to play together and they've had more reps just playing with each other. A lot of these nations as well using many players who weren't actually even featured because you could only bring 3 players. For example, Jose Ballon featured pretty frequently for Spain throughout this season and he's not here today. Peru versus India. Peru know how important this result is if it goes their way. They can put some real distance between 4th and 5th and they find themselves in the driving seat. Singapore are 2-0 up against Brazil.
Say that again, Richard Buckley. Go on.
The people in the back. Singapore are 2-0 up against Brazil.
Wow, defending champions are struggling. Did they change anything? Let me have a quick look. Did they, Rich? Did you have a little look?
Not to my knowledge.
Let's have a look. Brazil, Digichain, I think Pearson and Resende are in. So Palinetto jumped out again.
Ooh, Germany. Just...
So they did, actually, because we were saying how well Palinetto was doing, Alex, when he jumped in a little bit earlier on. Now he's jumped out again. They need to keep him in the side, clearly.
Well, if you're 2-0 down, you need some goals to get back in. Palinetto, one of the best ones here that you could bring on and make that substitution. It won't be panic stations too much yet at Brazil after the group stage that they've had so far. However, lots of work to be done. Germany, Sweden. Sweden driving through Mbappe. Ooh!
Great finish.
The drive, and again, that confidence, just to say. The defender may be there. I'm not going to overcomplicate it. We're just going to get that shot off and try and test the goalkeeper. Sweden starting strong against Germany.
So jump on board here, 25 minutes on the clock. Spain and Australia both in pivotal moments during this E-Nations Cup. Even on day one, the distance just could be too big. On day two, especially if Australia pick up a win here, it would leave Spain in a real difficult situation going into 5 must-win games tomorrow.
And I'm also pretty sure Spain and Australia won't be too delighted about Singapore being 2 goals in front against Brazil, because that's a team they might want to compare themselves to and say, okay, that's the game that I wanna, that's the team that we have to catch. But just as I speak about,
they're back in it now, aren't they? Back in it in this matchup. We just watch it a little bit before you do. We were speaking about how well Singapore had done, Alex.
Yeah, you just see that drive from Dembele all the way. Lovely movement from R9 as well, just to peel off and give that space from the defender. Credit to the byline drive as we go back to Spain, Australia. And would you say, Richard, for this game, should there be a team that does pick up that victory? The other team, tournament done?
Not yet. Just mathematically, it's still on. All I will say is
realistically,
a draw helps no one.
Yeah.
A draw helps absolutely no one in this situation. You want to try either nation to get the 3 points, and I could see potentially as this game draws on, you push and really trying to extend your lead as we head on over Singapore and Brazil. It was 2-1 when we left it. Singapore are singing right now. 3-1 they lead.
Just as Brazil get one back, Singapore say, nah, you're all right, we'll keep it as it was.
And the credit we were giving to Israel, South Africa, very bad tournament so far for them. Find themselves 1-0 up against the group toppers. A big task on their hands, though, to keep hold of that lead. As we jump back into Spain, 42nd minute, Australia on that attack, got that chance, and it is going to be, I mean, I was getting ready then, Aggie. So it's going to be a goal.
Yeah, there are definitely a lot of things going on right now. As we can see here, India is having one back, and it's a really important game for both of them. That's one of those 6 pointers we were speaking about, because if India were to beat Peru, they'll surpass them as well in the group for today. So a lot of very important games right now going on, very decisive for how the overall feeling will be from day one.
As we approach half-time between Spain and Australia, 0-0 the scoreline. We did have a goal here in this Group C, where everyone is scrapping, clawing, fighting for points, and Turkey go 1-0 up against Portugal. We said there might be a situation where one of Spain, Brazil or Portugal don't go through. There might be a situation where Spain and Portugal both get grouped.
Yeah, it's looking that way, isn't it, as it stands? I don't think we'd have been speaking that much about the likes of Singapore and especially Australia, but they're looking in much more control than Spain, not Portugal at the moment. Alex, you've got you don't know what you're doing over there.
Keep an eye on that Singapore-Brazil game. Brazil with a massive chance on the stroke at half-time. Singapore just couldn't sort out what they were doing from the free kick on the halfway line. Just kind of get in each other's way, and Brazil say, thank you, we'll take that, the full length of that pitch to run. And just got there, ball well, defenders recovered really well. A huge chance, though, for Brazil to make it 3-2. Back into Portugal and Turkey. It's Turkey looking to extend their lead just before half-time. But again, some solid enough defending, and Portugal will kick that one out. I came on the couch and I said that Portugal, I'm just a little bit shocked by them because I'm just not seeing what we're used to seeing from them. How do you even have the conversations to change it, Agi?
I think it just goes to show how much or which consequence it also can have if you have a, like just looking at Tugan and Don, if you have a less good experience coming into a competition, if that could carry on, it could be something that will stay with you for the next competition. It's so much about confidence in these competitions and about mentality and being strong. So, yeah, definitely.
We thought it was a little bit too good to be true, didn't we, that South Africa were leading the line against Israel, and Israel then just came back and have equalised in that matchup.
I feel like that Thierry Henry item out on that left wing and left wing back, we've seen him in multiple different positions. It's just added something extra for these teams to have him on that left foot. He can trivela, he can use the skill moves. He's been so reliable for multiple teams throughout these tournaments, giving Germany that answer back. Say Germany, Israel, apologies.
Get the head off.
I was keeping an eye on the Germany-Sweden game as well at the same time.
You've read the script. Spain, Australia, still goalless. Just a real, just a tough situation to be in. Australia, you take a point apiece from the two remaining games. You also probably imagine coming into tomorrow that maybe you hope that Singapore don't play as well as they did today and you can pick up points off them, but they've not shown any signs of slowing down. Similar to Turkey, not shown any signs whatsoever of slowing down. So now, if you are Spain, if you are Portugal, you might be thinking, they'll not be thinking this. This is what we can discuss. Where do you get the points from? Where do you? Because Brazil's no easy game. Turkey's no easy game. You play against each other, you're probably going to draw.
You just can't rely on other teams dropping points. You have to come back and be basically better tomorrow. That's the only answer to their questions there, Aggie, isn't it?
Yeah, and both Australia and Spain will not be satisfied with 1 point in their match right now. They have to simply chase those 3 points because a lot of the other matches are going against them right now.
It's where as well, Mark can go FIFAe Club World Cup, Hollywood. We had a magical day too. Andoni's looking at it and going, well, we didn't, we got grouped. Neat's going, we just about scraped through. I don't know which side of the camp I'd want to be on. That Hollywood story was there. Australia, maybe.
I'd be in Hollywood's camp, I'd have the belief. Because you've done it, you've been there, done it, and it worked out on day 2. As we see the deadlock broken. As I spoke about Hollywood, the writing is on the wall in that one. Let's go and see what's been happening over there.
Maybe Mike LaBelle's rubbing off. All the sides in yellow seem to be performing. We just saw Sweden leading right there. Spain, Australia, it went to the Aussies. 1-0 up against Spain, that result. If it stays as it is, puts Australia in a real good position and leaves Spain and also Portugal, as they are currently trailing, in a whirlwind.
Well, thankfully, if you're an Australia fan, you'd say the odds are in your favour right now. Spain have scored 1 goal throughout this tournament. They want to go back and try and get 3 points. They've got to do something they've not done as of yet.
If you said to, I'm sure, all 3 Aussies in the booth, last 2 games, 4 points out of 6, you absolutely take that.
And it just leaves Spain hanging on by a thread right at the bottom of the group. And they're now miles away from the other teams, basically. They're on a point if it stays as it is. And Australia moved to 6. So there's a massive gap now between them, and especially because Singapore are running away with it against Brazil. So big daylight coming between everyone at the bottom of that group.
And a big shout here at the arena. Thank you.
Only one thing, and that means Tuga Town is coming to Riyadh he has been put back in the driving seat to steer this Portuguese side to another knockout. And they get an equaliser against Turkey with 30 minutes left to play, Alex.
Yeah, as we jump back over to the Spain-Australia game. 15 minutes remaining. Australia knocking on that door. And Neat and Andoni, every challenge that they've had, they've just been lost so far. Whip that one in. He's going to be claimed with ease, though. Mark Levin and Naylor looking to just take that time off the clock, make it difficult for Spain, limit them to no chances. They break away. 2v2. R9's looking to drive. That first time pass off across again. That's something that they've been doing a lot throughout this tournament, Australia. That quick first time release, try and get extra angles.
And Spain also know how a draw, at one point, they have to push for it. They have to push to even try and get an equaliser at this point. What does that lead to? Spacing behind Australia with loads of pacey attacking players to try and capitalise on that defensive frailty. There is shouts everywhere here in this final round of fixtures for day one. Goals popping off, players getting out of their seats. Where has the goals been scored? Portugal versus Turkey. We will just bring you the Portuguese powerhouses getting back into the game. They give the ball away at the back and Turkey capitalise on it.
Well, heartbreak then over in this matchup. The South Africans really looking for something.
Look at the time, 89th minute.
Well, if you're an Israel fan, you're thinking you've been a little bit hard done by there. I'm sure we'll get back to that game in just a second. As we see Spain, Australia. It is all Australia right now. Can they seal the deal? Bruno Fernandes, near post. They can indeed. Mark 11, Naylor and Marcus Gomez. They said they needed the 3 points. They have got that. And we jump back to this game, Richard. Israel.
2-2. Last kick of the game. 2 goals in what? The last 10 seconds of the match.
A few days ago, everything was going that South African side's way.
They hold on to that win and they get 3 points. On this occasion, it's only 1. As Sweden in shout, a real important win here against Germany.
Yeah, unless Germany here just had the opportunity. Vital 3 points for Sweden, and they'll be very satisfied by just finishing the day off by beating what you could call a rival.
Even if Oilito gets better, do you not stick with the same team?
They would. I think they will continue with the same lineup for tomorrow and maybe change it if something doesn't go as planned. But one of the main things here, just to pick up on that Israel-South Africa late drama, is we've seen it a couple times that the teams get a late winning goal and straight from kickoff the other team just go over and get back into the match. And I can't help wonder why teams aren't taking a break and just making sure that they're focused and ready for that last defensive art of the game. I have to question it.
Does it annoy you?
Yes, it does, because it's.
I can tell.
It's about being exact about what you're doing and focused and making sure that every detail is perfect.
The team who's been far from perfect today are Spain. They will end the day marooned, deserted, you could say, isolated at the bottom of the table. They look devastated. Australia pick up 3 points, a 2-0 win, as Singapore are about to beat Brazil 3-1 to put their name well and truly in the hat in this Group C race, Rachel.
Yeah, I'm just really surprised with that Spanish outfit there. They have no answers to any of the teams in that group. You'd think one of them maybe they can get a win. They've just got 1 point at the end of 5 matches. I'm just looking at our predictions. A couple of us said they were going to top the table as well. That's how much we thought of them. 3 of us actually said that. Aggie's pointing to him, Rich is as well, and Alex as well. Like, we all thought they were a quality outfit there.
Wasn't me.
What's changed from the main season to here that they can't find anything? Alex, it wasn't you. I'll say it was me. I don't know why.
Do you want the honest answer?
Brazil. I am Brazil. Yeah.
They're not scoring goals. We're not creating
But
chances.
that's not changed. That's like that's not the reason that's changed. What's changed in the build-up that leads to them not scoring goals? Is it the confidence?
We know FIFA Esports, you got 5 games to play today. If that first or second game just doesn't go your way, few chances you get here and there, you don't take them, that can have a knock-on effect. You can go into that 3rd and 4th game.
They just look deflated. They need to get back, forget about today, get a big dinner, think about tomorrow, just focus on a new day. As Turkey, that is a full time there against Portugal. They get the 3 points on the board, and both Spain drastically, but Portugal as well, are going to find themselves in a real heated battle to try and get through this group.
Yeah, 2 teams that we didn't expect to be in such positions after 5 rounds as Portugal and Spain, 5th and 6th in Group C respectively. Real bad days at the office for them. Portugal, though, a few more points under their belt, 5-2. Spain's 1. Spen, who are you going to chat to as we round out day 1 here? I believe Israel are up first, dominant in their group.
Yeah, very much so. Unbeaten after day 1. How do you feel?
We feel really good. We played good all the day, and that's the most important thing. We could have done more 2 points against South Africa and against Germany, but yeah, sometimes this is FIFA, and we know what we need to do for tomorrow, and we will do it.
That last game was really close. They went ahead with minutes to go, but you managed to equalise. That shows great character, doesn't it? Does that mean that you could be in a good position to win the whole tournament?
Yeah, that's our goal. Of course, we take everything game by game, and that's the most important thing. But our eye is always on the trophy, and that's our main goal.
Okay, best of luck tomorrow, and we see you next time. I'm going to head over to the next booth here. I want to talk to the guys from the Indian team who have had 1 win, 3 losses and 1 draw, 4 points after day 1. How do you feel?
Disappointed for sure. Like we came with the aim to have 9 points today, but 4 is obviously a disappointment. But we have a whole day too.
So you got day 2. What do you think was your, apart from the win, of course, what was your next best game? That draw in the last game, does it set you up nicely to then go forward and get some more points tomorrow?
Yeah, we knew like we couldn't give Peru a win at all, and plus the first game I think we could have sneaked in a draw or even a win against Germany. But the losses against Israel and Sweden really hurt us, so we have to bounce back.
How much pride are you filled with the chance to represent India on this stage at E-Nations, you know, really prove what your country has to offer when it comes to FIFA?
It's a huge pride, you know, to represent like the biggest country population-wise, so like a million population, and we are just 5 of us here, so it's a big pride of it.
You've done very well to get here, and India aren't out yet. Plenty of points still to get tomorrow. They could be making it through. That group is very much wide open. I think both groups are, to be fair, and that's our action done for today, Rachel.
Yeah, thanks so much there, Spen. I feel like watching or listening, I'd say, to that Indian team there, a bit of self-reflection after day 1, as a lot of teams may be doing. They just have to go away now and think about how today went and how they can better it tomorrow. Aggie, if you were a couple of those sides sitting at the bottom of the table, what does your coach do at this moment tonight? Do they kind of have a chat to you? Do you look through the results, or do you just put it to bed and go, tomorrow's a new day?
I think you're definitely going straight back to the tactical board, and you discuss through what needs to change. Let's take Spain for example. You're gonna dig into new formation, new tactics, maybe a new duo. I mean, you have to switch something up, and it gotta happen fast, and everyone needs to be in sync with it. So. Yeah, there's a lot of things that need to be discussed, not only for Spain, but also for the other teams here who haven't had their best day 1.
Have Germany found their best duo yet, Rich?
It seems to be Levy, Finn and Ummet. They seem to be the duo. I think for me, when I spoke about it earlier, Levy, Finn, they just complement each other really well. He can do everything he needs to do in the box. You let Ummet play his game. You're getting probably a 100% Ummet, very similar to what Anders and Ummet do. I think Germany are, if they continue in this vein, potentially a championship winning side.
And we're leaving out Dull and Mike there. That's a massive name not to be in that German side, Alex.
It is a massive name, and it's a very big player to leave out on that side. I think Dullen's the type of guy which, yes, he'll want to be eager, he'll want to be getting in to that playing seat, but if they're doing the job, he'll just be waiting for that moment. There may become a moment throughout day 2 where they may look, they're qualified, they're happy, Dolan can then come in, have a run out and show what he's got to offer. Because when you get through to the knockout stages, you need to know, okay, what is going to be our best formula. So he will get a chance, I'm sure, of it. But, yeah, he's not going to be happy to sit on that sideline. However, Ulrich and Levi Finn right now are doing it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that German side, then we've spoken about them a little bit. Let's see where they finish day one in terms of the standings then. Well, they're in Group D. We'll get to them in a moment's time. Group C, Turkey, table toppers with 13 points. The Brazilian side, the defending champions, on 8. Singapore, a bit of a surprise package in 7th there. Australia, well, a good final win for them. Leapfrogs them. Portugal still in it. Spain, at the moment, I hate to say, looking a little bit left out at the bottom there, a point, but we do know day 2 can bring up quite a few surprises. Group D, and both end up with 9 points. Germany on 8. We think they found the best duo now. Peru, South Americans doing it once again in 6 points. India on 4. Struggling then at the bottom of that group, only on 2 points.
Yeah, and I mean, it just goes to show that it's a game of margins, and it's a very strict line between failure and success, because South Africa were leading that last match against Israel, and would they have got the 3 points there, they would be on 4 points, which on the standings would be a major difference and a major feeling for them coming into day 2 in terms of placement and what they can overcome. So they will also be back and hopefully be a bit more relaxed when they get a lead and make sure that they're ready to defend that.
Tuga, one of only 6 players who are in all 3 World Championships. Alex, surely he can't go out at the group stages again tomorrow.
It's going to be playing on his mind, that's for sure. He's going to be sat there tonight saying, 2 days ago, we saw ourselves get grouped. Yes, it's a different team, it's a different setup, but he does not want to be a part of that. He wants to push them on and get through. I think for Tuga's sake as well, it's about putting in a big performance tomorrow with Portugal. It's just so when it comes to the last tournament of the year, he's going in at least with that positive mindset. Aggie mentioned earlier on how can it have a knock-on effect with Andoni, with Spain, and in Portugal as well with Tuga. He's going to make sure they have a big day tomorrow.
Well, Andoni's here for 2, and this is his final competition. And again, it looks like it could be a similar story.
For Spain, very, very simple. Win outright. 12 points minimum if you want to get through. You come into the day, you're not worrying about small margins, you're not worrying about other teams, you're not worrying about permutations. Win.
It's as simple as that. I mean, thank you, Aggie, Rich and Alex. Spain have got to win tomorrow to keep their hopes alive here in Riyadh. Can it be done? Well, at the moment, they've got to overhaul the likes of Israel and Sweden and Turkey, France and Argentina, who are all table toppers in their own groups. We do know, though, that anything can happen in FIFA Esports, and we saw it only a few days ago. So find out who goes through to the knockouts in this, the FIFAe Nations Cup, when you come back and we get to do it all again tomorrow. Same time, same place. We'll be here. Will you come back and see us then? Good night.